bottom on Phoenix.
It's actually Crystallis on this Dawnbreaker. We've seen a lot of 3 Dawnbreaker elsewhere.
Carry
But,
Dawnbreaker, yeah.
We'll see how this goes. We've talked about potentially, Ags has been very good for Dawnbreakers in the past in other areas of the map.
Yeah.
It'll be a good thing to look forward to if that's the idea here for Secret, as honestly, I think 60% evasion in the Solar Guardian is a little bit rough to deal with.
Yeah, it is brutal, but usually when you're a carry Dawnbreaker, you go into the fast Desolator shard combination.
Right.
You really just want to output the hurt as much as possible. Dawnbreaker has like an amazing potential to scale if you snowball, which the hero is always supposed to do, because you literally can't lose lane. Seb and I always have fun conversations about that hero.
I have fun just listening to you guys. As well, up top, you've got the Cogs, you have the Battery Assault once again. But nothing doing at the moment. Still trying to use that Ion Shell, still trying to use this Clockwork to run down these heroes. And you take a look over mid at the moment, it's Zeus 11 and 2. And, doing decent on the CS for 9, as Kunk is right there with him. Bottom lane, Saksa in some trouble, trying to run on this Earth Spirit. But, again, it's just aggression, no kills.
Yeah, I mean, all lanes are pretty low right now for Tundra, so they have to be careful they don't bleed away too many heroes. Or none at all, even. Good news is the Darkseer is completely out of mana, so they shouldn't be able to aggress on the Luna too much at all.
What's he going for? He's got a Soul Ring coming out.
Yeah,
has that
the wand.
Yeah, wand. He's got a salve queued up as well.
Yeah, like nothing much should really happen until we see those ults come out. Like Zeus ult is going to be the first big one where, like, you're half HP on the side, then you can just die.
And they're still trying to go after this top lane a little bit. Rezo getting about 20% health.
Yeah, it's a very strong lane. Like Abaddon plus Luna, you get the attack speed from Abaddon, and then you get the plus 15 damage from the Blessing.
Right.
It's a lot of damage potential.
And so much harassment with heroes sitting low that Bloodseekers in other games are moving faster. Crystal is trying to use this Celestial Hammer. You've got Saksa pretty far forward. See how much they want to do with this. They don't have another Celestial Hammer for 5 seconds, and they do have the Starbreaker if he were to find himself a little bit out of position with no mana. But he'll be a-okay. Navigate the trees, and still nothing.
Also very interesting skill build from the Prophet, right? Like usually you go one level into Teleport to be able to reset and base. He just went for the Sprout, and I feel like if he had Teleport, maybe he could have even killed top already, but nice communication also from Secret, right? They're like, yeah, he skilled Teleport, don't be afraid. I mean, he didn't skill Teleport, don't be afraid.
Yeah. And wondering if he had come top where you had both the Darkseer and the Clockwork aggressing. If maybe he could have made a difference if he did have that teleportation go up to top and then maybe turn that around and you get your Luna into a big boost.
Yeah, but he will have it now, plus power threats, so there's definitely a lot of potential. I think they're going to sync that up with the Zeus 6, which is going to happen just next wave. So they have to be very, very careful on the side lanes now.
We'll see how it goes as they've got Cogs once again. But Battery Assault and Cogs have only done a little bit of damage. It hasn't gotten them anything in terms of kills just yet. I was thinking Skitter just looking to throw the hurt onto Resolution.
Yeah, they always do that. They trade. Zeus is almost 6.
Keep him low in the Thunder God's Wrath.
Yeah,
might
trying to get
be
a
enough.
6 now. He got it, and
what's he at? 195.
He would get the clock, but he doesn't know, of course. Maybe the clock healed up. You don't ever want to waste a Zeus ult.
Rezo might be the target, though.
Oh, they're diving. You can see how much they want this. Yeah. Resolution's even tipping him like, we know you want to Zeus ult me.
Bottom lane, and again, aggression coming in on Saksa, but it's not going to be enough to get a kill here either. So, at least for right now, it feels like Tundra kind of have control of the lanes the way they want them.
Yeah. But Darkseer wasn't really shut down, so that's still alright as well. And Dawnbreaker is farming free, pretty much. And she's level 5, almost level 6. There's so much global in this game. It's gonna get very fun. Like a 3v3 suddenly turns into 3v5. You're like, oh my god. And Dawnbreaker comes in too. Nope, it's actually 4v5.
God, there's so much global movement. Right, global presence.
Yeah.
All it's missing is like a Spectre in the game.
Also, Earthspirit is the pink top. They want to do the first rotation here.
They roll in, but there the cogs around stop Saksa from hitting onto the clockwork, but they've got the silence. The vacuum back X Ghost Ship coming through. Might be first blood coming out for the side of Team Secret, and will be. It's Resolution who claims it, and that's the first kill of the game just 6.5 minutes in.
Yeah. I'm a very, very big Darkseer fan. Like, that hero, if he snowballs the game, you get into your items fast. Like, your team fight impact is absolutely ridiculous. Like a late game Darkseer, I feel like can almost never lose. You get this iron, the parallel wall talent plus a refresher. Suddenly there's just 4 walls in a team fight. You can have like 4 lunar illusions and they just shred everything. It is absolutely ridiculous if you get into late game with that hero.
Yeah, but usually when you break the 4th wall, kind of means everything's kind of jumped the shark. Solar Guardian coming out towards the top. Skitter's inside the cogs. Crystal's trying to get the kill here onto the Luna. They've got themselves a second. They double that lead in kills. And it's, again, that global presence, that opportunity once you've got the Dawnbreaker at 6. And they use it immediately.
Yeah, I'm actually amazed that Zeus was able to
snaking too.
Oh, snaking, yeah. He runs in, gets killed. Was sitting at very low health. And Nisha should farm the enemy jungle.
So Rizzo's got all 3 kills. And that's what you're talking about. Darkseer snowballing, getting the ball moving. And
yeah.
And he's kind of doing that. Not exactly top of the net worth just yet. As they look over mid to try and get this Kunkka. Nisha in some trouble. Ghost Ship comes out. Some damage being done here by 9, but they're still looking. They've got Hawk here as he'll be hit with the X. Rezo makes the TP in. But Tundra can't exactly commit past this tower, so a lot of safety felt by Secret as they start to retreat from this engagement.
Yeah, they were converging middle with a lot of heroes, trying to get it down as soon as possible, but nice defense also with Dark CTP, so there's no real way they can kill it. And smoke by Earth Spirit and Luna. Very interested to see where they go.
Looking towards top, but these heroes just aren't here.
But they just smoked for
that
movement
deep in the
speed then,
lane.
I guess? Very interesting one, because he didn't have any ward on Earth Spirit either. Maybe it was like a misclick, and he's like, yeah, let's go farm, bro.
Just get back towards top. Do you like this shift once Crystallis came up with the Solar Guardian? Now just staying here in the lane up against the Luna?
Yeah, I like it. He's very strong. And I mean, Darkseer also makes his way back up now. They just want to start pressuring those towers as soon as possible. I'm still very surprised that Tundra wasn't able to pull off their global combo yet at all. Oh, Skeeter gets caught.
Yeah, this could be problematic. They do have Snake King over to the side. He is level 5. Meanwhile, mid, Nisha, he's also got the Torrent. We've got a split fight coming up as the Thunder God's Wrath is going to be thrown out. They get the kill on Nisha. They look over at Skitter. They'll take out the Luna as well as Snake King. It's a 2-for-1 trade in multiple lanes, and Rezo is dominating. He's 4-0-1, just involved in 100% of the kills in the moment. While that movement happened top from Secret, though, Tundra tried to take this mid-tier 1 with the help of Dahak. Sox is here just in case. The rolls out on a Crystallis. They've got the silence with the Geomagnetic Grip, and Crystallis is in some trouble. Sprouted up, killed off. They'll take out the Dawnbreaker. Puppey trying to help with this Phoenix. Doesn't exactly have the mana for the Supernova in that engagement, but the Sunray on top of Dahak. Zayat's running after Dahak, and they'll finally finish off this Nature's Prophet as Saksa, with the help of 9, they'll take out the Clockwork. Skitter also makes a rotation over towards mid because he is falling behind, and it ends up being a massive trade throughout both these lanes.
Yeah, but the big winner is, or the big loser rather, is the Luna so far, unfortunately. Yeah. And she's really the hero that needs to be snowballing for the Tundra side. Like, she's going to be propelling you to the mid and late game, of course. And he's going to the Mask of Madness, which usually you wouldn't do unless you really need to catch back up. Right. It's a very risky item, doesn't really help your team fight at all. Like, the most common build would either be like Manta into BKB or Dragonlance into BKB. But he also recognized like he needs to get back on track because his game so far is really not that good.
Can you rely on the rest of your team if you're Luna? Like, do you feel comfortable falling back and putting the pressure maybe on the Nature's Prophet as well as the Zeus?
It is possible because Zeus, Nature's Prophet is also one of those right-clicker off-lanes, right? So you definitely have enough physical damage potentially coming from him. And Zeus, of course, was the biggest damage he did. Yeah, has ult though.
Yeah, he just skilled up the borrowed time. It almost felt like that was what they were trying to accomplish. Whether or not they get the kill, it looks like they're going to get it with a hook shot coming through onto the Abaddon. He's got the Aphotic Shield once again, but certainly with the Ion Shell at level 4, it's so easy to kill off this Abaddon by himself. They get the ult, they get the kill. Easy does it.
Yeah, I'm a little afraid, honestly, for Tundra, because this Darkseer is getting a lot of kills. That means he potentially could get a very fast pipe. You have pipe plus the boat of Kunkka. Suddenly there's just no damage coming through anymore. The Zeus won't be hurting much at all. And I don't know how you team fight at that point.
Did feel like both these lineups in their own way needed a snowball, right?
Yeah. But they're looking for a kill on Resolution, though.
Up top, let's see if they can finally take out this Darks here. They've got the Hawk coming over. They get the kill on Zayat. Says they'll use that Thunder God's Wrath. They're trying to get him while the TP's going, but, well, Rezo is back into the base.
Yeah. As we spoke about, he's going directly for a pipe. So they're looking for those big team fights. And Luna might not be ready. Like, he has a Mask of Madness now, going to Dragonlance next and then BKB after, I'd reckon. But it is still quite far away.
Puppy just fighting Snake King up here top. He's got a 2-level advantage on Snake King as well.
Yeah.
This Sunray hurts, and they've got Hookshot. Meanwhile, again, over mid, they're going to go with the Ghost Ship. They've got themselves a Solar Guardian. They get the kill there over mid and look for another one. Snake King in trouble. The Icarus dive right on top of the Abaddon trying to run, but the Battery Assault's making that quite difficult. They've got the Aphotic Shield. Snake King gets to the tower, burning from the Spirits, and that last tick just 19 off. But the Rocket
Shield!
Oh.
Would that have actually killed him? Probably not. He had enough health, but...
Only level 1 rocket.
Better be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
There's a lot of interesting builds across the board. Actually, like Kunkka going into the Armlet instead of the BKB first. Probably things like they don't need more survivability because they have that pipe on the Darkseer very shortly. But
They
Solar Guardian healing,
Solar Guardian.
of course.
Yeah.
Yes, X marks the spot.
So we're seeing a lot of Secret try and play multiple parts of the map at the same time. That seems to be splitting up Tundra just enough where they're finding the advantages in these engagements. Like, is that just the straight game plan with a lineup like this, or are they just finding opportunity and going for it?
I mean, Tundra's lineup is very much like a snowball lineup, and the early game didn't really go the way they wanted to. So now that global damage isn't really enough to take teamfights anymore, so you can see that Tundra is just trying to split push everywhere. Because like taking actual teamfights is pretty much impossible. They don't even have really like an egg breaker until Luna gets her Dragonlance and BKB. So yeah, teamfights in general are going to be very tough until they get the items up.
Yeah, no egg scrambler just yet. Rocket Flare comes out, spots Saxa as well as Skitter. They got the hook shot coming through. And with the Cogs pushing him back, trying for the roll. They've got the Geomagnetic Grip on Anisha, but they pull him back with the X. They're marking their spot and marking their kill. Anisha with another one as they'll take out this Earth Spirit.
Yeah. What is Crystallis going for? BKB first. He had the Echo Saber queued up, but I like the change a lot. He will just have to frontline for his team. Because he also saw that Kunkka is going for that arm, not a fast BKB, right? So
he wants
nice
to be able to survive a little bit longer, right?
Yeah. It's very much like a sport, right? You always got to look at your teammates, what they're doing, and adjust accordingly.
For all you people out in pubs, it is a team game.
Yeah. Believe it or not.
A solo performance can only do so much.
Yes, Pipe is online now. They have Ghost Ship as well. Instantly smoke up into the triangle. But Tundra also knows, of course, that the triangle is really dangerous, so Skitter's not getting caught there.
He's kind of found his opening. He's not terribly farmed at the moment, but you do see like
they scanned him.
The rest of the team is kind of making up for it. And as I say that, well, they're going to try and go. They've got the Dawnbreaker coming in with the Solar Guardian. They'll jump him with the Torrent. They've got him a lot of heroes here on the side of Secret. I'm not sure that Nine wants to be in this vicinity anymore, but they've also got Saxa with the Magnetize as well as the Geomagnetic Grip coming out on Crystallis as well as Resolution. They've got the Supernova down. They'll look over Celestial Hammer as well as the hook shot, landing on a 9, taking a lot of damage. They get the kill on the Saxa. They look over at 9. He's just able to get into the trees as all 5 heroes are here from the side of Secret. And while they push Tundra back, they get a couple of kills. They look to get the tier 1 tower, and there's not much that Tundra can do. They also pop the borrowed time, so Snake King, well, he can't really feel that confident walking in anymore, and that's kind of the job of the Abaddon. Soak up as much as you can and maybe make an opening for your team.
Yeah, but like if you're Tundra now, you're probably a little bit scared. Like you look at their health pools, they're all full HP. Like they just don't have enough damage to go through these heroes right now. Zeus got into his shard just now. Didn't have that in the fight, so that's going to be a little bit more damage. But Pipe is going to be nullifying most of that in this early portion of the game. It is going to be incredibly tough for Tundra to actually take any sort of team fight. Like wherever Secret goes, the map will be theirs.
So now do you try and change the mentality of what you're doing in this game? Do you saw Nature's Prophet, he's got his shard.
Yeah.
So is the idea now, let's extend these fights, keep Secret interested, and then we'll have Dahak push lanes, get
You
towers.
just need to split push, I think. Until you get your BKBs on the Luna as well as on the Prophet. You can even see Dahak. He has Blitz Knuckles in his inventory because he wanted to go for an Orchid originally, but then he was like, oh my god, we can't teamfight at all. I need that BKB, so he's pushing that now instead.
Right.
And the same with Skeeter. He's going straight BKB now after the Dragonlance. Once they have those items, they'll be able to fight a little bit more comfortably, but they have to make sure they don't fall too far behind.
Okay. So we'll see if they adapt properly.
Yeah.
Because the game's still close. Like, despite the fact that it's 11-4, it feels like Secret's controlling the map. They have their initial plan A working.
Yeah.
It's still a close game in terms of net worth. And that is due to the fact that, of course, 9, he's top of the net worth. You had Dahak moving around, getting a lot of farm. Now they just need to make that space for the Luna, get that damage back into their hands, break through this pipe, break through the Solar Guardian. I mean, that is a tough ask.
It is.
But you kind of hope that maybe Tundra can do it. And, well, I guess if you're Secret fans, you're hoping not.
Yeah, but, you know, net worth is always a little bit deceiving, like when you compare the lineups. Secret right now has hit their stride, their power spike, right?
Sure.
So net worth might only be less than 1k, but it is literally impossible for Tundra to fight, take any sort of fights. Like, even Resolution is going for the Aghanim Scepter next, so they're going to get an additional 250 health on everybody. All they're doing with all their items is to tank up and try to snowball, run Tundra over. Because like they don't have this traditional hard carry at all, right? They have a Dawnbreaker who didn't have the best lane, so he went for an early BKB, going to the Desolator next. There is some scaling there, but it's not like your Spectra or your PA,
Right.
Terrorblade, any hero like that.
Is there a hard timing on Dawnbreaker? Like, do you hit a point where it's just like, I'm not really going to give you anything more. This is my build. This is what I have. That's it. Or, you know, can you kind of maybe find one item, maybe like an Ag's Blessing? Because, like you said, you're maybe avoiding the Ags because you're in this carry role. You're going more for the damage. Do you, like, maybe get an Ag's Blessing and that changes the tide of the fights where now, yes, you are that, unconventional one, but you're giving more.
Yeah. What I think is going to happen is that he's going to look very strong in that mid game with the Desolator, like Dawnbreaker always does. But then as the game progresses, he'll be more pushed into like a second fiddle sort of role. And Darksteel will really become the quote-unquote hard carry. If he finds enough walls on the Luna, like Tundra will just explode. They have no way to deal with those Luna illusions. So if they don't jump Darkseer in the very late game and he survives, gets like Refresher Orb, gets the double wall out, the quad wall out, the game is going to look real nasty. Real nasty.
Yeah. I don't think it's coming out on the screen, but some great chatting going on. Looking at the Abaddon, just doing his thing, the Snake King.
Or Abaddon.
Yeah, it depends, wherever you are in the world, if you say it, Abaddon.
Abaddon.
Abaddon. Is that like a bad mafia leader? He's the bad Don?
Yeah. I know, but then we have to also differentiate what does bad mean. Badass,
he's just really bad at his job.
Terrible. Yeah, exactly. We wouldn't know.
I have an offer for you. Like, you might be able to refuse. I don't know. Oh, okay, cool. That's why they call you the bad Don. Sure.
It is very hot indeed.
Yeah.
40 plus degrees every day. Like, I don't know about you, but I feel like I lost some of my arm hair. They're just like burning.
I lost my eyelashes. Those kind of went first.
Right, yeah.
I mean, you've seen me. I'm super pale. I felt actually when we walked into the studio today, it felt pretty good. It wasn't. We adjusted.
Yeah, it's pretty late in the day as well, though. Like, if you go here at like noon, I think you're gonna get scorched.
You're getting hit with a Sunray and a Solar Guardian. Yeah. Anything that has to do with the sun in this game, Oh my gosh, it is. It's hot.
All right, so
hydrate.
We spoke a lot about what's going wrong for Tundra, but what's really good for them is that they just play the split push game, right?
Right.
Who's the best hero at that? Yep, you guessed it. Nature's Prophet. He's into the shard already, even before he went for his BKB, just because those two big Treants are so strong at pushing down towers. But at the same time, you also have the Dawnbreaker, who doesn't need to be in fights, who can always push out that lane where the Prophet is going to be pushing. A lot of counter pieces to the pieces offered.
How do you feel about that shard on the Nature's Prophet? I feel like we've talked about it a bunch where it's just like they do so much damage.
It's too good.
You get left unchecked, you're the Nature's Prophet, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, cool. My racks, they're gone. I looked away for 2 seconds.
You also need a Quelling Blade plus Face Boots. Otherwise, you just can't play against Prophet.
Also, disgusting talent, the Sprout leashes.
Yeah, level 20. It's great. The other one is no joke either, though. 100% mischance while you're sprouted.
Right. Chief. Oof.
No joke at all.
Man, so it's tough to play against Nature's Prophet. He's third in the net worth. He's not too far behind the Kunkka. I think he's in a solid spot.
You see the night sky?
Oh, in the night sky, like a shooting star.
The Hawk headset not working.
Oh, okay. Sad
Unlucky,
face.
let's go.
Yeah, I mean, should be able to play the game.
You gotta, deal with the cards that were dealt to you.
Yeah. Apparently you got a...
the bad headset card.
7-2 offsuit. That is a bad headset city.
Not where you want to be, ever.
So, let's take a prediction. Where do you think this game's going to be at 22 minutes? I feel like that's a decent time, right?
22 minutes.
Yeah, so it's 5 minutes from now.
Okay, I think
I could have said that.
Secret is gonna start snowballing, take the outer towers, while Prophet is trying his hardest to split push, but Crystallis on his Dawnbreaker will be there defending. And that means Tundra will try to bring more heroes to force his BKB, maybe try to kill him, so he can get the split push going. But while they're doing that, they're going to be losing their own side. Now, the bad news for Secret is they don't have great tower damage.
Right.
Like, at all. None of the heroes actually hits tower well. That's also why he went for this armlet, so he can sort of hit the tower. But it's not going to be fast by any means.
So fights can be very costly, right? Like, you lose a fight on Secret, all of a sudden, Tundra, they're able to push. You're going to lose more of your objectives, and that could be a big issue.
Yeah, so we're assuming to the game.
I think, yeah. G, and then G.
And then G on snaking.
Yeah. Look like we're all ready to go here.
Yep, he falls to the Darkseer as well.
Yeah, Rezo getting that kill on Snaking, taking him out. 25 seconds, no buyback. Not that that is important right now. It doesn't look like they're going to be fighting and continuing this aggression. But Secret's starting to take over the dire side of the map.
Yeah.
So
that's what we want to see. I'm a little bit surprised they're not actually hitting the mid tower together. It will fall eventually, but would have been a little bit faster.
Oh, Courier going down. Just the TP.
Just the TP, yeah.
Lucky.
We all know how important TPs are, though.
Yeah, but you've got Solar Guard. You're fine.
Yeah. Also, one more bad thing for Tundra's lineup is they don't have any BKB cancel, whereas Secret does. Like, that hook shot can really come in handy when they want to split push and like BKB TP out. Clockwork can really ruin that kind of play.
Right. So we'll see where the movements come from. Again, the net worth pretty close, using that Rocket Flare. Trying to scalp a look. Doc, taking the Radiant Ancients. Looking to get that BKB, like you said. He shifted as he's got those Blitz Knuckles. He was looking for something else, and this has just been Nature's Prophet playing Nature's Prophet game. We're all in Nature's Prophet world, in his world, and living in it right now.
I like what he's doing. Like, that is pretty much the safest spot on the map right now. Because we already said, Secret wants to take over the enemy side of the map, right? They're not going to be there. What would be like a really next level play? They just put a ward on their own hill here, even though they're not playing that area, just to scout out what the Prophet is doing there.
Right.
And potentially get a kill or two on him.
Slow his game down a little bit. Hook shot comes out, 9 in some trouble, and he tried to use that heavenly jump. He went straight up in the air, but it's not going to matter just yet. The Thunder God's Wrath as well as the Supernova. They have the silence onto the Clockwork. A Photic Shield on the 9. Chrysalis, his BKB is running out, but they've got the Sunray to heal him up. Soxa may be looking to re-engage. There's the roll, but it's off the mark. They still have the Magnetize, but can they chase these heroes any further? They're looking like they're going to do so, but there's the X marking its spot. Soxa going to be pulled back in just a moment as they got the Torrent. They'll land it. There's the vacuum into the wall, on a 2. They'll take out the Air Spirit. They've got themselves one so far with the Celestial Hammer hitting on the Doc, but he's got his BKB, so he'll try to run with that. Zeus looking to come back into the fight, but stops his TP. He was just a second away from coming back in with full health, full mana, and after all is said and done, it's just one hero dead, and it's the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it looked really scary, though, because initially the Darkseer wasn't there with that pipe, so Zeus actually dealt a ton of damage. 2 heroes dropped to like 20% health. But yeah, the sustain of the Phoenix is just a little bit too much. Darkseer arrived, puts down a great wall. I'm actually surprised that no one else died.
Yeah, it looked like for a moment Secret was going to have their moment. And then I kind of thought if 9 had committed to the TP, they might have been able to take some of these heroes out.
Snaking has no ult. He is just gone.
Yeah, he is looking like he's just going to die. But when you're an Abaddon tanking ganks like that, it's never the worst thing in the world. They're definitely way worse parts of Dota than just being a 5 Abaddon or a Batten that dies.
Yeah. The Hawk has to be a little bit careful. His BKB is still on cooldown for 20 seconds, so...
Back to the Ancients he goes.
Yeah, I would really like, as I said, like, if Secret gets the ward there, they're shutting down all of Tundra's option.
Right.
Like, they cannot farm there, because obviously Luna wants to take her own, like, Ancients, right? Like, Prophet will never be able to farm there. So it would be like, it's very hard to figure out what the Prophet is doing. He can be anywhere and do anything at any given moment.
It's the...
But Kunkka is actually scouting him.
Nisha coming over.
He has BKB up, though.
And there's a BKB.
Where's the clockwork? Oh, he's DPing now. It's a little bit late.
There he goes.
Yeah. The only way you get him there is if Clock like TPs before Prophet actually TPs, which is almost impossible. So. Snake King saying hello again. Gets hooked.
Yeah, hook shot again out of the Abaddon. Cogs around him. There's the wall committed as well. They really want to get this Abaddon, but he's got the borrowed time. They'll vacuum him back. The battery assault's on him, keeping him close, but up into the trees and away from the side of Secret. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, they go for 9. They've got the Sword Guardian. They've got the damage coming after the Zeus with the Ghost Ship hitting and landing. Well, he's been shipwrecked.
Yeah.
40 seconds gone.
That's the problem of Zeus also. You know, like, if you ever get caught, you're not the most survivable hero at all. You die real fast.
Doesn't have anybody there with him is the... I will say, Snake King's kind of been by himself for a while.
Yeah, he's just trying to sort of bait himself, you know, make the enemy go on him, which they did, but at the same time they also went on the Zeus, so it was a very nice play by Secret.
Oh, yeah, we've seen that a couple times, those multi-pronged attacks.
Yeah, Hookshot is up in 5 if they want to aggress. Or
maybe try and go roll 4 heroes, making sure they kill off this Clockwork.
Yeah, but they have very strong BKB timings now on the Kunkka and Dawnbreaker still. So I would like to push just a little bit more of their advantage.
Finally, that X
out now,
there for the
Dark power
Darkseer.
spikes as well.
Yeah, this is kind of feeling like maybe they have a little bit of confidence, right? BKB, Mask of Madness, and the Dragonlance available on the Luna.
He has Axe now, though, so every hero gets that additional, how much is it? 275 health, actually. And, yeah, if you do the quick math, how much is that? 1,375. We did it, chat?
On everybody.
Not onto everybody, but
okay.
if you add it up, you know.
You know, sure.
Feasible amount?
I mean, I don't really know math. You know where I'm from. NA math. I don't know what I'm talking about. There's a Deso coming out for the Dawnbreaker, too.
That's a lot of damage.
Potential damage. Hasn't been done just yet. Orchid finally finished there.
Or if they catch 9, it's going to be bad.
Yeah, 9's in some trouble. They've got the Geomagnetic Grip, and that may have saved his life. Heavenly Jump away, but not enough to get out. 9 is going to be dead first. They've got the wall down as well as the Eclipse dropping down into this fight. Skitter with the BKB, but the chase is on from Secret. They've got Snake King low. Christos will get another kill. Dahak needs to hide, but he's right into the hands of Zayats. But they've got the Cogs. They'll push him away. The Starbreaker doesn't land just yet, and they'll get the kill onto the Nature's Prophet, taking out 3, and it's a 3K lead for Secret right next to this tier 2. And when you struggle with taking towers, finishing fights next to them is the best thing you can do.
You can see again, right? Even though the game was very close, like less than 1,000 advantage at that point, the team fight is so completely one-sided. You can see it in the highlights. If 9 dies first, they cannot do anything. 9 is the biggest source of damage. He needs to stay alive throughout the entire fight. He needs to blow his entire mana pool twice over to even stand a chance in those fights.
Yeah, when he's the first one going down, it's a big issue, and he tried to Heavenly Jump out, but he gets pulled back by the X, and it's just overwhelming from Secret.
Yeah, I think to really feel comfortable in these fights, he will actually have to itemize into a BKB eventually.
Right.
He's looking for the Axe right now, but at the tempo that Secret is playing, you know, all 3 cores of Tundra need farm to be effective.
Do you think there comes a point where Snake King just has to be basically tethered to 9? Because he's been away from 9 a lot.
The point is already now.
Yeah, and that feels like, hey, like, you got to be here with me. I cannot be by myself. I get it. You're tanking ganks. You're opening up space, which is great. Skitter, he's got his Mask of Madness, BKB, Dragonlance. He's fine. Now that we've got that, now that Luna can be a part of the fights, I need you near me.
Yeah. But it's, it's very difficult. Even if you shield off 1 stun, there's just so many follow-up stuns still. And of course, they're getting their little Roche.
Roche for tier 3, maybe more.
Now, they have Glyph still, if they want to commit that.
If they do, we'll see if they go in that direction.
Here.
Coming down to the outpost, they smoke again. 5-man smoke. There's the roll. It actually hits onto the Conka. They've got Nisha in trouble. He's silenced up, but he's got the Aegis. They get the Kona Sox, so they'll take the Earth Spirit. They've got the X onto Snaking. Borrowed time, borrowing as much as he can. But that watch is ticking out, and Dahak with the BKB, he'll TP away. Snaking on the run, Solar Guardian down. Zayat's moving forward, trying to get maybe a hook shot again, but it's on cooldown for 37 seconds. They'll buy back on this Earth Spirit. Soxa getting his way back into the fight. They still have that tier 1 over bottom. Maybe they realize that Secret's kind of used a lot of their arsenal. So a 4-man smoke. Rezo, he's forward, hit with the roll. They've got themselves the Spirit Vessel onto him, and it should be a kill onto the Darkseer. They get the kill. It's a big streak going into the hands of Snaking. The Starbreaker lands on a Soxa who just bought back. He's going to be dead for 70 seconds, and now the X onto 9. They'll chase after this Zeus. They've got the Eclipse dropping down once again. Is it going to be enough damage? Doesn't look likely, as now 9 trying to output as much as he can, but they've got the no kill for Crystallis. The silence is out on to this Dawnbreaker, thanks to the Orchid that's onto Dahak, but he breaks the Sprout. They hold over the hook shot out onto Skitter. They'll take out the Luna. They've got 3 gone. Secret win multiple fights. It felt like maybe Tundra had found an opportunity, but unfortunately, well, the Secret's out, and it's the fact that Secret can take multiple fights at any time.
Yeah. You just saw how much he had to commit for the Darkseer, right? He can take so much punishment with that pipe and the axe on Iron Shell on himself.
Yeah.
So much health to chew through. They end up getting the kill, but what about the rest of the 4 heroes, right? They just take the fight very convincingly. They didn't even lose the Aegis on the Kunkka.
and he got hit by that roll initially.
Yeah.
It looked like he might be the first one to die.
And yeah, as I said, like things.
Orchid, right clicks, and
Goodbye, Puppy.
Do they have the kill? Yes, they do. Puppy goes down. Buys onto the force.
They have a hook shot. He doesn't have the vision though. Close.
Nanoseconds.
It's a pretty daring play. If he gets caught there, he's probably just going to be dead. He's going for a nullifier straight away.
9's in trouble.
Oh,
he needs to try and run Solar Guardian roll. Soxa's kind of put himself in a weird position with the geomagnetic grip hitting out a resolution as well as Crystallis.
That was a nice roll block.
Nice normal punch too.
Yeah, normal punch, one of the best disables in the game too. Or they caught Snaking too.
Borrowed time.
TP.
Body block.
No.
High 5.
Doesn't have a TP. X up at 1.
Still has the bullwhip, but now they've got the speed on Nisha. Nisha into the trees. They do high 5.
He gave away his position with that high 5. That's a bit silly.
Eventually they find the vacuum into the normal punch.
Like after the high 5, everyone's like, yeah, he's right here, guys.
We found him. We found him.
A bit silly. So he's going straight nullifier to purge off the Iron Shell, of course, which makes heroes less tanky. Plus, they also can't get surged. So it's a hefty investment for that, but we'll see if it pays off or not. But yeah, that's like 4.5k gold. Is investing into pure damage, which they really need. You can just see the lack of damage is very apparent in all of these fights. Skitter also realizes that, going to the Silver Edge.
Then you've got Nullifier being built for Dahak.
Yeah. I'm very worried for 9 though. Like, he just cannot show in these fights at all. If he gets X-marked or looked at by anyone...
They go for resolution, but he's out. Sprout.
4 staff, yep. The profit counter.
It's like rock, paper, scissors.
It is.
4 staff beats Sprout.
Yeah.
And then, you know, paper covers rock. 9 again. Heavenly jump. There's the X back. Hook shot. Solar Guardian with the cogs. Never a chance. He is being caught out now multiple times. And my question to you was going to be, we talked about the lack of pushing power for Secret. Is it still that bad? And then the second point, how's the high ground defense for Tundra in comparison to what you could do on Secret?
High ground defense is good. Mostly because you're going to have that beam shot eventually. Very hard to push into. You have the Zeus, naturally one of the best high ground defenders. Plus, Prophet will be putting on the pressure at the same time. So I don't think you can go high ground unless you actually win a fight. However, if you do win a fight, AC is almost done on the Kunkka, and you have the Desolator that puts towers, armors at almost 0. So even if you were bad at pushing before, you're not anymore. Caught snaking.
We've said that a lot. Though he's only died 7 times, it feels like we're saying it more often than that. But he, of course, has the borrowed time. He's got the Euphonic Shield, ways to live.
But look at top. Towers are getting destroyed.
And that, yeah, he's doing his job. Look at this. Hey, come after me. I'm an Abaddon.
Let's get a shot.
Tasty, right? Chrysalis with the BKB, Skitter with the BKB as well as the Hawk, and now they're going to try and TP out, but the hookshot comes in as well as the wall. They'll leave Skitter to die, and the rest will get out, but that is well worth it there for Secret. As now they found Soxa, they've got the ghost shift, one more right click with the high five. Nisha gets the kill there. Again, multi-pronged attack as the BKB comes out from Nisha. They have the Orchid on him, Snaking going over. They're going to try and get the damage out, but there's just no chance, and he's free to TP.
Yeah. Which we literally just spoke about how impactful those BKB TPs were going to be, right? Skitter tried it, but gets hookshotted, and Nisha's just like, yeah, you have no way to cancel me, I'm out. Not a very favorable trade for Secret.
Yeah, 27-7. Now a 9K lead, and we've talked about how it has felt like Secret's game plan has been working.
Yeah.
When does Tundra's second, third plan go into effect? When does it feel like it starts to actually engage? The puzzle pieces put together,
yeah,
and they start to feel like they're doing something.
Now here's the problem, right? Like I told you about how scary Darkseer is this game, so I feel like things are not gonna go a lot easier.
Snaking. Still tough to kill. We'll see if they get this kill. GM going to grip on to the clockwork.
Gets punched too.
Normal punch, borrowed time, vacuum on a 2. Solar Guardian coming into Hawk. He's right by the Solar Guardian. He needs to be careful. The Starbreaker is out onto the Nature's Prophet. He's got the BKB, but is the damage there to get the kill here onto the Nature's Prophet? Not just yet. Magnetized down. The silence is through. They're looking and thinking about the Thunder God's Wrath, but it's not enough of a... Not enough damage to get any of these kills. They were looking for maybe a deterrent. They'll go to the Supernova. They'll roll in, but they've got the X. Soxa caught. Soxa killed. And that's another kill here for the Clockwork. 2, 3, and 19 really being involved in a lot. They'll lay down the wall. They'll lay down the boat. They'll lay down the law. They'll get the kill onto 9. They'll take out Snaking. This might just be the end because Skitter, he'll hit the deck too. And, well, nobody's died on Secret.
Yeah, the only good news for Tundra in this fight is that Prophet lived, so he can put on the split pushing. And there was a creep wave in the mid. So they won't lose their buildings instantly. But yeah, another very convincing victory for Secret. There's just so much sustain on that team.
Yeah.
Like all the boat, Sunray, Supernova can't engage into every like 3 hits of Luminosity crit that heals everybody for like 400.
The Iron Shell.
It is... honestly, this lineup is pretty disgusting. Like all of them just help each other so much.
Sustainability, the name of the game.
And now you just see the tower damage too with that AC plus the Desolator.
These buildings don't stand a chance.
Yep. And they're going back, not getting greedy. They don't really... They also know, like, late game is theirs. Right. I have almost never seen a Darkseer lose real late game. It's just such a strong hero. You can also just see the... Oh, Soxa got caught.
And there's the X. Ghost Ship, Starbreaker. And, well, break your bones, break your rocks.
Yeah.
Take your life.
And he's getting a wall every fight on the Luna as well. That Luna illusion is dealing so much damage to his own team. Hookshot too.
Yeah, 9. Caught again. Solar Guardian, he's got the help of Snaking, but it's not a lot of help at this point in the game. He tried to help out, but there's nothing you can do when 9 gets caught out like that, and there's just immediate reinforcements coming through for Secret. They'll look over at Snaking. The borrowed time is popped, and they've got the vacuum back. They'll chase a little bit, maybe looking for the normal punch. And, well...
Always burning.
Almost enough with the Celestial Hammer.
Yeah. Now there's also Bash on Crystallis. So, like, all the problems that Secret had initially, they itemized for it, and they're just so rich in all the heroes.
Top lane, they went for Dahak, who's trying to take the tier 3 tower down to 69.
Nice hookshot block.
Nice.
He gets the tower.
The tower goes down.
Yeah, the Prophet special.
They're going to go bottom.
Soxa getting destroyed.
Look at the damage just coming out from Crystallis. Soxa, you made a mistake.
Oh, Dahak.
You also made a mistake. Snaking. Everybody's just going down here. Fight me. It is the dawn of our victory and the breaker of dreams. Crystallis, oh my gosh.
Remember how I said he was going to become the second fiddle? Well, not just yet. Like, he definitely wants to be the star of the game.
He's not giving up the main seat just yet. Look at the damage again. Oh my god. Crystallis, stop, dude. They're dead already.
Oh, Prophet bought back just to be able to split push.
Well, let them die in peace. Oh my god.
This damage is ridiculous. Yep.
Oh gosh.
Absolutely brutal. Now he also has 2 Starbreaker charges, of course, because 1 wasn't enough.
Yeah, 1, half your life. Second one, the rest of it.
Yeah. I think Tundra at this point is probably just digesting the loss, talking about winning wrong.
Right.
But really, I think the draft was very tough to execute. Like, Secret's draft is amazing.
They'll go for Snake King. They've got the vacuum. They'll look over a 9 for a second with a heavenly jump. And they'll survive for now.
That damage of Starbreaker is absolutely ridiculous.
It really is disgusting what he was able to fight 4v1.
Yeah. And he's not even at full power yet. Overwhelming big.
Oh, okay. That'll make it easier.
And then Satanic probably afterwards. Or Rapier, why not?
Yeah.
Bounty.
Daedalus. Whatever you want, Chrysalis. I think the world is your oyster right now.
I like how disciplined they are. And there's like no pressure on them whatsoever. The way they're playing is perfect right now. And it's going to be a shard for whom? I like the Clockwork Shark always. You know, you hook in, you jetpack out. You're like, what now? Phoenix one is also really good. Top Rex is actually getting pressured by the Treants. There's no back to protection.
Could give it to the Kunkka.
Oh, look at the damage on that Rex. Treants are ridiculous, but back to protection says, nah. Not
Says
today.
nah for now, but...
Nah. Not happening.
Backdoor City. Too strong.
At this point, just adding his, padding his stats. You know, he's like, oh, 20.
Look at my building damage.
Yeah.
We saw that in that last game of the Chinese DPC, the tiebreaker, where they were
What, like 30k or something?
yeah, he had like
Ridiculous.
20 something, and then the stats are just like, oh, total damage 80k. I don't think that's right.
He popped the Zeus ult to scout where they are, but like Secret is just running together as 5, as they should. There's really nothing Tundra can do to really initiate them. When
Is
they're
there
5
any item here that's going to save Tundra?
Well, first they have to survive this team fight. Then we can talk about
Okay.
what could save them after that.
Okay, just keep that question in mind.
Yeah, miracle comeback, maybe. Let's go.
He's not on these teams. Geomagnetic Grip again on a Chrysalis, but he just stands his ground. There's no reason to be scared at the moment. He's got the Sunray. They're looking to pull heroes back with the Tidal Wave.
Prophet top again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the nastiness of
There
Prophet.
goes that Rax.
Goodbye.
Range
And
Rax gone. Melee next. Forcing the Phoenix back.
Yeah. Remember how we spoke about the high ground defense? Well, you all know offense is the best defense. So
Yeah, well, right now they're allowed to output that offense. It wasn't so fortunate when it was the mid and bottom racks that they were defending.
yeah, but that's also because they like, just lost the team fight right. The Hawk
True.
was dead. When the Hawk is alive, playing this game becomes a whole lot more difficult. And yeah, I think at this point, all the Secret needs to do is just find this Prophet, kill him. He doesn't have buyback. If they get this kill, the game is going to be pretty much over. So
Right.
maybe just put like some sneaky Tinker wards, you know, that he doesn't expect.
Catch him trying to make things happen.
Yeah.
He's got that nullifier. He's looking towards Bloodthorn.
Oh, the smoke. There's no split push pressure just yet. It's going to be down in about 30 seconds though. Will they be able to do anything?
He TP'd over and
Oh, it's double damage Dawnbreaker, by the way. If Starbreaker wasn't enough yet.
did Chrysalis see Dahak for a second?
Nah, didn't have true sight. But he's looking, he's kind of running towards him.
And maybe it looked like he did see him for
Dahak.
a moment. They've got the Nimbus down on
His head has a
Anisha.
cooldown.
And, well, Nisha's out. Dahak in the trees, kind of nervous. Hook shot comes through. That's going to be the Solar Guardian to follow it up. As they will look over and try and get Skitter as well as Snake King. Snake King surviving. That's a little bit low. He's on the run, but they just don't have the damage to get the kill on the clock just yet. Chrysalis is in with the Starbreaker, with the Shard. He's got that magic immunity. The Ghost Ship's going to be thrown over with a normal punch.
Go
Hawk,
buyback.
and Nisha gets the kill, taking out the Nature's Prophet. They look over Snake King. Snake King's got buyback. He'll use it immediately. 100 seconds without the Nature's Prophet. They've got the kick in onto Resolution. Rezo, not a lot of mana to work with, but Saxa getting ripped apart by Chrysalis. Don't fight the Dawnbreaker, just run.
Well, you can't really run if your base is in trouble like that.
No, you can't. You don't have options.
Yeah, you're out of options completely.
And nobody's dying again on Secret.
Yeah, their sustain is still just absolutely insane. Like they're diving tier 4 towers against the Zeus, just unloading spell after spell after spell, and they're just like, whatever. We're fine.
Overwhelming
And
blink.
you're not fine,
Sox in
Snake King.
trouble. Hook shot hits on a Skitter. 1, 2. Take you out, Skitter. Hit the floor. See you later. They've got an Nimbus, but a normal punch hits on a Snake King. Popping the borrowed time once again. The Glyph trying to save that last set of racks. 9 seconds until they've got the Earth Spirit back. They're holding on to the 2Gs just for now.
Yeah.
But it will be mega creeps, at least. Maybe no tier 4s. Overwhelming blink.
Wow, K-snaking, wow.
Almost looking for the 2-piece in a soda. As Clockwork, he's in on to Zaxa, and it's that just KO blow that comes out. The GG is called, and they will win game 1. Secret just overwhelming Tundra the entire time.
Yeah.
That was, woof.
Golded early, as we said, wasn't really a big deal at all, but
Yeah.
it was just the draft was really one-sided for Team Secret this time around.
Right.
Like, all of these heroes support each other so well. You have the damage mitigation from Kunkka, fast pipe, like we spoke about how important the Darkseer snowballing is. He snowballed perfectly.
Yeah.
And then you also have the nice initiations from Zayak. I don't even know, like, Secret, if they play like this, like, where were they in the DPC like that? 'Cause when they play like this, they look real scary.
It looked like top team kind of stuff, in the region. Nobody's beating us. We have the sustain. Our draft is built around like knowing what we can accomplish, and it never felt like, even when they were outnumbered, that they were outnumbered, because they had so much sustainability. They had such an ability to take multiple attacks, and it felt like Secret's game plan was like, hey, we wrote it out, and it's just perfect.
But of course, don't write Tundra off. Like, I'm gonna say this was an off draft for them. Like, they're always doing something special, right? There's something interesting here and there. So definitely don't count them out. Like, they're gonna figure out what went wrong, and in game 2 they're gonna like look much better.
Yeah, it feels like they're going to look much better, as you could see the highlights here. Just like, it just always felt like Secret knew what they wanted out of each fight, and they never got too cocky either.
Yeah.
I thought that was a big part of it too. As they knew what fights they wanted, they knew what they wanted to do, but who also knows what they want to do in these fights? The analysts. We're going to send it back over to the desk. Guys, Killer Pigeon, take it away.
Well, Team Secret, not the normal roster, but far from underwhelming here. Back on the desk with Danog and Seb. Boys, what are we thinking about this? It seems you guys were on the mark, back in the Team Secret boys on this draft.
Just draft stuns. Makes things a little bit easier for sure. I was a little bit worried about their pushing potential, and Seb, you in particular, were a little bit worried about Crystallis playing perhaps a little bit too passive in the early game, because he was the push that was needed, and it was really Nisha that carried them out of that early game.
Yeah, I mean, they had really stable lanes. I think, honestly, like, I was really worried about the Darkseer, how it would go, because obviously, and we've seen it in this game, right? Darkseer versus Luna, the matchup is really in Darkseer's favor if he has a game. Yeah, that only. And I think Puppy's start on the top lane was really
good.
smart, and had like an insane impact on the entire game, basically, because he gave his Darkseer game. This whole Abaddon Luna, it went from being a lane that would really punish what Secret was trying to get in the game, to actually a non-factor and heroes that actually match pretty poorly into Darkseer and Phoenix in general. So I don't know, just very smart execution from Secret. It felt like they really knew what they were gonna do, even though I guess they have a little practice, but it really didn't feel like that.
Yeah, in general, like, Darkseer Clockwork is a very strong lane, but Luna Abaddon such a strong one as well that, you needed to be able to switch that up a little bit. Puppy did a great job at that. Rezo got the first blood, which he needed, because at the time he was a little bit behind on the net worth, and a lot of that creep manipulation really enabled him to continue scaling, get those levels, get that next item, and I think he was like 5-0-3 at the time that Skeeter was 0-3-1. So clearly, very good start to the game, and Secret, it just seemed like a really cohesive draft.
I guess it's one of those things, we talked a little bit about how Rez and Zayats would kind of tap into each other. Maybe that tri lane seemed perfect because Puppy, we said, has been around the scene for a long time. Definitely would have had plenty of experience in his pub games, especially with Resolution. So maybe a bit on the same wavelength more so than we realized.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, everything was on point. Like, from all of them, the draft was very solid. Perhaps a little bit easier to execute, but at the same time, they executed so perfectly that you got to give them a lot of credit. Like, because this was some clean Dota. I think on Tundra's side, they actually got what they wanted, as it seemed, but they just didn't execute it properly. I think they just have to, if they want to match, the level at which Secret seemed to be playing this tournament, they just have to, up it for next game. They have to be cleaner with when they take fights, how they take fights, perhaps make it a little bit easier for themselves if they're not in their best shape right now, because they did have a draft that was quite tough, you know, to match against Secrets.
I think Nine still did a pretty good job though. Like he was the main damage output. He was avoiding a lot of the catch. Obviously, it's hard to against a Conquer and all the different stuns. Like he would get out of a Conquer initiation or a Clockwork initiation, but then he would just get vacuumed back in because you still need to be kind of in the team fight to be able to do something. I think it's just more like you said around those item timings. They just needed to understand when their draft would really go ahead, and it felt like they were just feeding a lot of net worth and experience over to Team Secret by taking fights a little bit too early.
Yeah, and I think the itemization we should talk about the most is how important these BKBs were, right? Like one side, we started to see it, the BKB piercing stuns, the other a little bit helpless, and that was when the Zeus started to fall off, couldn't really contribute anything anymore.
And honestly, I think we might see this Kunkka answer against Zeus a little bit more. The lane seemed to be pretty good. I mean, obviously, you know, Nisha, player impact, you never really know. You have to see the matchup a little bit more, but it seemed pretty stable. But most importantly, I think the biggest problem with Zeus is like you have to kill him, right? He does too much in a fight, too much damage. And this heavenly jump plus the shield from Abaddon, it seemed like it was going to be enough for him to be, you know, safe in the fights. But the X mark, it's just too much. It's too good of a catch.
3 ways to get him.
It's like you X him, you start killing him, right? And as he's trying to get in, he gets pulled back in, and then he just dies. It really seemed like a really interesting answers, and I think this Zeus, you know, as it always happens in Dota, it's an up-and-coming hero, so teams are trying to find the best ways to counter him. This looked really, really efficient to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow. That is only game 1, folks. Remember, these are best of 2s, which means we've got at least 1 more game to go and then another series afterwards. But you know what? I think what we're going to do is let the lads get prepped for game 2. I'm excited to see if maybe Tundra can bounce back. Before we get to that, though, you may have noticed our funky tunes that you've been loving so much. Shout out to Spotify for supporting us to allow us to do that. And shout out to Asus for giving me a monitor that I can go up to Puppy and have him sign in his signature way later on. But let's get to a break. When we hop back in, we should be ready for the draft of game number 2 between Team Secret and Tundra Esports.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Well, Team Secret looking pretty tasty in that game one, but if there's anything I know about secret sources, there's always something in there you don't want. And my question to you, Seb, is we've got to find a weak point. We can't just say secret perfect. What is the exploitable detail that Tundra can go after here?
I mean, you could argue that their lanes are not the strongest. I mean, it is a Phoenix 5 at the end of the day. It is a Darkseer 3, so kind of greedy lanes. And so that is maybe something that you could abuse. I don't think Tundra really used that. Yeah, weak points. I mean, it's hard to find weaknesses when they had such a dominant game. It feels like all their cores, they popped off. You know, the execution was kind of good. I felt like they did not pressure as much as what they could have, but at the same time, it might not be a weakness. Maybe they're just comfortable with, you know, the timings that they're gonna hit. But yeah, if you're asking for a weak point, yeah, maybe use the fact that they're a little bit passive. But I don't know.
Yeah,
it's tough.
It felt to me like Tundra probably could have done a little bit better in their off lane in particular. Like you said, the Phoenix, there's that big window between the Fire Spirits cooldown that you can exploit that. You know, Phoenix pretty weak in the early stages. That's where you need to come out on top. And, you know, paired together with a Dawnbreaker obviously very strong laner, so it makes it not quite as bad. But Earth Spirit, Nature's Prophet, not the longest cooldowns, so you can look to maybe try and exploit that a little bit. And they just didn't get enough out of it in my eyes.
For sure, and you know, maybe the Earth Spirit, you know, whenever you play Earth Spirit, you kind of think of mid rotations, and from Team Secret's lineups, it seems like maybe they would not have been able to help Nisha as much, because, you know, obviously Phoenix not the best hero at rotating around and kind of countering ganks. It's okay, but it's not the best. And same for Clockwork. I mean, obviously Clockwork is good, but when you play with the Darkseer, you need to give him a lot of attention. You can't just let him by himself. So that's also one thing that maybe Tundra can look at. Maybe a lot of teams play very mid-heavy these days, you know, around the rune rotations. And it seemed like Secret, at least through the draft, they did not emphasize a lot on it. So, you know, and obviously if you shut down Nisha, it's definitely something you want to do, you know, against such a player. So maybe playing a little bit more mid-heavy for Tundra could be interesting.
They need more stuns. Like, when I first looked at those first 4 picks, I was like, how are they going to just... Luna wants to stand and fight, not chase, right? And so there wasn't really anything that enabled her to do that. Like, Nature's Prophet isn't going to do it, a Zeus isn't going to do it, and Abaddon's not going to do it. So the Earth Spirit was kind of like that last-ditch effort of, oh, we need some control, we need some slows or something like that. But I think Tundra lost this game in the draft.
I would very much agree with that. And you know, like the Prophet, it's very different from like what a Visage would do, because the Visage, it takes a lot of space, but it takes enemy space, right? Prophet kind of takes your own space. It takes your side, because, you know, you cannot compare like what a Visage is going to do with, you know, scouting with familiars, early Vlad, so very few heroes can actually run into him without, you know, being at threat of dying. With like a Prophet that just has powered threads, that is actually very vulnerable himself, doesn't have a way to get vision, doesn't clear camps as fast. It's just much different, right? You lose your tower to a Visage, you know he's going to take over your entire jungle. Same for the Beastmaster. You lose your tier 1 to a Prophet, I mean, he's not going to do the same. He's actually going to take Luna's farm. So,
and even the Beastmaster, right? There's just so much more synergy if they went down that route. You're not going to get ganked as easily because you've got the vision from the Hawk, you've got a stun that you were lacking, and as well, a Luna, like we said, wants to be able to stand there and fight against something, and you've got that inner Beast aura. Suddenly Luna becomes so much more effective in a lot of these engagements. So I feel like going down that route, something that's not just, you know, a good hero that Dahak plays, but it's a good hero that works well with the rest of the draft, will probably serve them a lot better than what we saw in that game number 1.
It kind of sounded like what you hit on a little there is that the lane's kind of going so bad that it led into that defensive aspect for them. Do you think like that was really the nail in the coffin for you? Like the draft looked maybe playable, but when they went for that tri-lane top, it seemed like an unplayable game for Tundra?
I mean, it's like they you know, we saw it from the draft, and they put themselves in a position where they can't fight Secret for all the reasons that we've explained. And I think the lanes were kind of fine. Of course, they should have probably went a little bit better. But the bigger problem is like when they decide to actually take the fight and try to hit their timings, that was really what was lacking. I mean, they took this fight around the tier 2 at a very crucial moment, and indeed they had BKB on Prophet, BKB on Luna, but they just didn't have damage to fight through the Ghost Ship and the Sunray. So.
But we did like the opening, right? Because I think we opened with, it was the Zeus and the Nature's Prophet, right? We were quite content. We felt good about that, right?
I mean,
I was happy with the Zeus.
Yeah, I was not a big fan of the Prophet, you know, and I think it kind of confirmed like the fear that I had, that it's very farm heavy. Like I think when you pick Prophet, especially the hack Prophet, like he has a very greedy way of playing Prophet. He's not going to be the mind control Prophet. He's going to buy drums and pipe and, you know, like be like kind of run at you style. He's a little bit more on the carry. I mean, he's a carry player for all, right? So he's gonna do what he did here. He's gonna go for the nullifier, BKB, scaling kind of items, and I feel like then Skitter kind of has to adapt, and he needs to play something that's a little bit less greedy, perhaps, because it works with 33, perhaps because of the space that he provides, but in that kind of game you don't get it. So Prophet plus Luna, these are two heroes that ideally would want their team to make a lot of space for them so that they can just like soak up the whole map when it comes to farming. But then you're playing against a massive team fight lineup. Whoever gets X just dies. The map suddenly it shrinks, and now it's two burdens that you have instead of having two good heroes.
And again, it wasn't just the X that they had to deal with. They had to deal with the X, they had to deal with Blink Vacuum, they had to deal with the hook shot, so it's not like 9 is able to get away just with a single heavenly jump.
Yeah.
That goes away, all your damage is gone. So it was a really good draft by Team Secret. Not even just their picks, but their bans as well. In the first phase, they banned out the Marcy and the Beastmaster, obviously something that the Hawk plays very well, but also the Marcy, I forget who was it that said it, there's a clip on it somewhere, I want to say it was Thompson, who was saying like Earth Spirit is basically Marcy, but 5 times harder to play and 10 times less effective.
Yeah.
And it does kind of feel like that a little bit, because maybe they would have been able to save the Zeus a couple of other times, just disposing him back away from a lot of these combos if they went down that avenue. So again, big props has to go to Team Secret.
For sure. They definitely won the draft on game 1, and let's see how they adapt to game 2. Yet again, I feel like, Tundra, they kind of exposed themselves. So Secret did a great job. Tundra, not as good, and I would like to see kind of Tundra adapt, which, we know that they're capable of, and then, like, we might see a much more even game. That's what I'm trying to say, because, first game draft really did not favor Tundra.
I think these bans are going to be the same, though. The exact same as we saw in game number 1. Like, Nisha Puck, you got to get rid of it. The Hawk Beastmaster, you got to get rid of it.
So Tundra themselves are really, really, enthusiastic about the Phoenix. Snaking plays it a lot. He was playing it already before the Stockholm Major, so probably one of the first 5 players of really trying to push that Phoenix into the meta. The Puck is banned, so it could be something they're looking at again. I mean, Dawnbreaker has been so popular and it's so kind of versatile. Can be played on support, can be played mid.
Don't hate this.
That's the Tiny. I mean, this is the Tiny that's also flexible to post 5. Kuro has been popularizing that a lot. From Nigma, and to great effect. It's already getting banned against them. And I know that, for sure, a lot of teams have looked at it, lost against it probably in scrims, and make it theirs. So
yeah, and the thing is, they have this last pick of this phase as well, Tundra, so if Team Secret decide to go down the same route, pick up something like the Phoenix, you can maybe address that a little bit more directly. Go something that's going to invade onto the back lines, or go something that's able to kill the egg. Snapfire, it's not a bad Snapfire game this time around, because you've got the control with the Tiny to be able to set up for it, plus you've got that egg removing control.
Now,
sorry.
I was going to say, there's something interesting here, because they picked the Dawnbreaker again. I just wanted to come back to something we were talking about behind the scenes. You mentioned something when we were talking the Green Room about the build, which we got out of Crystallis in the game, where he kind of prioritized the BKB very early on. He said it's a common mistake, so maybe you could lean into that, the whole idea, if they get that aggression they had in game 1, what should he be doing different to what we saw in that first game?
I mean, what was very special about game 1 was that there was no way for Tundra to ever fight into Secret earlier, right? This is just too much. Like the Darkseer, the Clockwork, the Phoenix, all these heroes could they would have lost fights even 4 versus 5, maybe even 3 versus 5, to be honest. So the Dawnbreaker, he had all the space to kind of decide how to be as greedy as he wants to accelerate his own game, or how to force the enemy team into a fight that they don't want to take. And usually the best way to force a fight is onto objectives. Like take a tower that they cannot afford to have fall, or take Roche, or try to break their high ground early, and obviously itemize for that. So Deso, AC, these items are better than a BKB. And
their big weakness was tower push in the early one. It had to be Crystallis that ended up getting it, and he eventually did, but just got to that stage. But we see a Visage come out this time around.
So I mean, this is already much better, because it's more balanced.
Yes.
It's much more balanced. If this Visage has a good lane, it's just gonna create a lot of space. And even though it's gonna be by being greedy, it's still gonna be space. Because, Daxak, the Hawk, or 33, they're greedy players. And from the off lane, sometimes you don't get to be greedy. You know, sometimes you have to make space, and these heroes, they make space by being greedy, which is, you know, probably music to their ears.
I wonder if we might see Chrysalis play the Dawnbreaker again and see Team Secret go down the avenue of something like a Dazzle for themselves, just because against the Visage it might be pretty decent in the laning stage. You know, we've seen from back at the Stockholm Major, the way to punish it is early on. A lot of that damage over time. Just make sure the Gravekeeper's Cloak isn't effective, kill it very, very consistently. Such low armor pool early on into the game, and if you've got a Dawnbreaker plus a Dazzle, two big lane dominators, that could be a big way to go about doing that.
I mean, Dawnbreaker sounds like a really strong hero against Visage on lane. You know, the W, the very potent spell against Dawnbreaker. Obviously, the W into the Q also, that's very strong. So probably Secret is going to be looking at trying to have this Dawnbreaker on the safe lane, whether it's a 5 or 1. It just makes sense to try to punish the Visage on the lane, because that's one way to punish Visage heavily, is like to really ruin his laning phase. He's such a weak laner. I mean, obviously, he can trade kills, you know, he has nukes too, but if you have a combo that just bursts him down without him to be 100 to 0, you know, he's going to get 1 or 2 nukes out, but it's just not going to be enough, right? Dawnbreaker is probably one of the best heroes in the meta at doing so.
Even going something, I mean, it's a little bit unorthodox, but a Witch Doctor, not horrible. You know, again, Maledict, very strong, damage over time against a Tiny. A lot of these high HP heroes, Maledict, very effective against. So
what you have to think about also when you play against Visage, and how I think you need to pick your heroes kind of carefully, is he's going to hit 6 eventually.
Yes.
And sometimes if your heroes, despite the damage that they did early on, they still have to kind of leave the lane and get bullied by Visage on that side of the map afterwards. It doesn't cut it. So ideally you have heroes that are gonna crush him on the lane, sure, if you can, or slow him down at least. But then when he does start hitting his timings, they're gonna be able to still play that side of the map, right? And for instance, the Witch Doctor, the problem is that it's food for Visage once his level 6, right?
So what, you think maybe a Phoenix instead?
These kind of heroes are kind of nicer, right? Because they just make Visage life harder. And he's gonna see this Phoenix kind of sit in the lane forever. It's hard to kill him. Eventually, Egg, Sunray scales well in the game. These are the heroes that I think are maybe a little bit more effective. Yet again, if you come up with a lane that is, you know, Visage 0-5-0, every hero is gonna work. Every hero is in the game.
I think they don't want to go ahead and pick it too early though, just because you want that flex with the Dawnbreaker to still potentially be that position 5 as well. So I think they're going to leave it open, probably go for something. They need a little bit more lockdown on Secret. You know, that's something that, again, you need something to lock in that fight to enable the Solar Guardian, because nothing feels worse than just popping your ultimate and the enemy team just runs away. You know, like Zeus isn't going to be able to stop that. Dawnbreaker isn't going to be able to stop that because you're the one ulting. So what else are you going to have that gives you that lockdown potential?
Yeah.
I mean, this feel like a really good Ags game eventually for a Dawn, like if it is in the support role, because there's a lot of evasion value in this one, right?
Very good against Visage. I'm quite surprised about the Tundra bans, because I don't really understand what they're trying to protect. So they're banning Kunkka and TA, which obviously usually mid heroes.
Maybe it's just against the Tiny. This is a Tiny mid.
Okay, but I could see that.
Is it basically an issue if they're trying to get rid of heroes that maybe can survive their burst a little bit better, like TA with Refraction, you've got the Kunkka run buff, they just want to be able to 100 to 0 people?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, the way I'm thinking of it is Wyvern, obviously, damage over time, percent damage later on for the Tiny, Familiars kill whatever is nearby, so that's going to be effective. Kunkka, high physical damage, same sort of thing with the TA. And Tiny, if it's mid, 0 armor, you're able to just bully him out of the lane a lot more effectively.
Interesting for them to go for the Chen. They probably have like an idea on how they want this lane to, you know, to go down, and obviously he sees the Visage. Yet again, that's the weakness of Tundra, but their strength too is like you kind of know what they're up to when they pick these Visages and Prophets and Beasts. So it does give a lot of space for other teams to try to counter it, but they're so comfortable with it that usually even that is not enough. But yeah, Puppy wants a Chen against Visage.
I'm liking this Tundra lineup a lot more though, this game. You know, you've got a lot of catch, you've got ways for the Phoenix to be very effective. Decent enough clear, I suppose, with a lot of these heroes so far. They still need that carry to tie it all together though.
I think Phoenix is a very good hero against Dawnbreaker when you think about it. Like the same concept as Wyvern that you mentioned last game. It's just, you know, you start the fight, place the egg, and Dawnbreaker ulti, first of all, is such an overwhelming amount of damage that usually the Dawnbreaker heal just doesn't cut it. The eggs that he could be getting is not going to fix it either. And then it's just scary. It's just going to, you know, kind of fall into an egg stun, so he's just going to end up feeding himself also. And it does stun him also through the Q because it goes over magic immunity, so just a really good answer against Dawnbreaker.
And one thing to look at here is, I think the first game we kind of felt like Team Secret were meant to dominate that early mid game. Right now, does it look like Tundra has addressed that issue from the first game, where they can actually come, posture, and fight Team Secret in the first 20 minutes?
Definitely. I mean, they have heroes that have really good spells at skirmishes and no cooldowns, right? I'm thinking the Void Spirit, the Visage, you know, Soul Assumption, the Tiny, so they can fight back for sure.
This is a damn good Bloodseeker pick, though. You know, you just put it onto the wherever Phoenix is Sun Ring, suddenly it's gone. You can't dive, you can't Astral Step away, you can't. You got percentage-based damage eventually for the Tiny with the Aghanim Shard. It's a really, really solid pick by Secret.
It's good. It's good. At the same time, the one thing that I think can counter Bloodseeker is burst damage. That's kind of what he struggles against. And if you play against Tiny, you know, Tiny Visage, Void Spirit, it can get scary, you know. But yet again, he has the Chen heal, the Dawnbreaker heal, so. You know, I see the Secret lineup once again as like being a little bit massive lineup. You know, they're gonna group up around the Chen creeps, the auras, the Dawnbreaker ulti coming in, but this time around, though, Tundra, they have much more damage. You know, they have the the Phoenix, the Void Spirit spells, Tiny. I'd say that the drafts right now, they seem much more balanced.
Is there a concern that Team Secret kind of didn't address that issue you had around the Solar Guardian, but there's no way of necessarily enabling it? Like, they don't really have many stunners on their side right now.
I mean, Rupture, right? Like, you're going to need to just stand in place, basically, or take a ton of damage, so that's going to be something. And it might be like Seb said, it's much more of a defensive tool. Allow Bloodseeker to be the one to carry the game for you and use the Solar Guardian as just a save against a lot of that burst.
They have really strong lanes, Secrets, like Dawnbreaker, Bloodseeker cores. These are some of the strongest cores right now in the meta on both side lanes, and it's gonna give their supports a lot of freedom. And I think both supports, like both Zeus and Chen, they benefit a lot from being able to not get pressured by having to do things, rather than just looking at the map and deciding on what they want to do and where they want to apply pressure. Especially, I mean, Puppy's Chen, you know, I'm sure he enjoys his 3 minutes of quiet time in the jungle.
Absolutely.
Get an early mech. I mean, he's a specialist of getting some gold and impacting the game heavily with it.
And even just with those strong lanes as well, I mean, it's a Bloodseeker, right? It's just going to use the Thirst to take so much advantage out of that, be stronger in the laning stage, maybe make a few kills happen if Puppy gets lucky with a few of these jungle creeps, get the Harpy Stormcrafter, and make a lot of that happen. I'm just thinking, what exactly is Tundra going to go with their position 1 here? Because I feel like they need something that's going to be able to deal a little bit with the Chen army that's coming, but also something that's able to just stand and fight against this Bloodseeker. And I feel like that's something that the Lifestealer does well. That's why Team Secret banned it out. I'm just trying to think what else they could potentially go for on Tundra. Anything come to mind for you? Because they're not massively lacking in tower push, but you can't go something like a Terrorblade, who again is happy to stand and fight because you're up against the Zeus, right? So it feels kind of counterintuitive to go down that route.
And I feel like it's a really good faceless Void game, to be honest. Like,
yes.
Void is really good against Dawnbreaker. He's also quite good against Bloodseeker because just hold him in place, kill him. Really good against Zeus. Obviously, the time dilation is a... And Zeus don't really want to buy items that, you know, like dispel items. Great with Phoenix, kind of good with Visage too, and... I would really see a faceless Void here for Tundra. Skitter loves his Void. He's really, really good Void player also.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah, probably what's coming. And I mean, but that's the thing too. Like, they did ban the Bat, which Void kind of matches fine against. So I mean, we'll see. It's funny to see that Tundra expect that Secret needs like an offlaner, and that it, I guess, then most likely would be either Zeus or Dawnbreaker mid.
Yeah,
which is also the power of this opener, right? You pick 2 heroes that are, and they go for the Jugger. Okay.
A little bit surprising against the Bloodseeker, right?
Yeah, it's
a little.
Probably not the best matchup against Bloodseeker in general. I guess it's decent versus Dawnbreaker on the lane, like a little bit better than the others that we mentioned. And the Healing Ward has a lot of value versus Zeus. That's probably the biggest thing about it. Yeah, I don't know.
I was thinking maybe the Deucer, just because it's something that you can just plant yourself, and then...
Yeah, it would have been really good.
If someone comes forward, like the Bloodseeker, to try and contest you a little bit, Tiny's going to have that Blink Avatar stun back to the team. They die, right?
I mean, to be honest, I'm not entirely convinced by the Jug pick. I'll be quite frank. I think there's also very little synergy between Jugger and Phoenix. But I'm happy. You know, I'm looking forward to be proven wrong. Jugger is just a really strong hero right now. Okay, they do end up to go for a support. So it looks like a Zeus mid, Dawnbreaker 3 most likely.
Yeah.
We've seen that lane this morning earlier today from RNG, the Rasa Dawnbreaker. looks like a really strong lane, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit concerned about, like, this Phoenix has a pretty free game, doesn't it? Like, until the Shadow Shaman gets a Blink Dagger, what's Phoenix really worried about all that much?
Yeah, it's only down to the Bloodseeker, and that's also why. But I mean, they don't have a BKB counter, so Bloodseeker theoretically can take down the egg and threaten the Phoenix. But again, you're playing carry, you have to deal with the +5. It doesn't feel good, right? You want to be dealing with the jogger, you want to be dealing with more important heroes.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we still on the Team Secret bus, or is it time to switch over onto the Tundra train?
I like the Tundra draft better than I did in game number 1, but I'm with you, Seb. The Juggernaut doesn't convince me enough. Oh, does it? It does. I'm going to go Tundra.
Okay. Well, I mean, I want to go with Tundra too. I think I want to see them bounce back. You know, I don't like one-sided series, so I have to side with Tundra. Much more solid draft this time around.
Yeah.
I like that. Let's see if we can get it 1-1 apiece. Let's head into game number 2. Team Secret 1-up. Let's see if they can make it 2-0.
Thank you very much, guys. As we come back into this series, it is 1-0 Secret. Tundra trying to bounce back, but they may have just been cursed by the panel. Everybody votes for Tundra, and all of a sudden, they might lose. I don't know. Wow, are you going for Tundra?
No.
Ooh,
I actually
saving it.
I like Chen against the Juggernaut. I feel like, especially early on, the Omni Slash doesn't really do a whole lot, but there's like a ton of Chen creeps. And again, Secret really changed their drafting style a lot from DPC. They don't pick these late game carries anymore. Like, they pick heroes that can scale into the late game, but they don't pick these Terror Blades, they don't pick these anti-mages that they always relied on. I really like the new way that they're playing.
What do you think is changing the most? Like, is it just that difference in draft, or is it the playstyle too?
I mean, difference in draft will also like impact playstyle.
Yeah. But like, in which ways do you think is the most? Like, because obviously it felt like their team fight and their communication was certainly there in that first game.
I would say it's probably more so the playstyle, and now I don't know if that's because resolution is there now.
Could be.
Could be, but honestly, like I said, I'm gonna go for Secret. I don't know if I have to retract that statement because I arrived here with resolution.
Did you?
We were on the same flight, and he said he would not be a dirty Dawnbreaker picker. He literally said that in the lobby. He said he will never play the hero.
Yeah, well, he is, and he might be paying for his sins.
Or not, because he's a Dawnbreaker.
And Rezo, well, he'll survive. He doesn't have a Celestial Hammer to run, so he's going to take a lot of damage. And by a lot, I mean about 50%, right on the mark.
Not bad.
30
That's
seconds
about
to
3
battle.
tangles.
Yeah.
But a lot of mana used also.
It's completely different from what we saw, and I know I've gone back to it a couple times already, gone back to the well. Chinese DPC, it felt like every safe lane had somebody who could sustain you.
Yeah.
It was the Wyverns of the matchup. It was anybody who can give you heal. Treant was a very big pick in that.
The battle
Warlock.
begins.
Warlock was every game.
Yeah. And Chen can sort of do the same thing. Not to the same degree, of course, but I will have to see what he skills. Like, he probably won't be going to that aura anytime soon, because Penitence is just way too
The
good.
lesson for
Holy
him
Persuasion is a
is
must-have.
never try.
So he can't really go into that aura. But he bought a Headrest anyway, so he should be very happy with the Bloodseeker. And
Plus
Bloodseeker
25.
in general is really hard to bully out of lane anyways.
Yeah. So, I ask you this question a lot.
Yeah.
Does mid look like a one-sided matchup here?
They both should be farming. Like, Ember against Zeus is much harder to play as Ember, but Void Spirit can easily sustain there, and he should also be free farming. And then you have already a good answer against Zeus, actually. Nice Shackle, kind of saving resolution there from having to eat too many times with Snake Ash in trouble now.
Yeah, he is looking like he's just going to drop.
Okay.
Second highest base damage of the game. Shadow Shaman getting that first blood.
And Dawnbreaker.
That is quite the interesting combo, especially once that level 2 comes around.
Yeah,
The Starbreaker addition and the Ether Shock potentially being the extra damage pumped into it too.
Yeah, this is also the strength of the last big Shaman that we saw, right? Because they know that safe lane has 0 ways to stop that shackle. So whoever's getting shackled, he's going to get Starbreaker, Starbroken.
Yeah, Starbroken.
That sounds so weird to say, though.
Starbreaker sounds
Even worse.
even worse. Or worse-er.
Worser.
Yeah.
Better. Sounds
Yeah.
better.
Better.
Yeah.
We're coming up with some new words here on the broadcast.
We're evolving the language.
We're trying to do our best. We see the Visage, which is something you really loved in the Chinese DPC.
Yeah. It's also one of the Hack's favorite heroes.
Right.
Like, when he played in Bad Boom, I think he actually still does play in Bad Boom, like they picked his carry Visage every game. And that's how they got to the major. On the back of his Visage. He's really, really good on this hero. See what he can get done this game. Because last game, his signature profit got shut down quite handily.
Right. Not entirely to his own fault.
Oh, no. It was just a combination of many things, right?
So we'll see how that lane ends up going. We're taking a long glance at what we're seeing in probably the most contested lane top, right?
Yeah. Top lane should be the lane to look at.
Yeah.
Nothing should really happen on the bot lane. Like, Bloodseeker can't get really harassed out of lane, but at the same time, they shouldn't be able to kill a Tiny or the Visage either. Unless there's a misstep. 9 is getting quite low though, there's no... Just this.
Hex Shackle up top, and they have the Starbreaker to follow it. Skitter low, right clicks in. Shots with another kill.
It's nasty. Like, if you cannot cancel that shackle, there's nothing you can do.
Can you leave Visage by himself bottom to have Tiny be here?
Nah, he's going to get absolutely nothing. Visage is a weak laner by himself already. If you leave him, you are in for disaster. I think you need to make sure the Visage gets a good game. He's going to be the pace setter for the game.
And then just have the Jug kind of bounce back. Yeah, but that's something, that's kind of what they did in the last game. It's a lot of pressure to put on the one, and if you don't control the entirety of the map, we saw, you know, they go after Skitter, they make sure his game and his items, his timings are longer and non-existent.
Yeah.
Shackle again, Celestial Hammer. Snake King in some trouble. They've got the Hex to follow it up, and there's a third in the top lane. There's nothing to beat that.
Yeah. Yeah.
My thrift rewarded.
Yeah, like if you're looking at the Shaman pick, honestly, like the last pick, usually picking the support last is very... Like something not a lot of teams would do, right?
Right.
But you can really see why they did it here. Like, no Shackle cancel. They didn't really have the most building damage either, so the Shaman wards are going to be doing a whole lot for them. Yeah, I like it a lot.
That lane feels disgustingly free. For sure.
Yeah. He is into his soul ring already pretty much on the courier. Once that's out, mana should never be an issue again. And it's really hard to kill Shaman too if you can't cancel the Shackle, because of course there's this like 130 HP heal he also gets. Yeah, if they don't stop the bleeding top, it could get pretty rough, especially with Zeus level 6 soon. Which he just reached, so Thunder Gods is up. We should be seeing the side lanes play a whole lot more aggressively soon.
Might even just go for Skitter again if they're not too careful here in the top lane for Tundra. Bottom lane has felt okay, but yeah, there it is. Top Starbreaker. They've got Thunder God's Wrath, and they get another kill. They'll take him out. Zayat's on a killing spree. 4-4. But he's 3-0-1. And bottom lane too, Dahak just taking some damage. It's not been fun, that's for sure, for the side of Tundra.
There's also something in this game we didn't really speak about, right? Like, it's a super old school combo, Zeus Bloodseeker. You pop that ult at the beginning of a fight, Bloodseeker just runs at 500-600 MS.
Balance in all things.
Naturally. And Nisha's actually grabbing the enemy bounty rune. He's like, you didn't take it, so I will, thank you very much. Shouldn't see a rotation top though.
My bottle appreciates it.
And now that's where our lovely RNG is. They're going to be top or bottom, B-Cop.
We'll see.
I said it'll be
Is
ace top.
Nine even going to survive
9.
this? Shackle, who do you have to stop it? Nobody. Well, maybe Soxa, but he wasn't there. He wasn't involved. It's 5-0 secret.
He got very greedy there, like on 9. He didn't want them to get the rune top because Soxa was protecting the bot rune.
Oh,
he actually going to do
Soxa.
Arcane rune too.
He does still get the rune.
And if he's allowed to keep it for a while, he'll be able to have a Thunder God's Wrath Arcane, which is...
Celestial Hammer and a
he just
solo
killed
kill
him.
for Resolution.
Yeah, I panned away with my camera. I was like, yeah, nothing's going to happen there.
It's still trying to get the kill up top. as 9 with the Astral Step does finally put them on the board. But that costs 9 going top. You lose your Jug for the 3rd time. Things have just opened up for Secret.
Yeah. Shadow Shaman, almost level 5, is going to be level 3 Shackle. And we've already seen how many problems that caused. He won't be able to use the Arcane move for the Thunder God's Wrath quite. Like it won't really match up the timing. Just used it to farm a little bit more efficiently. And now Expression is, he doesn't have dive.
He's committing. And Snaking, he'll die to the Solar Guardian drop down. They've got the toss. It's on a Dahak, but Dahak TP's in. He's only level 4. Starbreaker pops him up into the air. They've got the Arc Lightning. Soul Assumption does nothing. And Nisha just TP's away.
He has ult, he has ult.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
And he knows it. Bam. Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Oh, the Gravekeeper Cloak, he's not sure if he's going to kill him or not. Oh, no.
Doesn't commit to it. Back over mid. They're going to look for Saksa. He's kind of low. And he did actually use the Thunder God's Wrath, but at that point, Dahak was already back in the base. They get the kill there onto the Tiny. They look over at Puppey to try and double the kill score, but Puppey hides in the trees away from the team. They've got the Shackle. Celestial Hammer. Is Puppey going to survive? Yes, he will. And here they come. Secret turning it all around. They get the kill to Snake King. They'll take out 9. And, well, they went from 9 to 10 to 1.
Yeah, that is the big problem. Again, like, the British isn't really having much of a game at all. He had to TP middle to kind of mitigate the damage. No, unfortunately not. 9 died twice. Skeeter died 3 times already. It's looking real rough, real rough. Like, this new Secret was real scary. Whatever they talked about after the DPC, like when it comes to drafting and playstyle, it's obviously working out for them. Because they used to be a much more defensive team. Now they're putting on the aggression. I like it. I like it a lot.
Going on some good offense.
Wait, he has a Midas queued up on Juggernaut. Like, that's something you see in pub games usually, you know? He like died 3 times in lane. Did we speak about it on the bus with
Seb?
Seb?
Talking to Seb about it.
He's like,
my safe laner dies 3 times and he gets a Midas.
But he also said the Jack is going to win this game. That's what usually happens in his games.
Well, I don't know if he'd agree if he did see the Midas getting queued up. I'd like the live opinion.
Yeah, there was also a great juke by Puppey.
Look at this. Just Shackle, Puppey, survive, Starbreaker. But while that's happening, Snaking, he's dead again.
5k lead in 9 minutes.
0-5 and 0. I mean, this is absurd.
So last game, the draft looked rough, but the goal advantage was always very like, even, right? There wasn't really much of an advantage at all. But now, they are snowballing hard on all of these heroes. Thunder Gods is back off cooldown, so the next team fight could just be around the corner. Solar Guardian too. It's such a nasty combination too, right? Bloodseeker plus Dawnbreaker. You rapture someone, they want to TP, Dawnbreaker, bam.
Circle, circle.
We love our circles.
Oh,
Snake King is soaking speed. Oh, they saw him.
Yeah, Thunder God's Wrath, Celestial Hammer, Icarus dive away with the Sunray, but Snake King, he's off the map. So
and he's back.
Now he's back.
Oh. Who's gonna get the kill? Oh, nobody wants
They're fighting for it.
Resolution takes it.
Rezo's got it. Nisha had no mana. He does have a sip, but you gotta save that for a precise moment. That Estus Flask.
Yeah.
You know, if you got one sip left.
Yeah. Can't waste it.
Don't want to just sip at any time, but sometimes you accidentally press the button twice.
Yeah. And the panel spoke about how early on there is not really any answer to the Phoenix, right? But he's having like no game whatsoever. 0-6-0, just reached level 6. And
Serpent Wards.
The good old Roshan trick still works. Yeah. Serpent Ward still did a ridiculous amount of damage against Roshan.
So much value out of this Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, this pick was actually genius in hindsight, I think about it. Crushed the lane with it because they had no answer to it.
Crushing the early game. I mean, I wanted to say crush the mid game, but we're 11 minutes into the game, and while Secret are in their mid game.
Yeah, it's going a little bit too quickly for them. Who's going to take the Aegis? Zeus is. Alright, he's going to be the more active core, so makes a lot of sense to give it to him.
Rezo also in the dire jungle, farming stacks.
Oh, they see Skeeter, he's low health. Zeus ult could kill him, but he doesn't have it.
Bottom lane, the push is on from the Visage. Well, you know, it happens. Let him know it, chat.
The caught 9.
Shackle's in, and let's see, Solar Guardian, that's going to slam down on the same timing the Shackle comes off. And that feels absolutely perfect. It really
If you're a
is
secret fan.
disgusting.
If you're a secret fan.
If you're a secret fan.
Yeah. Otherwise, it feels, he got unlucky.
Yeah. I mean, it is a disgusting amount just to be able to knock down this Void Spirit again.
I mean, he has got his Midas completed now. It's just, this Juggernaut will not be able to participate in any fights for a long time. Like, I don't even know. Maybe after his Maelstrom, which will be done in like 16, 17 minutes.
Where will they be at that point in time? It
Yeah.
took them 10 minutes to get a 5K lead, 12 minutes is 6K. 4 minutes from now,
Wow.
it could be even more.
I also just noticed 9 went for Boots of Travel. They're going super greed while being really far behind. Like, that is usually a recipe for disaster.
Astral Step, Aether Remnant, there's the damage onto the Shadow Shaman, but they've got the Rupture on a 9 as well as the Blood Right. No, he steps out of it. They don't commit just yet, as maybe they're looking for Dahak over bottom. Celestial Hammer, Starbreaker, ooh, the ending slam misses. They've got
who's
one
ult?
familiar, 2 familiars,
No.
and just TP out. Maybe they'll get some gold off these familiars.
Or they're gonna get 1, nice dump, resummoned.
No gold for you.
No gold for you, no experience for you. But you're still the mental victor.
For sure.
If you have to resummon that without, you know, for like no reason, you're always like,
To deny gold.
yeah, I'm like, that feels real bad. What you really want to do is stun, resummon, stun. You're like, yeah. But not for another 2 minutes at least.
It'll be a while, that's for sure. Just looking at the map, trying to see the ways Tundra can open it up.
Well, they're looking for Bloodseeker in the top, but Crystallis, of course, sniffs
Pretty
that
well
out.
there. Has those senses tingling. Nisha,
Drop the wards.
with the help of the Shadow Shaman, Heavenly Jump, Snake King now on the run. He does have Icarus Dive if need be, maybe looking to fight in with Supernova, but stepping into this engagement is going to be way tougher than said. As the Icarus Dive over, they look for the Shadow Shaman. Here come the Familiars with the damage. It's not looking like enough. Instead, Snake King just gets blown apart.
Yeah. They also have no birds anymore, both died.
No birds for 52 seconds.
How do they take this next team fight? There is a mech plus Hand of God. Like, you do not have the damage to take this next team fight whatsoever.
Ability again, the name of the game.
Kind of reminds us of game 1, right?
Rupture,
No
9.
follow up though.
They don't have anything.
Yeah, like so reminiscent of game 1 of this. They see Skeeter, I got a blink.
And there's the Solar Guardian with the Shackle, no chance to leave. No chance,
Yeah.
that's what you got. And 30 seconds with no jug, just an
Skeeter's
aggression.
game feels so impossible at this point.
0-4-1.
The Shaman almost has the same net as him.
Yeah.
It's, but really, you have to go back a bit and question the itemization, right? You have this Midas now, you have the Boots of Travel. You really don't have any way to fight back at all against the aggression you know is going to be coming. They have a Chen, they have a Shadow Shaman, they're not going to stop.
Could you have even swapped lanes to make sure that the Shackle wasn't there? Put the Tiny top, throw the Phoenix bottom?
It's possible, but they really just wanted to be aggressive with the Visage lane, right? But they had the perfect counter lane. Oh, sucks that they initiated on.
They're going to try and go out on Anisha and the Aegis. That'll go, but who will fall from Tundra? Or at least right now, it's just going to be Sox, so the rest of the team will leave. I don't know if... I guess they got the Aegis, but that's
It was
it.
about to expire anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
What was like 30 seconds left on it?
end up getting away with using the Aegis, because it didn't feel like Secret were going to have to use it at all.
Yeah. It just feels like the lanes are so countered, right? Like you have like this mega pressure lane, but there's
Boy, more hurt come in the way of Tundra.
By
They
Snake
go
King.
after Snake King, and he has just not found himself a place in this game. 0-8-1, and
Ward
now they'll
drop.
drop the wards again. Every single ward drop has gotten an objective.
Yeah.
It has not been wasted. It has not been put in a bad spot at all.
They shouldn't be able to get the tower with this too easily though. Tier 2 towers are pretty sturdy.
Yeah, but we'll see what it ends up bringing their way. Rezo, looking for the Solar Guardian, not going to get it off with the Familiars. They'll look for the Aether Remnant. He avoids that. He's on the run and just Very tanky.
And he's very tanky, yeah. 2,100 health.
14 armor.
At least they forced out the Hand of God, so they won't have to in the next team fight. Oh, snaking again.
Yeah, Shackle. They've
No,
got
he tossed him in.
Doxa here, but, well, he no longer had the Avalanche available, so there was nothing to stop the Shackles from being there on max duration.
The recognition is also so good from the Shaman, right? Like, he knows there's no Avalanche, the only thing he could do is toss. He tried to toss the Phoenix, like, somewhere, but there was no way to really toss him to.
Nowhere to go.
Yeah, and now DD Zeus is hitting your tier 2 mid tower. Like, that's like salt in the wound. If a Zeus hits your tower, he's also high-fiving. He knows I'm like, I'm balling right now.
High five's got to be like
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
BM-ish, a little bit.
What was that sound?
It was the high five.
After the, yeah, but like, what is it, like a trumpet?
I don't know.
Like a
Sounds like a sad,
it sounded really sad.
sad frog.
Yeah, really sad.
It could be a trumpet, maybe a French horn. Some music expert's gonna tell us it's actually an oboe, but I'll say it's a bassoon.
Expert.
Expert, in quotes. BKB finished off for Resolution.
Now it's the first smoke rotation from Tundra.
You know what's crazy? Crystallis is 0-0-0.
Yeah, he has been farming the entire game pretty much.
He's throwing some ruptures, but that's about it.
Now they're looking for a team fight, but they have to be so careful.
If
They
they
might be
get
running into
blown
Puppy.
out, this could be a big issue
They're running
again.
into Puppy.
Serpent Ward's committed. They're going to go after Puppy. They've got themselves the Avalanche as well as the toss.
He's
The
so
blood right
tanky,
comes
though.
down, but he is tanky. He will survive for the moment. They've got the Rupture. Icarus dive away. That's a style point to get your first kill. They'll look over at Sox to get themselves a second. They'll run after the Tiny. And, well, now it's
They
a
caught 9 as well in the
kill.
bot lane.
He's in trouble. Solar Guardian comes down with Starbreaker. Zayatsi knows there's nobody here to stop him from having the Shackle full duration again. And it's 3 kills across the map, 21-2.
You know they're feeling themselves when, while they're fighting, Shaman is already making the decision to TP bottom and catch 9. Obviously, 9's not going to expect that because they're still fighting there.
Yeah.
And, yeah, 3 down again. Skitter, at least, he has his Maelstrom now, so there's some resemblance of damage, but really not where you want to be.
Nisha, he's forward, but I don't really know if they could.
Oh, snaking again.
How do you play this aggressively? I just don't think there's any
Shaman is running in.
fathomable way that Secret lose Nisha with the way that Tundra are setting up.
Yeah, and this is so survivable once more. BKB already done in the Bloodseeker. Hand of God mech still available.
Toss back into the team. They found the Shaman, but they use the Omni Slash. That's just for the Shaman. They'll go after the they'll take up the Supernova. They get the kill on the Snaking. They'll look over at Skitter. Skitter's trying to get away, but he no longer has the Blade Fury, and it is Jug going down to Crystallis. Your blood is mine. Crystallis with another kill starting to come alive here.
There was a lot of frustration that they just had to vent out on the Shadow Shaman. What, you killed me? Well, I'll show you what I do with you. But yeah, obviously that trade very favorable for Secret still. Usually you'd say, like, any trade is a good trade if you're this far behind, right? But you really can't afford to lose your Jug anymore.
Yeah, losing the... I think if the trade was just the Phoenix for the Shaman, I would have agreed with you. But the second they lose the Jug, that trade is not even close to in the realm of being good.
Yeah. My question though also
Bottom
is,
lane.
like...
Ooh, they might
Void
catch
Spirit.
9.
He should be okay. Shaman is nowhere around.
Step in 4 seconds. He's fine.
Like, if you're a Tundra, right? My question for the rest of the tournament is, you already picked the best heroes of the Haag, but they have been soundly shut down. Oh.
Finding Snaking again, so that's all over the map. But here comes Soxa. I don't think it's going to matter. Did you see
Soxa
the
is just a
damage that
+1?
Resolution did? He's going after the Tiny. They'll look for the Soul Assumption. They'll slow down Rezo, but here comes Crystallis. Astral Step in by 9. They want this Rezo Dawnbreaker, but he's so tanky. Starbreaker right down onto the Tiny. They're going to look over through onto 9. 9, the Void Spirit in trouble. They'll get the kill there onto a second. They'll buy back on the Phoenix, as on the run is the rest of the side of Team Tundra. And, well, this is not the look they wanted when they went after 1 or tried to stave Snaking. Hex again, blink forward. Serpent Wards right by the tier 3 as well as right by Dahak. And they will get another Secret. Just don't stop.
Yeah, and there's Channel Creeps in your base plus Shaman Wards. There could be a Rex here. And if that's a Rex, you can't really.
Doesn't feel
Maybe Jug can trade for the mid, but there's not even consolation prize at that point.
mid-tier 1.
Yeah.
That's not the same.
Yeah,
You
but
and me are not the same.
It's something, you know, it's something.
I guess.
But he won't even be able to get that because he's scared of the Shadow Shaman.
Dire's top barracks.
Gets a very early Rex.
Oh, Avalanche toss.
No damage.
And
Takes 0 damage. He has a Mage Slayer on the Dawnbreaker, so he just doesn't take any magic damage whatsoever.
do they fall all the way back, you think? They played very conservative game 1.
Yep, they don't have to do anything else. Just wait for your Shaman cooldown again.
Go
Roshan
for
is up. Yep. Or if you win a team fight, just go for the Rex.
Yeah.
Looking for Juggernaut.
Dire
But it's just going to be the Dawnbreaker pushing out the lane.
What do you do here for Tundra? It just feels like every option has been exhausted.
You
Well,
know,
every option they've had. There's still doors closed, but those doors aren't opening.
you know the
Secret
saying,
holds the
right?
key.
Like if one door closes, another opens. It's not the case here. Secret shuts them all down.
But it got Wrath, and then they'll go in with the Blink as well as the Hex. They find
got 9.
themselves the Shackle on a 9. It
my
looked like he was
God.
going to go for Saksa, but instead, it's that split-second notice that, hey, I've also got 9 in my sights.
He had an Invis rune, so he probably wasn't really aware that would be able to see him. Get a +1 on snaking.
Get
but
another.
yeah, like Shadow Shaman is going absolutely crazy. Like that's how you use a last pick. You know, if you
Yeah,
pick a hero last like
seriously.
that, that's the impact you're gonna have.
Omni
The
Slash
Omni-Slash.
bottom, Starbreaker, and that is with the shard, so he had that bit of
1,200
magic
gold for him.
community. Not gonna, yeah, wow, okay. And 400
That's a
to one
digits.
here, yeah.
Dire's middle
Giving up
tower is under attack.
1,700 gold almost.
What was his streak? Oh, godlike. Okay, he was beyond godlike.
Still.
Yeah. Also, I just want to note this is the second Dawnbreaker we see with double-digit kills, 2 games in a row.
Played a lot differently than we saw in China.
Yeah. This time around, Bloodseeker gets the Aegis. Also built into the Manta Cell, of course. It's very strong against the Juggernaut Omni Slash. And a nice Dispel too. Nisha is almost into the eggs. A lot of pieces are coming together for Secret. But you saw the damage though. The Omni Slash was only level 2,
Yeah.
and he 100-0 Resolution Stormbreaker.
By himself.
By himself.
When will that happen again?
The big issue is Juggernaut is pretty hard countered by chain creeps around him. So if there's a team fight where it's 5v5, it's going to get a whole lot harder for him to really hit a good Omni Slash. Which is what they're very reliant on right now, right? Like 9, he can't really deal any damage right now. He's pretty
Rezo. He's in trouble
Rezo.
again. They've got Saksa. Here comes 9, but the rest of the team is starting to form in
What a
with the TPs.
damage.
They've got the Starbreaker. The Magic Community is there to try and keep this Dawnbreaker alive. The right clicks onto the Tiny. Now they've got themselves the Shackle. They'll find themselves the Hawk. They've got the help from Nisha. They will also take out his Courier. Snake King goes down. A Chrysalis over mid.
Yeah.
Every time it feels like it's not just one attack, it's 2. They're looking for 9. Assimilate.
They
Hex.
got him.
Zayat. He's there. Rezo with the kill. I mean, you could change anybody's name on the side of Secret to 7 because they are eating 9.
This is, I don't know, it's an absolutely one-sided game. Like 33-4. That is probably the most one-sided game of the tournament. Like 100%. Like there's
So far,
actually
yeah.
no way. Yeah. There's no way anything comes even close so far.
Looking like a certified shellacking.
Yeah.
Serpent Words again, right on the money. They'll go to the Shackle. They'll look to stop it with the Avalanche, but
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
how much are you saving?
Well, that's the second lane of Rex gone. And again, Secret, they don't have anything to lose, you know? Just go back, wait for your next ward cooldowns, play the map like you have.
There goes the Rax.
Well, it's all about Skida. What can you get done in the next team fight?
I really appreciate when teams, they're not super conservative to the point where they're losing anything on the map. We've seen teams scared to go high ground, they fall back, they farm, they stay a little too
Look
conservative.
at the 5-man smoke though.
Secret feels like they're doing the right part.
Yeah. And Tundra knows that, so they're not there trying to force a fight. Get on smoke though, so they don't really want to take the fight anymore.
Illusion's over, and they get baited immediately. And that is exactly what they want. The Dance is in again. The blood rates down. They go to the Supernova. They get the kill on the Sox, and they will take him out, but they lost the Shadow Shaman very early. They're trying to take away the Supernova. They'll get the kill. They've also taken out Skitter. The buyback comes out from 2. Dahak on the run. The Nimbus was down. Everything thrown from Secret, but it feels like
even without the ults, they can't be stopped. 9, he's getting demolished again, but the save is there. Coming out from Sox, and they've got themselves the Avalanche. They look over at each other right on top of the Zeus, but still 9 drops. They go to the Blade Fury. How is Nisha alive?
Oh,
They come to the high ground. He survives it all, and GG is called. They tap out. Secret lose nothing again. How? Every time. It's just, they're an unbreakable force. It's crazy. 40-5, just out of control here for Secret. So one-sided, like you said. I mean,
Yeah.
wow, what a 2-0.
The first game already looked pretty one-sided, but then
That was even
second
more.
game, Secret was like, yeah, we got more. We got more than that. And again, like the change of style, the change of drafts they've had after the DPC, it's absolutely amazing. I like this new aggressive Secret playstyle way better. They control the pace of the game, they control the map, and they really just showcase that they don't always have to farm, you know? They love their farms, they love their late game. This time around, none of that.
Yeah, that was just a fresh of breath air there for Secret, and it was just, well, handshakes coming out. They are happy about this because,
Oh, they're definitely happy.
like,
But how happy is Tundra though?
yeah, I don't know how.
That must be
happy
so deflating. Like
Yeah.
losing like this is really rough. And again, we have to see how they go forward from here, right? Like the Hawks is a stand-in. So usually what you want to do, you want to make the stand-in feel as comfortable as possible, which they did. They picked them as 2 best heroes, but they got completely shut down in both games. So I'm not entirely sure where to go from here, to be honest.
It's
But
certainly tough. Every
there's
series
gonna have to be
before.
some talking done.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was just a perfect series from Secret. Do you chalk it up like that? Do you say, hey, this was a perfect series from Secret. We know we're better than this. We could play better than this. We go into the next series. We play the way we want to play still. Try to keep our objectives there, and then go down the line of groups. And then if you find yourself, still in the playoff bracket up against Secret again, you play play a little bit differently. Learn from this.
They might be even a little dumbfounded at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like they destroyed Secret in the DPC League, and now suddenly this? Like, what happened? You know, they're probably like,
It really does blow it up here as Secret are just out of control. They take a quick 2-0, and I think to break it down a little bit further, we might have ourselves, maybe an analyst, maybe a stage, but we have to wait on that a little bit because, there is so much to take in a series like this, right?
yeah.
There's so much here that, 40-5. I mean, that's just that scoreline. It says a lot, right?
Yeah.
But does it say everything? Because that's insane. That's pub numbers.
It is.
It
like,
really is disgusting.
you would think that Tundra kind of just like ran down mid, destroyed the items, but obviously it didn't happen. But it comes back to Secret's draft. Like their sustain drafts are so strong.
Yeah.
This time around, Chen, Hand of God, Mechanism, you have the Dawnbreaker again, exactly. Plus all this aggressive potential from the Shadow Shaman. Again, I just want to reiterate how strong this last pick actually was.
Oh, yeah.
Like, obviously, we couldn't really talk about it too much at the beginning, but after I saw it in play, I was like, oh yeah, it makes perfect sense. He absolutely counters the lane. They were missing objective damage for Roshan, for towers. Perfect. Yeah. Whatever they were taking in the DPC break, should continue to take it.
It's a good talk, that's for sure. And we're going to toss it over to the interview, take a good look at what Secret's got to say.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Hello. The crowd was so hyped for Resolution, just hyping up his name. How are you feeling, Rezo?
I mean, as you can see, amazing. I'm in games, I'm on land, we have a crowd here. It's just fucking perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Crowd is very happy to see you back. How does it feel as well to get to play back with your Zayats? I know you guys have been marketing yourself as a duo for a while.
Well, yeah, we actually wanted to play together at the beginning, on the middle of the season, and we have a chance to play with these great players in Team Secret, so I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and I'm gonna do my best and enjoy the games and make the fans proud as well. You guys.
You're really winning over the crowd here. Great job. I want to ask you, actually, in some of the decisions that the game gets made, because you're playing as a stand-in, you're new to the team. For example, when you chose to try lane with the Darkseer against the Luna matchup, was that a decision made by like the team in together? Do they trust your decision making or your ideas, or how does that work exactly?
No, it's actually, I mean, I can't really say too much about our, in-game stuff, obviously, but it was like the Puppy's decision, basically. He salvaged our, they wanted to try lane us, he just immediately TP it to make sure we get to the lane and get to the shields, because if we didn't and he didn't TP, we would have been pretty, in a pretty bad spot.
And it worked out great for you guys. Your Darkseer went incredible.
Very good, yeah.
And how does it feel to play LAN again? Is this something you missed a lot?
Oh, it's been a while. It's been like 1 year for me. I also took a break from Dota. It's just like, it feels so good to play in the LAN and to play with the team, because I've been in the C for like half a year almost, and those pub games, they're not like the great place to be. Those pubs are like mentally challenging. And here with actually like good players to be part of the team, and when there's like everybody is understanding what to do and like you playing as a unit, it's just such a nice feeling.
What was when you took a break, what was that moment where you decided that you were ready to go back to competitive Dota? Anything happened that led to that?
Well, basically I tried everything that I wanted to try, and then like I don't like anything as much as I like playing Dota, and it's just like I return and I'm like consciously playing and I'm enjoying it fully, and I know that there's nothing else right now for me that I can feel like better about. So I'm fully enjoying my time here with you guys.
Okay, can we get one last cheer for Resolution here, all the fans?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, Resolution. Always nice to talk to you. Congratulations.
See you later.
See you guys
Bye.
later. Take care.
points on the board for Team Secret, but 5 reports on each of their profiles there for what looked like quite the bullying of a game to round out up against Tundra. I am joined once again by Danog and Seb to break down how to feel safe in a game of DOTA. I don't know, where do we go from that? Because that was quite one-sided.
That was a beatdown. That was 83 kills across the entire series for Secret versus 11 for Tundra. Like, that it was just a stomping, absolutely, led by the offlane.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolute stomp, let's be honest. I mean, they dominated both games quite, I mean, you have to say it, quite easily. Honestly, I think Tundra did not stand a chance against Secret today. I don't think that's true every day, obviously, you know. I'm sure if they have to match again, you know, against each other's in the tournament, it might be different, but, you know, tonight was Secret's night, and yeah, absolutely no chance. This was really, really impressive, and I think particularly from what we're seeing here, you know, the Zayak and Resolution lane, in both games, they did really, really amazing.
And that's, we were confident enough in Tundra's ability to be able to bring this one back in game number 2, but we both weren't convinced by that Juggernaut, and it felt like they could have maybe done a lot better if they went down a different route, you know, be able to cancel out the effectiveness of the Dawnbreaker in particular, like lots of high damage that comes out in bursts. Same sort of thing with the Medusa, a little bit more survivable, that ranged hero that's going to combo a little bit better in the laning stage, but yeah, just didn't feel that effective. And when we saw the Midas, there was a collective groan backstage that we were like, oh man, no, this is what you hate to see.
I mean, we've all been there, right? Your carry that's like 0-4-0, then it has this Blade of Attack that was supposed to be Phase Boots into the Glove of Haste, that's gonna be a Midas. You can tell that, you know, something is going wrong. This is not the normal pattern of how you're gonna itemize, and I mean, you know, he tried to find a way to accelerate his game so that he could, you know, have an impact, and you kind of saw it at some point in the game when he Omni-Slashed the Dawnbreaker. You could see the damage coming, but I mean, the problem with the Secret's lineup is, I mean, for Tundra, the problem is that Secret's lineup is so good at, you know, like, accelerating the tempo of the game, like the Chen, the Rasta going for objectives, the global presence with the Dawnbreaker, the Zeus, like it's just really hard to come back from that.
And it was also almost all on the supports in terms of their ability to take towers, right? The Chen, the Shadow Shaman, every single Mass Serpent Wards was really effective coming through from Zayed. Like, fantastic gameplay coming through from him, being involved in, what was that, 24 out of
kills,
the 40 kills? Like, that's pretty damn good as a Shadow Shaman.
It's ridiculous. Of course, our scoreboard by STC, and you know what? Chrysalis, a little bit in hibernation the other game, but at the end of the day, 11-0-2, coming in clean. I think it seems like Team Secret want to just give him his time to farm like a traditional carry before they get him involved in the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, they all had really clean games, both games. You know, Nisha, Crystalis. But to me, really, the most impressive, it has to be, again, Rezo and Zayak, because they're kind of coming into this team. You know, Rezo said it, and I mean, it was really nice to see the joy on his face, you know, for being back and kind of enjoying and being more mindful of how nice it is to have the chance to, you know, play a LAN with great players against great players, with a great crowd, people watching you. So, you know, it's really nice to see him in such high spirit, and also to see him deliver, you know, that beautiful of games. Like the Darkseer game, it was perfect. This Dawnbreaker game, even better. I mean, he's been involved in 33 kills. He's done so much lifting in 2 games already, you know.
Fitting, 33 kills. But, I mean, we have to give praise to Puppy as well. Rezo, when he was being interviewed on stage, he made sure to single out Puppy, saying, you know, what a fantastic choice to even out that tri-lane at the start of game number 1. And this time around on the Chen, didn't die a single time. You know, it's just about that really good positioning, and it's not like the easiest Chen game either. You know, you're up against a tiny, it's support, but you still got Blink Avatars, you still have to deal with a Void Spirit, Sunray, very effective at being able to kill from that longer range, and his positioning was just on point every single time, making sure that he was there to save his team when they got gone.
And you know, from Tundra's perspective, to try to speak a little bit about them, this is the kind of series where of course it feels really bad, and right now they must be feeling really down, but at the same time it was such a beatdown that something must have gone really wrong. It's hard for us to know what it is. Maybe it was a really bad day, bad mindset, bad mood, bad preparation. You don't really know, but it doesn't say much about the fact that they're just the worst team in this tournament. They just had a really bad series. They need to move on, get back to the drawing board, and they might come back tomorrow stronger.
And maybe this team was kind of their kryptonite, because we talked about it coming in, right? Like Rezo and Zayats will probably have their own kind of pocket distracts on the side. Maybe Tundra done their research. You know, Yapsa, of course, was only a recent removal. So 2 players totally changing up could completely ruin all of the drafting notes you've had.
Very much. Zayats as well. He has to be the MVP. I mean, his Shadow Shaman was next level. So many plays set up by him. The laning stage was really enabled by him, not just in game 2, but also in that game number 1. Just what a player, what a performance coming through from him.
It was amazing. I mean, the Clockwork game 1, now the Rasta game 2. Yeah, as you know, it was mentioned by the casters too, like this last pick, it made more and more sense as you saw him kind of develop into the game and all the impact that he had. Yeah, he was everywhere, man. He was from the laning phase to the mid game to the objective taking. In fights, you know, he understood really quickly, this fight is won, I'm going to start setting up on side lanes. I mean, he was kind of on their face the entire game, and it was really impressive.
And you could tell how much it meant to him as well. At the end of that series, we got to see him on camera. He was jumping up. He was clapping like he'd won the whole tournament, basically. But, I mean, to be able to beat Tundra 2-0 in a best-of-2 is obviously a huge accomplishment for him. First land in a long time for him as well, so I'm really excited.
This isn't like any group stage. This group stage, it has, like, every game has a lot of stakes behind it, and I think that's like a big difference with this format, you know, in comparison to other tournaments, because, you know, in the group stage you could end up being knocked out of the tournament, or you could end up being top 3 in a single elim bracket, guaranteed top 3 in the semifinals. So every best of 2 here matters a lot. You know, it's not, teams are just not like adapting and stuff, you know, they really have to give it their all.
So hopefully Tundra aren't too discouraged, right? Because again, it's just one series that they've gone down. It was pretty disheartening, you have to say, but you got to bounce back. You got to make sure that you're able to rebound and at least claim that 3rd spot so you're moving on into the bracket stage.
Yeah.
I guess in some ways it can feel better, right? Like when it's very close and the game goes 2 hours, it can kind of burn you out. When you have these ones where something clearly was wrong, like especially Aoi sitting behind there, he's like, I know exactly what we need to change up here when we move forward.
That's what they need right now. They need to find like this, feel like they get a whole, you know, fresh new start, because obviously you just want to erase a series like that from your memory. These are the most discouraging series because it feels like you showed up and you didn't really get to play. You got smashed so hard from the beginning of the game, from the draft maybe even, that it's just frustrating because it felt like you couldn't show really what you're made of. So hopefully they get that opportunity. They're all very experienced. I'm sure they're gonna know what to do in order to, you know, bounce back.
And I think the thing that might hurt a little bit more for them is that the expectation is there for them to do well. You know, top 3 at the major, top 1 in the region for Western Europe. So maybe this is, I don't want to say a reality check, but you can't take any series for granted. You know, Team Secret, obviously, they aren't at the major, but clearly they're a force to be reckoned with here.
And of course, we couldn't choose MVP. Like, we gave it to Zayats, but we had to have like an unofficial secondary one, which is why there is a magnificent Dawnbreaker right next to me, Resolution, for this whole series. It was that combo together, right? It kind of reminded me like back when Yapzor first came on Team Secret and how he synced up with his offlaner.
I mean, I'm really impressed by Rezo's performance in both games. I think he played also 2 heroes that are very, very different, right? Darts here is more of a, you know, try to tank a bad lane, try to get the most out of it and find your impact throughout the game, made the right decisions. Dawnbreaker, obviously, much different, you know, very potent laner, probably easier, you know, first 5 minutes, and then you have to transition well into the mid game, impact the game. And he really showed in already 2 games, like, how versatile he can be, you know, and how he can adapt to games.
Very different styles in game 1 and game 2.
Very different styles, and both games were like close to perfection. So very, very impressive showing from Rezo.
Yeah, again, it goes back to the fact of, I mentioned it before, when he tweeted out in May, me and Zayats, we want to play together. We are free agents, and now they get this opportunity. They're performing, you know. Who knows what's going to be happening with Ice in the long term, but Rezo's looking pretty good for now, although I do have to take a little bit of offense about his comments about the C-pubs as a member of that personally.
Here we go.
It's,
I feel like somebody kind of has to stand up for C-pubs also, because like it's been many times. I've played C-pubs, it was not that bad for me. I'll be honest, I actually had a pretty good time there. I felt like the Dota level was really high, so...
You just gotta lean into it, you know? You can't try and resist it. Just go with the flow, go crazy.
I'll go on the other side. I'm gonna stand with the C-pubbers. Like, I'm gonna be on that side and be like, all right, it's fine. If they don't want to play there, I'll come and play. Don't worry.
Good man.
It's a different experience. It's someone else to experience. You know what? Like, we're gonna experience something a bit closer to that home, because up next we have OG versus RNG. Now, of course, we're gonna have to switch one of these outs around, and seeing as I've got an SEA fanboy here trying to fanboy, can you maybe give us a feeling who's gonna win this one? I don't want to talk to him. I know who's going for it.
I mean, I gotta support my Malaysian boys in Ghost of Next Nova. I mean, you know,
fair enough.
They're homegrown. And I'm keen to see how Misha does on the LAN, you know, with the rest of the team as well. I think that's going to be pretty cool to see.
Okay, well, like I said, I'm not asking you. I already know where you're going. So, you know what? You shouldn't go anywhere, because in a few minutes, we should be ready to get underway with our next series. Up next, OG versus Raw Never Give Up. So don't give up on watching the stream. Be back in just a few minutes.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه اركي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
what a smooth showing from Team Secret. And you know what? If you want to be smooth with your gameplay, maybe you should get yourself a Razer product so that you can have the best gaming experience. And by the way, you know how you can afford those? Make sure you pick up a MasterCard and boop, just stick it on that. Yes, that was how I was going to add in our sponsors as we kind of skipped it a little bit because we were so excited to move this one because I know Sev's looking forward to this. OG on LAN, and they've got their Capitan back in the seat.
Full squad, finally. It got close to not being the case. He had some troubles kind of in the airports getting there, but he did. He got in this morning, I think pretty late, like 6, 7 a.m. So, props to him. I'm sure he spent his day kind of wisely and he's going to be quite ready and energized for the games. But yeah.
If he could have not made it, they would have had a perfect stand-in here. And I'm not talking about Sam. Yeah.
I saw that coming.
Just no, I'm kidding. I'm glad the whole squad is on LAN. Like, this is going to be the second LAN for the boys, and now with the full squad, not taking anything away from you. You did your job. You did excellent. But I want to see the squad that was built from the start to see how they are going to perform.
And let's see how excited they are for this event. We got a chance to talk to OG. Let's see what they had to say about the Riyadh Masters.
I think our performance this year has been splendidly, amazing. I think we exceeded all the expectations. We already qualified the TI, we already won a major. We have exceeded all the expectations and made for us, especially with the new players in our team that have no experience from before. So here, if we start losing or whatever, we all can be happy with what we achieved and hopefully keep improving. We did not get the opportunity to play a lot against the other regions yet. I think the only region we haven't played against is China. I think China is going to be in this tournament too, so it's going to be nice to play against the Chinese teams. I think they have a lot that we can learn from. It will be interesting to see how they play. I don't really fear any teams, I will say. I feel like when it comes to losses or winning, it's all up to us, pretty much. It's up to us how we try and how we take the games. If you went to the grand finals, I would like to meet Team Liquid. The main reason why I want to meet them there was because me and Husseini is also we talk about exchanging jerseys on stage. If you get to the stage together, we play against each other. And also I just want to beat them, Nice.
Interesting choice to highlight that maybe China could be a little bit of a challenge, because funnily enough, that's how they're going to be beginning their journey here in Riyadh. Talk to me, Seb. You were nervous about this, RNG?
I mean, it's a big team they're going up against. I mean, RNG, what a lineup. Somnus, FY, these players are no joke, man. These players, whenever they enter a tournament, they come to win it. And very often they're very close to doing so, if not, just doing so. So, yeah, if they haven't played against Chinese teams, what an introduction to Chinese DOTA by playing against, RNG.
Absolutely. I mean, they just won the major. There were no Chinese teams, so I want to see how these two regions are going to be matched up. This is the first time since the TI that we're going to have China on LAN, and it's going to be super hype.
Yeah. Are you calling the major win a fluke?
You guys were called, you had the fluke 1, fluke 2. Is this considered a fluke 3? 3 and you're out?
I was just checking. Okay.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's what happens, but they showed the extremely good performance. You showed extremely good performance. I keep forgetting,
You got to be careful, because if you keep calling him a fluker, he's just going to rush off of this panel right now.
I think
push someone out of their chair and stop playing.
If you were not there, it would probably not be a fluke, right?
Okay.
You're bringing this fluke factor in.
There's nothing I can do about that. I'll just have to tank it. It's fair enough.
You know what? Let's talk a little bit about OG. Finally having that full roster, having them on LAN. You were talking a little bit about behind the scenes how much this meant to me to be able to be here. He got in quite late. He was a little bit worried at first it wasn't going to happen. This must be such a relief to be able to be back with the boys.
It is, and I think even for the whole team, it's a big moment for them, because they all really missed him at the major, and they wish he was there, and having him here, of course, for himself individually, it's a big thing, and I know he's super stoked. but also for the team. It gives them like an extra reason to really want to take it home and make him proud. Also get him to experience, to collect kind of the fruits of all the hard work, because he's putting in so much work in this project and he's doing so much for the team that it's only fair that he also kind of gets like a some of the reward of the work he's been putting in. So I know that this really gives them like a surge of energy and motivation to try to win this tournament.
And who else?
Just by speaking about it, I'm getting hyped up. I'm feeling
good
this
about
energy.
All right, let's get hyped up for some China, because Royal never give up. We got a chance to talk to a few of the members of the team. Let's see how they're feeling about the Riyadh Masters.
Being at LAN gave us a chance to play against other regions other than our own regions. So it's a very good learning experience before we actually face the final competition, I guess, the major and also the TI. My expectation for this tournament is more on how we learn and adapt, since all of us are not playing in the same house, because some of us are from Malaysia and some of them are from China. So there's also been a traveling issue for us. So it's finally a chance for us to bring us together to play together. To be honest, I expect to see our games to be more close and actually more competitive, since we've been isolated for quite a long time, and I think I would choose Team OG to face in the final, as they are the major finals, and when they have a stand-in. Of course, they have Seb, their coach, and they're always an interesting team to play with their amazing playstyle strategies. I think my team's biggest strengths will be flexible and versatile.
Always good to hear from X-Nova, as I like to call him, the good Eye of Sauron, as that guy is a master of vision, and I'm hyped to see what he can bring to the support role. I've just got to quickly clock across the Seb. I heard him hyping up OG, got his eyes set on your boys.
I mean, it's gonna be an awesome matchup, and I really think that this RNG is like one of the best in China, one of the best in the world. So looking forward to it.
Let's see if they're the best at walking out. Let's head across the stage. It's time to bring the teams out into the arena.
أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، شاهدنا الجيم الثاني معنا في بطولة رياض ماسترز الهوستد باي جيمرز 8. ودنا نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يحدث في باقي الجروبز اللي معنا. مباريات توها باقي ما بعد خلصت، وعندنا مباريات جدا حامية اليوم، خصوصا المباراة هذه اللي بتكون جدا جدا مميزة. والفريق الأول اللي بيكون معنا في المباراة الثالثة على اليوم هو الفريق الفائز معنا في بطولة ESL 1 ستوكهولم في السنة الحالية. رحبوا معنا بفريق OG. For their opponents, we have an argument sometimes whether a team that's invited or not deserves to be here. But how do you know a team is truly deserving? That's if they made it through the qualifiers. And that's exactly what this team did with a final match of a 3-0 against Boom Esports. Please give a big round of applause to RNG!
Now that we know what teams are playing, truly an international and a clash of nations that couldn't be farther apart, but today they will be together on this very stage, and to analyze this encounter, we'll have a great group of analysts to tell you exactly what's going to be going on.
خلونا نشوف اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور ايش النتيجه حق المباراه الثالثه اليوم. الجروبات كل ما لها قاعده تمشي، وبعد يوم يومين راح نعرف مين اللي بيتاهلون معنا الى البلاي اوفز، لكن المباراه هذه بتكون مميزه. RNG ضد OG اعزائي المشاهدين موجوده معنا في رياض ماسترز، فخلونا نشهد ايش ممكن يحدث في المباراه. بس تفتو بتكون جدا حماسيه، فعلى طول على الاستديو التحليلي نتكلم عن المباراه اكثر ونرجع لكم في المباراه الثالثه اليوم.
Thank you, Ava. Thank you, Fancy. All right, boys, we've got our lads on the stage. It's almost time to kick off. Of course, I've got my OG expert. Lacoste, did you secretly work for RNG at one stage?
Actually not. But there's still a chance. I'm always hoping for different opportunities, so they can hit me up.
All right, there you go, X.
They definitely don't need me. They have Super, you know, like they don't need me. They have X Noah. They brought in Kaka. Kaka, he's the one that brings what brings this team together, I would say. Coming out from this position 4, people who don't know Kaka's curse, he leaves the team. Teams are not doing as good. We're talking about like Newbie, Keen, IG. Whenever he leaves the team just gets worse. And whenever he joins, he always looks good.
Better than being the other way around, right?
Yeah, he's a really scary player to go up against. Like, I don't know, I remember so many, you know, different patches and different kind of states of Dota, and he's always been there, kind of performing, shining, and it really feels that whenever he joins the team, that team, there's like big changes, you know, like deep changes within the team's playstyle and their ability to perform. And I think it also happened with RNG, right? So it's an incredible team, really all-star players, you know, Somnus, you know, Chalice, and I mean, and then they have the younger player, I guess, you know, the carry player that's kind of up and coming now.
Yeah.
And he's really also performing on a really high level, so looking really forward to see him.
I mean, he's a 12K MMR player. For competitive Dota, it doesn't matter that much, but the competition is super strong. Yeah, you gotta flex that number. Like, you want to be the best, and also RNG, I think we gotta give them also credit for getting the first place in the DPC tour in Tour 3 in China, because it's a super competitive region. Like, if you look at all of these teams, pretty much any team can beat anyone on a good day.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, they played a series already, RNG against Enigma, right? They tied up, and it was a really high level series, let's put it this way. I felt like both teams played incredibly well, and both teams kind of, in my opinion, already established themselves as being some of the strongest teams here. So I'm really looking forward to see this matchup. What maybe might play a little bit against RNG tonight is that OG maybe have a very kind of specific play side that people know them for, you know, their drafts, playing around the Mar, and they're probably quite known now in the West, maybe less in the East, or maybe they have been also studied. I mean, Xnova did mention that he would like to face OG in the finals, so probably, you know, OG already has no secrets for RNG, which...
Yeah. The thing about winning the major is you put pretty much a bullseye on your back.
True.
Where everyone's going to study you. Like, if you didn't do well, people are not going to do as much prep as they would for a team that won the major.
So that's why they're like, Seb, go back to retirement now. We need a wild card here. We need someone that's going to throw people off.
I'm harmless now. Look at me here. What damage can I do?
Hey, with your magnificence, you can melt people's brains at home.
Sure, I'll try.
All right, well, of course, the other thing to think about with that Ghost pick is actually they picked him up right at the start, the qualifier for this, right? Like, he was a very recent addition to that stage. Maybe a little bit shaky in the early days, but as you were highlighting through the regionals, like, the rate of improvement that this squad has seen has been absolutely phenomenal, as we are finally ready to get underway with the draft.
All right, this is it. They did their homework.
Yes, they know what's coming.
Yeah, this is something that Tundra has done like 3 out of 4 games last time they played. Ban out the Timber, ban out the Viper, and first pick the Razor. Try to throw out OG out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and it worked really well. I think that's, you know, one of the cards that has been played and has seemed to work. Let's see now if RNG can do it, and they probably can, right? Because I think Chalice already played the Razor in this tournament against Nigma, so definitely something that they're comfortable with. And probably, you know, OG, by seeing these bans, they should understand that this is probably their plan. And there you see it.
They definitely didn't get surprised, you know, like, wow, we can't believe that this happened. If you did a little bit of a study, you could see that this potentially is the working formula against OG.
And this is why you see also the insta picks from OG. It's like no hesitation. This is like scripted drafting so far. Both teams kind of knew what they were getting into, and everything is kind of going according to the plan. I don't know if Amar understands the respect that he's getting for getting his Razor stolen by players such as Kaka, Somnus.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. These are not 2 bans. These are actually 3 bans.
These are
for
3
Amar.
bans, exactly. It's like a block pick, kind of you call it. But yeah, and then the Nyx comes, Kaka's Nyx. It's actually been banned already in this tournament, even though nobody else plays it. But he's really well known for being excellent at this hero.
He's the one who can make it work. A little bit of a weak laner compared to some other position 4s, but there's a way to play around it, manipulate the creep waves, definitely. But once you get the levels on the hero like shows what the strengths are.
And Razor kind of makes up for it, because when you play Razor, what you're afraid of is kind of having them kind of close the gap with you and be too annoying, harassing you too much, and then Nyx just acts like a punching ball basically. He just tanks the spells and Razor will bring the damage because he will get the link off, and with the carapace and the impale. It's a very, very good lane actually that OG has also been using quite a lot at the major. That's no secret, so I can I can talk about it.
See, yeah, you gotta be careful what you reveal to us.
I mean, this looks like OG is on the on the right and RNG is on the left, but yeah, this is like 2 block picks now.
Well, respect coming both ways. What do you think it is that's holding the Nyx back from maybe being a bit more picked across the board?
He needs a good setup in the lane. Like, you can't just straight up pick Nyx Assassin and pray for the best. I think the other pairing that I've seen in the Tour 2 for Nyx Assassin was with Medusa, where you're playing like a pretty defensive lane. If they try to go on Medusa, then you have like a potential turnaround, like you trade a kill in the lane, and that's about it. But I feel like Treant did a better job in Tour 2, better than Nyx Assassin.
It's funny, the Nyx versus Puck matchup, because I've seen a lot of players pick Puck into Nyx and a lot of players pick Nyx into Puck. Like, the Nyx players are, convinced that they are on the better end of the trade, and Puck players think otherwise. So I'm really looking forward to see this. Obviously BZM, very, very good Puck player. Kaka on the Nyx, we mentioned it. So I'm gonna look at this specific matchup, during the game.
I remember a matchup, it was Nisha playing Puck against Nyx Assassin, and he ended up the game with 0 deaths. That kind of changed my perspective a little bit on the matchup, because usually you would think it's like relatively easy to execute. It's about like who's getting the first jump, who's getting like whether Puck is getting the silence, how many sentries you have, who has the vision advantage. But I still believe in this little bug. Like, I still believe in Nyx that can potentially hurt him. Like, especially if you get like some other layer of stun, something that can control Puck. And we can see some of the better matchups against the Puck. They have an instant stun coming up from the Dragonite, and also in the laning stage, Voice Spirit does extremely well.
And it's interesting to see the prioritization, right? Because so usually on first pick, the 8th pick is a strong pick because it allows you to pick it into protecting the pick with 3 bans, right? Which is something you cannot do on second pick that OG has right now. They pick the Puck and it could have gotten countered by what is now the Nyx, but it could have been the mid hero, right? Because now you see OG, they're banning heroes that they probably respect against the Puck mid. The DK is a famous counter, or people assume it's a counter to Puck mid. Void Spirit also a hero that mid laners really like to have against Puck. So it does show how much RNG prioritizes Nyx over trying to punish the Puck. They're like, we'll punish him later, maybe in a weaker way. It doesn't matter. This Nyx is too important. We need to grab it.
It comes down to that whole concept of complementing your draft versus, I'm just going to count this thing out, like you were saying, the fact that it benefits the Razor.
And accompanying the Razor with a partner that you really want, and try to building your own draft and play on your strength instead of trying to kind of blindly counter the opponent and end up with a draft that doesn't really, synergize as well.
Yeah, looking at the hero that OG opened up with, it's the Enchantress, something that you guys didn't play in a while, so kind of a new hero for OG. What are they doing? Adjusting the mouse sensitivity.
It's important. It's important. You want to get rid of all the sound and mouse issues kind of before the game starts, because then, it kind of snaps you out of your zone and the level of focus that you have to achieve in order to perform in these games. So I'm glad they're doing that now. And some players also pay way less attention to the draft than you might think. You might think you have only good students, and then everybody's kind of looking at the draft. And some players are like, wait, what? And then you realize they haven't been listening.
Oh, you picked my hero?
Yes, exactly. You picked my hero without asking? I'm like, it's been picked for 3 minutes already. Like, where were you?
Have you ever had someone who's just had such an obnoxious mouse that's just kind of flashbanging you in these dark environments before?
I did not, actually.
No?
No, not yet.
How about you, Lucas? You ever had that awkward experience?
Oh, no, we didn't have those RGB lights back in my day.
Expired mine.
That's a long time ago. Let's not talk about that. But no, I mean, the Enchantress pick, I think it's quite interesting. Obviously looks like a support hero. usually Marcy has been played, I think, more as a 5 than a 4, right? So you kind of wonder. I mean, Taiga is kind of known for playing Enchantress too, so it could be an Enchantress 4, it could be an Enchantress 5. There's quite some versatility so far, you know, with the hero picks, and then the TB comes.
TB good against Razor once you get to your item timings. Like Terrorblade is not afraid of any of these heroes pretty much once he hits his item timings. I'm a little surprised that RNG decided to go with Lina. Like this is Ogre, Lina, Nyx. Puck's still gonna have a good time. Like the only hero he needs to be careful about is pretty much Nyx Assassin.
Maybe they think that the Lina is a really good hero against Puck in the lane, because in the game, Puck for sure doesn't really care about Lina. They kind of ignore each other for the most part, but Lina buys an early BKB, so Puck is not a problem, and vice versa. But, you know, probably a good lane counter. It kind of looks like a Lina mid, I want to say, right? Unless they do something really crazy. We have seen some Lina +1. I know Yotoro particularly has been popularizing in EU pubs, but we haven't yet seen it in competitive, I think. Could be a Lina Ogre, you know, some really, really strong safe lane, or just a casual Lina mid, you know, nothing too crazy here.
Does it feel like RNG are just trying to play a very fast game here? Because their heroes look like they're designed to fight quite easily.
I don't know if they can. Sure with some heroes, but if we're talking about like sieging the tier 2 towers right now, they don't have enough tower damage. Lina is kind of okay-ish. I also want to see what the build on Lina is going to be, but it's going to be like Soul Ring into BKB, which I think it's kind of a must. You're playing into Puck, you're playing into Marcy, so you want to be able to stand your ground in a fight and deal as much damage as possible.
I think I've even seen Chinese teams like go like naked BKB, like not even travels into BKB. I've seen both, right?
Yeah, I prefer that.
Yeah, okay. So then it could be, it's not super fast, but it's kind of fast. If Razor has like a stable game and Lina too, then you get the 2 early BKB timings. And I mean, China famously known for, you know, kind of abusing BKB timings and being really good at executing team fights and whatnot. So it could be their gameplay.
And it fits quite nicely when you got these kind of buffers like the Ogre Magi's coming out, which obviously then, you know, you can go for one of those kind of hard, fast carries type heroes that can maybe give that push, because I think we're missing, probably an offlaner here, I want to say, for RNG?
For RNG, I would expect the Razor to be playing on +3, but no, I mean, actually, you might be right. Maybe the lane is not that good for him. I could really see how like a TB Marcy or TB Ench could be a little bit problematic for the Razor. And then in that case, they can always decide to put him, you know, on the safe lane. Because if Razor is ever going to have an edge on TB, he needs to be ahead in gold.
Yeah.
Right? He needs to be able to man up to him. Like imagine a TB Skadi, right, clicking down the Razor. Razor has to be, you know, like, fat enough, you know, like with armor, maybe double BKB with refresher, that he can man up to him, get the link off, and kind of not die through the link, so that TB gets, you know, all the damage sucked away from him. And then now Razor is actually a TB counter, because, you know, double BKB with the refresher, TB cannot get the Sunder off. But if Razor is ever behind the TB in gold, he's just food for TB. He's just going to die to the Skadi right clicks before he even gets close to get the link off.
So that means OG, they have a last pick, and RNG, they're still keeping things open. That's why they picked CK, because both Razor and CK can be played at both off lane and the safe lane, and then they're going to decide. It's a lot of stun. Like, this is some like old school Dota.
It looks like Dota 1.
Yeah, pretty much. 648B type of Dota, where everyone has a stun except Razor, but pretty, like, I'd say, easy to execute on their side.
The analysts, like if we were analysts back then, would have said that RNG right now has a 4 times better lineup. Yeah, 4 stuns, while OG only has 1. So maybe OG can buy a Hex on Puck, and that's 2 stuns, but it's still not good enough, right? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it is a scary lineup to go against, and actually I think like Ogre is deceptively strong against Puck. I think it's something you don't really think about when you play Puck, but then this Ogre stun actually is annoying. It's instant. It's a little bit like a lift, obviously not as long, but unless you get multicast, but you know, it's a really good stun to have against Puck. You know, Ogre plus Nyx, I feel like these are 2 heroes that, you know, could really catch a Puck, and they do have like a big amount of damage in CK Lina. You do get stun even for 1 second, you might just die.
It's a very meaty lineup as well, right? Razor, Ogre Magi, CK, even Nyx to a degree. They have an ability to run at their opponents early.
And I would say also 3 cores that use Bloodlust a lot. Like, you know, with MS amplification, these are 3 cores that are already pretty fast, so Bloodlust is even better. And obviously attack speed on CK Lina and Razor is crazy. So I think it's a... Even though you don't really want to enable Ogre in general, I think this is like an ogre enabling draft. Like the Bloodlust is actually gonna feel pretty strong.
Gotta enable that position 5. That's
Ogre
coming out from
players.
the major. Like, yeah, you did enable yourself.
I'm sure there's like an ogre player at home that is like, that's
hell
what I
yeah,
dreamt
this
to
is
hear.
it.
You have to enable me, guys. I've been playing ogre for so long and nobody noticed me. You were right the whole time. We have to pay more attention to you guys out there, the ogre players.
Good Underlord pick. Like once they saw the CK pick, it makes more sense. Like Underlord has not been that popular because the CK kind of dropped down in terms of priority, and yeah, it's a good way to deal with the CK. And they needed like something beefy because they had what Puck, Enchantress, Marcy. Terrorblade is not gonna join anytime soon, so they needed someone to be the front line. I like this Underlord pick last quite a lot.
It's a good one. They might get tempted now to put the Razor 1 to try to punish the Underlord.
Yes.
But, you know, yet again, CK against TB. CK has 2 rough side lanes, so let's see how they adapt to that.
You're going to have to go for your boys, right, Seb?
Obviously.
How about you? Are you trying to get a jersey from Seb here?
Did I get one from you before? I probably did.
You
I
did,
probably
right?
asked.
So you're good to go. You can
yeah,
just...
I can say that I still like the OG draft.
Nice.
Like I think this Underlord, you know, I think people are sleeping on the hero because he's still going to be super strong in this matchup.
So you're both on OG. Don't worry though, RNG. You don't have to give up. You can definitely pull this one back. Let's see if they can do it though as we hop across for game number 1, Black and B-Cop on the mic.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, it's RNG up against OG. Again, the panel together, and we've seen it be a little bit of a caster's curse before. And we'll see if it ends up being a caster's curse again. RNG getting the Kaka Nyx Assassin, which has been banned against them previously. It has shown up many a time, but one of the things that I'm kind of afraid of, if you're an RNG fan, is the Underlord. I've seen Amar play this hero and just absolutely be so disgusting with it too.
Yeah, I think this game is actually like, there's counters across the board, right? Nyx counters the puck, but if Nyx can't control the puck, then puck's going to be completely free this game. And I think a lot is really going to come down to BZM, how much you can get done on that puck. Because if that Razor gets a free game, he will be the Underlord counter, right? And the CK is on paper supposed to be the TB counter. There's going to be a lot of countering going on, and whoever snowballs more will obviously have the advantage in that.
Yeah.
But Underlord should also be massive because the lane against CK is pretty free, and as the panel already said, the matchup here is going to be really, really strong. Especially once he gets to level 20 talent, minus 50% damage from all those illusions. CK suddenly doesn't seem so strong anymore.
Yeah, it could be a bit of an issue, and you know, we've talked about it during the season. Ghost under pressure has sometimes kind of fallen over really easily.
Yeah.
And I think this season, throughout the year, he's grown. I came into Tour 3 thinking that Ghost was a big issue with this roster, but he's definitely found a bit of his mark here with RNG, and I think if we see what we know Ghost can produce, RNG are going to be obviously in a much better spot, but I think he gives Amar maybe even a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy though, because obviously they had that Underlord last pick into the CK, so Amar's obviously going to be very, very comfortable in that. And what we didn't talk about yet, we have Somnus on a signature Lina.
Yeah.
Like in China, he is probably the #1 Lina. Even ahead of Ori, and it's very, very scary what he can do on this hero.
It really is kind of crazy just what Somnus has been able to accomplish on this hero. We've seen him, obviously, that famous high ground defense that he had, where they went in with the OD, but he gets to survive with like 5 health with the Satanic. It gets a Rampage. And that also shows that he can play under pressure.
Oh yeah, I mean, we already knew that though. Like Somnus is one of the best, if not the best mid laner in China.
Right.
And pressure is nothing new to him. So. Yeah. But this entire OG draft, the only fear I have for them is they're very, very lane dependent and pretty snowball dependent too. Because as the panel already said, they don't have many stuns. And the only way to play without stuns is by really snowballing it and getting good items on your heroes. And you see it, Amar is actually in trouble.
And getting run down a little bit, but the damage isn't quite there.
Yeah.
You've got Underlord with some early armor, a bit of health to rely on. 840 is not crazy.
Yeah. You can't underestimate CK's damage too, though, right? Because he has that Reality Rift soon. It's going to be -4 armor. Underlord is a pretty low armor hero.
Yeah, bring him down to 1 armor, and then all of a sudden you can be in a bit of trouble. Especially, we've seen X-Nova in the past on this Ogre, just a thorn in the side of anybody who's in the lane, right? Like, it constantly the ignites, and let me just run at you. I'm Ogre. And that might happen here to the Edge.
Yeah.
No reality
too much damage. But of course, Enchantress Heal is pretty OS frog, so nothing much will happen there. Mid lane, very even. It's a little bit Lina favored, not by much. Like, we have already seen these really good puck players, they don't really care about the matchup. They get what they want, they start rotating, they start being a nuisance for everybody.
Something we used to see in China a lot was like the 4 and 5 come mid and have a party.
Yeah.
Around 4 minutes. They have supports that can kind of get away with that. And they have stuns that can bring, you know, that they can bring.
Yeah.
I wonder if they try to even just elevate Somnus in his game. Because he has been, I think, probably the most important part to this lineup as they try to make the jump on Akaka. The rebound's not going to be enough there or anything with it just yet, but they've got the dispose. The damage on Akaka goes to the Spike Carapace. Good body blocks, but still Kaka, a master at the craft of Nyx Assassin. And Nyx. And I'll translate that for you. He got his way out of there.
Pretty easily too. I mean, even if he was in trouble, he still had a Fairy Fire. Like, Kaka is not a guy that would just like die to something simple like that.
Ooh, good impale, static link, and this is a problem for Misha. They've got the plasma field, they'll get the kill, and Chalice, he will get first blood, and he has been the topic of conversation between us. We talked about it on the ride here, and we were talking about it before. Chalice, you know, when he was with LGD, when he had that time, he played a very sacrificial 3-lane.
Yeah.
Not so much. He has gained a lot of confidence with this RNG roster, and I feel that has put him into his element. And he plays really aggressive.
Yeah, but they also just give him like Razor every game.
Yeah,
so it's or
like, bars.
It's like favorite here at this point. Oh yeah, I like the Lightning dude.
Reality Rift and the 2-second stun.
Lose that fight?
Amar's gonna fight with Ghost, and Ghost, well, he'll die and turn into one.
You cannot underestimate the damage that Underlord has from all that creep with the aura as well, of course. And the Link on again. Misha might just be dead again.
He might just die here. Chalice on the chase. No dispose for a second. Finally gets it. Misha goes in, tries to kill himself to Roche, but Chalice is there.
What's he saying? Close but no cigar or whatever?
Yeah. Close but no cigar. Or
where does that come from?
I don't know. I couldn't tell. That sounds like some 30s, 20s stuff.
Right.
Almost. It's like almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah. I know that one. Yeah. My crumpets have been buttered.
Well, Nomad crumble there. Shout out. So with Ghost now dying in that bottom lane, like, do you feel like he could play aggressive anymore? Have you lost that ability to be confident? Like, it shows right
he's
there.
Trying to answer you, but he's taking a
like
lot of damage.
It's a problem. And he's on the run. He didn't do anything to him, and he's just dead again.
He died to the crit. The wolf was just like, yeah, I'm just going to one-tap you there. There was a very ambitious attempt at aggression. Yeah, he definitely went in by himself, but like, Underlord is not a hero we see a whole lot, right? So they probably are not super comfortable against it, but you cannot play against this hero like that. Like, he has like 100 bonus damage from that aura. You have to respect that. And if you disrespect Amar, you know what he's gonna do. He's gonna slap you.
He'll drop some mantles on you.
And Chalice is getting real low too.
Yeah, surprisingly, he's getting chased. No Kaka there to protect him for the moment, but they might even turn this on to Misha, but he turns back around, looks for the rebound. Doesn't quite land it, and oh man, they do get the kill on a Chalice. They end up trading. They've got Somnus in, and down goes Yuragi as it's Somnus making that rotation. Didn't have to use the Laguna Blade, and well, I mean, again, we've talked about it on RNG. Somnus is the guy to rely on.
Yeah, pretty easy rotation for him, even without boots, which is pretty uncommon from the mid lane.
He'll be grabbing those soon. He went into the early Falcon Blade. He'll be going boots travel. Nothing new for Somnus in terms of going for those bots. They've got 3 heroes mid.
Maybe drop the coil on
make
him?
a move.
They might.
Kaka looking for that 6 so he can start to be that assassin.
It's a lot of tower damage in the mid. already at half HP, softening up for later, and you really never want to lose that tower that early.
Right.
Because then you lose your triangle access, and it's much easier to invade the enemy triangle, which of course Terrorblade will be very happy to retreat to at some point. Who's actually sitting very low to CS, because usually you pick Terrorblade to counter the Razor, but the lane didn't go well at all.
Yeah. And then especially with the Somnus rotation, making it that much harder. I'm a little interested, and I kind of want to talk to you about the Ogre pick. You know, in China, it's been very heal 5.
Yeah.
Like we talked about in the last series, your Warlocks, your Winter Wyverns, especially Xnova loves the Winter Wyvern. You know, you're trying to... Ench is definitely one of those that we've seen in the 5 as well. Are you surprised by an Ogre to be in the 5 position for this team?
Hold the thought.
Your Agi gets chased.
No.
Kaka, not in range.
Yeah, so, I mean, the only reason they picked Ogre this game is because they have like a very clear idea of buffing up 3 right-clickers, right?
Right.
The Razor, the Lina,
bottom lane,
as well as the CK.
Nothing doing just yet, and just a Firestorm. And just putting the pressure on the Ghost, and now they've actually got a lot of heroes here. Xnova, he'll fall. Amar, he'll get credit for the kill. They brought Yuragi down. They want to try and get Ghost again. He finally hits that level 6. He'll go for the TP, and I mean, it's free.
Yeah, that should be the tower gone, though.
Yeah.
That's the problem with offlane Razor we always get to, right? Why I don't like to hear in the offlane. You are not really an offlaner at all. You're more like a carry in the offlane.
Right.
So until you get your BKB, you can't really be too active. And who are you going to rely on? It's going to be Kaka probably trying to make the plays together with Somnus.
And he's trying to hit that 6. He's very close to it. He's soon to have that Vendetta to make the moves. And maybe roll around with Somnus, because they've got a lot of damage. Vendetta into an Impale, LSA, even if that's, you know, needed at that point. That feels like a lot of damage. And then you've got, of course, the Laguna Blade for the burst.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage they have is it should be a lot simpler for them to make plays because they have a lot of stuns, right? The only problem now is that CK is incredibly pressured, so he doesn't really want to fight a lot.
Yeah.
Which puts a lot of pressure on Somnus once more.
And we've seen him, you know, try to deal with this pressure at times, and we've seen it a lot throughout the year. And OG's doing a good job. Like, they have played this really well.
They have.
Despite the fact that they lost Yuragi top, I think things for OG have looked pretty good, and they might look even better. Well, Misha going in on a Chalice. They've got a +1 in the puck, making the rotation. BZM, Illusory Orb jaunting with the help of Taiga. Kaka's here. Can he save Chalice? He'll land the Vendetta. The Dream Coil is dropped. Now the Silence is there with the Waning Rift, the Spike Carapace, and he'll break the coil with the Spike Carapace, and it allows him to get the kill to BZM. A wise move from Kaka, who, well, is known as the wise man of the Chinese region. But, I mean, that is a good trade that they end up getting on a smart move from Kaka. It looked really good for OG, the way they made that pinch move.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's why his Nyx is usually banned so much. Like,
first phase.
He uses his Carapace better than almost any other player does.
Right.
That coil break right there, it looks pretty simple, but like, you have to think like 10 seconds ahead already, right? I'm gonna show myself here, I'm gonna get coiled, then I'm gonna break the coil, someone's gonna be there for all the damage, and just wait. Like, he doesn't break it right away, he's kind of just waiting, you know? He's waiting for Somnus to be in range, he gets in range, bam, instant burst.
And it's about the last second that that coil was going to last too. So drawing his team in, going further south towards his team, that was pretty perfect from him. But 5-5, that 1K net worth lead that OG once had is now kind of dwindling a little bit. Ghost is starting to find some open space, but you can see how just poor he is on the net worth, and well, how poor news this is for Xnova that the Dire's in your jungle.
Yeah, but right now, RNG's lineup is very greedy. So they just want to get away with it until they have to raise a BKB. Once they raise a BKB, it's up, they can actually start taking fights quite comfortably. It will have to depend, though, on the TB also, how big he is, because TB is the Razor counter this game. It'll be very difficult for him to fight. Oh, the heals are too much.
The heal, Plasma Field doesn't land.
Too tanky. The Fluffy Head made a difference.
Yeah.
Fluffy Head, Raindrops.
And that's the Laguna Blade. You kind of wanted to bump up Chalice on the net worth or try to get Somnus a little bit more go, because he's also
Kaka again.
Spike Carapace, and nothing doing just yet. He's still
Double
dusted.
damage on the puck. Or not. What was once there is not there anymore, B-Cup.
It is gone.
The definition of magic.
He still has this vendetta. Didn't break it despite being dusted.
Trying to kill the Eng.
Yeah, he'll move over to Taiga.
Look at his hands. Oh, he doesn't even try. It's always so funny when Nyx tries to hit the Eng. He's like, ah, I got you.
It's like doing the wave.
Except way slower.
Depends where you are, what stadium you're at. But now it's time for
nice
OG
oil.
to make a move into the Radiant side. They'll get the kill on X Nova. Taiga gets credit for that one, and
the Fiends get it in the
Fiends Gate.
And he's back out. Bye.
8 seconds left on that gate.
Fiends Gate is such an underutilized ability. Like, that's also why the hero is so strong. Like, I'm completely on board with the cost. I do think Underlord is very, very underrated.
Well, I remember I was watching one game, Amar was just using it to, like, farm out bottom creep wave, throw it up towards top, farm out that creep wave, and he was top of the net worth, just, like, so far ahead of others, using it to farm so efficiently.
I mean, Amar is pretty much an offlane carry as well, right? Like, that's just how OG plays. So
one of the best offlaners out there, if not, you know, considered one of the best, you know, the best by many.
Aka's looking.
And that gives away the fact that they do have the Sentry Ward down. The question is, at least for RNG, where? But they'll worry about that after, as they do take it out and get the kill on Misha too. So Sentry down, giving Nyx a little bit more of a free reign to move around.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And let's see if RNG can finally secure a tower. Just
Razor hitting
a
a tower seems so sad.
Yeah.
Hitting for like 20. And just
Easy
trying to
again.
defend, I think. Yeah. They need Lina for these tower pushes, otherwise it's never gonna work.
Somnus really wants that BKB. Chalice is close, but not on it just yet.
Yeah, the BKB timings are gonna be everything for RNG.
Dragonlance for Taiga after that fluffy
He's going
hat
into the right again,
and
I like it a lot.
treads. Yeah.
Eng can scale really well into the mid-late game if you get a good early game, which obviously
Rebounds,
has.
and a stun immediately threw out onto the Marcy. Not going to matter, though. X Nova is dead again.
They got the coil on Ghost.
Was a coil down. Ghost, though, on the run. They've got the help from Kaka as well. Somnus, but the LSA misses. The Pit of Malice is there. And they will, well, be able to disengage if they want. Oh, Misha, I don't know if he meant to do that on the rebound.
Gotta be careful when you run into the Underlord's domain.
Yes.
The Pit of Malice,
His
Firestorm
circle.
is never fun.
Especially if the fight just continues to take place there.
Yeah, Underlord loves long fights. Like, his damage stacks up with the Atrophy Aura, starts right-clicking harder than anyone else.
Stun
Nice juke with the
avoided.
puck.
With Kaka right there, looking ready. But that was really well done by BZM.
Yeah, we spoke about it already in the past, right? Like, if you're a very confident puck player, you don't fear anything.
It's crazy. I don't know if you ever feel like this when you watch OG games. I'll actually hold that thought. Static Link, Taiga,
Just
though.
walk away.
They just, yeah, enchant and walk away. But, like, we know how good OG is, right?
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I feel like even the small movements, they still impress me so much. Like, the little things just... It shows off how good they are.
I mean,
right?
for me, OG individually, they're some of the best in the world, obviously. Like, very few people can match them. The only problem they have oftentimes, in my opinion, is when it comes together, like, all as a team. Like, they get out-team play quite a bit. Which we'll see, you know, how much better they've gotten. Obviously, they won a major, so it's hard to say that. But, yeah, the individual talent on this team is... It's kind of unbelievable, honestly.
Top tier.
Yeah. Like, all of their players.
They have a 2K lead right now. And still Ghost is falling very far behind. And on top of that, you know, Chalice, he's trying to get that gold. He does have that BKB now. He's going into the Shivas, but is that enough?
Might just be a casual plate mail too and then into the refresher. So the problem is, as Razor, you can't really run into a Terrorblade because it's going to meta and kill you with the illusions. So you definitely need a casual plate mail. I like it a lot. However, committing for a full Shivas, I think, is a little bit too much.
Right.
It doesn't offer enough for the price at that point. Oh, they're looking for a fight top.
They have a BKB on Somnus now, so can they get away with fighting? Not while Somnus is back at the base, that's for sure, and X Nova is there too. Oh, they find Taiga again.
He is...
This time, he will die. He doesn't just get to enchant and walk away. That's for sure. Somnus top of the net worth, but we'll see if RNG can do anything with it. You can see the other two cores aren't exactly as wealthy.
They're smoking up straight away, the Ogre, Nyx, and the Lina. They're looking for more fights. But OG, very wise. They just dodge it completely. They might be even looking for a smoke themselves.
Yeah, they're grouped really well. While that's going on, RNG, they back up into the Roche pit, but they've got the stun out through on Amisha. On the cliff, though, is BZM. They don't get this kill onto the Marcy just yet, who pops that ult. So into the Unleash. Let's see what they do unleash. They get the kill on X Nova. They'll take out one. The Ogre's gone. They've used the meta. They've committed. They look for the dust onto Kaka, but he is well out of the fight. And with that, they're going to start to maybe think about Roche. The Metamorphosis duration is about half. They're postured up, maybe thinking RNG's going to come back again.
Yeah, but RNG's is going to wait out the Metamorphosis. And of course, Terrorblade not scary at all.
Kaka still in the Vendetta, but there's the Pit of Malice. Misha jumping in. BKB is popped by Chalice, and Misha will fall. Kaka still searching. He wants the proper target with this Vendetta, but it ends up running out without them using it. Now they'll find themselves BZM. Illusory Orb and jaunting away, but is he far enough from this team? Not looking likely. LSA into the Impale. They get the kill on a BZM. They'll take him out. Double kill for Chalice, now dominating. And we're even at 9.
Yeah, well played, tracking down his movements nicely, and that's also what Ogre is really good at, right? He gives it a Bloodlust, all the heroes are super fast, so even a hero like Puck can't always get away. Now into the Impale stun duration talent, and it's always my stat. Nyx is the only hero that has 2 stun duration talents.
Sheesh.
Now you know.
Taking a look.
And as a Wildkin in the... Man, killing an Enchanted Creep is so difficult. Like, they smoked up, but the Wildkin obviously saw that. So that smoke should really amount to much.
TB no meta.
TB no meta, yeah, for 50.
But they'll run into Misha first.
They're looking for TB, but yeah, Misha.
And then, look at that. Immediately, Yuragi goes the other way. Kaka even jolts over to Misha. They do get the kill onto the Marcy, making it 10-9. But that death is fine.
Yeah.
Keeps the TB alive.
They're getting very close to the BKB on Underlord. And you know, the Goldie was 3k before, now just 1k. So RNG is making up ground slowly but steadily.
Yeah. They've done a good job. I think always the question right now with the team is whether or not Ghost is going to make his way back in, and they're going to go to the Fiend's Gate. Or, well, maybe just open one up for him to leave.
Go in, Chalice.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, what's the problem? It would have been such a power move, such a Shad move.
Just to go.
Yeah, and then you kill the engine and go back. Like, oh, thanks.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the move.
You know what they should do? Like, when an enemy goes through the portal, they should also receive the bonuses.
That's what I was wondering.
Like, why don't they?
It just says heroes can channel, and then allies that pass through the portal temporarily gain the damage reduction. But
Actually,
I think there should be some risk.
I've never tried it. Like, do enemies get the buff too? I don't think so, right?
No, it says allies, so I assume not. Chalice.
He will have to BKB him, maybe.
Maybe he'll turn, but not looking like he really wants to. It's actually X Nova who will tank this gank. As Chalice is still on the run, Plasma Field, Kaka here, Impale lands onto Misha, who unleashes. Rod.
Ooh, from downtown, the Atos, but okay, it's a Nyx Assassin. Meta used again for Roshan this time once more. They don't have a BKB on TB though. They're still fighting onto the BKB timings.
Yeah, but Somnus isn't there.
Somnus isn't there, and Chalice is sitting real low. So
they're not even...
It looks kind of free, yeah. Nice decision making.
It's not that fast. They still have an opportunity. They are right there.
Misha
stops the TP, gets the kill to Misha. Maybe they go into the pit. They're getting the plasma field as well as the BKB, but there's the kill for RNG.
Chalice very low, Chalice.
Technically a snatch for BZM. They get the kill to Chalice, who ran out with the BKB. They look over at Yuragi, who uses the Sunder, but then they get hit with the Laguna Blade. They get the kill to the Terror Blade. Now they'll find their eye set on Taiga. And Ghost will get himself another. It's a double kill for this CK, and all in all, I mean, the Aegis goes into the hands of BZM, but RNG, they get the Roche kill, and they get 3 on top of that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit dumbfounded by this move, to be honest. Like, you killed an Ogre and just commit to a Roche without like an Ursa or something that kills Roche super fast, right? Ultimately, they still got the Roche kill, as I said, and the Aegis, but you gave a lot of gold over to RNG. Like,
yeah.
You were fighting into their timings, basically.
They have a 2K lead now.
Very confidently so. And probably backfired just a little bit.
Getting that Roche kill was definitely important for RNG, but they would have loved to, of course, have that Aegis too.
Yeah.
But it's consolation prizes that I don't think you're too upset with if you're RNG, and now OG...
Nah, now your CK is rich, your Lina is rich.
And now Ghost is finally at the top. Like, RNG have done their job. They've gotten Ghost back into the game. They've given him the time to fuel himself. Radavetos through on a Kaka, but let's see. Fake grenade and...
The speedy bug.
Yeah, very simple for Kaka to just walk out. These fights haven't exactly been long and drawn out.
No.
We've talked about that's kind of what OG might like.
Yeah, but there's so much burst damage coming out from RNG, right? From the Lina, from the Underlord.
They've got the smoke, they'll look for MR, they've got the blink as well as the impale. LSA with the Laguna Blade. The rebound's not going to matter, as they'll put that right back into the basket. They'll get the kill there on MR. They'll look over at Yuragi to try and get themselves a 2-pointer, and they will find themselves 2 with Taiga going down. Challenge with a double kill. LSA, the right clicks are in. Down goes Misha, and RNG are starting to feel themselves. Somnus now dominating.
And I mean, we spoke about the winning condition of OG, right? Like, they had to go get out of the lanes really well and transition to a strong mid game, but RNG has really taken it away from them. Now, the problem is that they don't have great damage through BKB. They don't have survivability anymore because they have so much farm on RNG, and the game is going to get very, very, very difficult from this point onwards.
Right.
Shiva's got completed. The power of Razor offlane is that you basically have a tri-core, right? Like, he becomes like an actual carry hero. So your damage in team fights, and as the game drags out, is always going to be superior. And look at the top 3 net worth.
Yeah. RNG have kind of got themselves a good foothold on this one. It's a 4-man smoke from OG to try and make something happen. Who can they find? That is the ultimate question for OG in the moment. Amar on the edge, but there's the Vendetta and the walk back. Radavetos thrown over on X Nova, but is that really who you want? They'll go, they'll get the kill on the Ogre, but there's the Laguna Blade. They find themselves at least to trade the Reality Rift onto Amar, as well as a 3-second Chaos Bolt. Amar not as tanky as he'd like to be, and the rest of the team kind of bailing on him, as they do lose 2. The only one gone is the Ogre. The chase is on for Taiga. And there's the Reality Rift, right clicks in, and a double for Ghost.
Yeah, making it look easy at this point. Amar, second fight in a row, couldn't get his BKB off. There's just so much damage. If you're stunned just once, you just die instantly. And it's only gonna get worse. Like, we spoke about the tri-core, right? Like, they're getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and the timer is really on OG to do something with the Terrorblade. He has his BKB now, so they're probably gonna try to look for a fight. But CK at this timing is a hard counter to Terrorblade. He cannot fight CK at this point.
Taking a look back at that last skirmish.
Yeah.
Radavetos, waning rift, the silence, the jump in with the rebound, and then Laguna Blade to kill off Misha as a trade. And then Kaka's ready with the impale, and they parlay that into a 3-second Chaos Bolt. Like, the damage is there. The lockdown is always abundant for RNG.
Yeah, and that's their draft, right? They have so many stuns, so much lockdown.
5-man smoke this time from OG. It feels like they're throwing themselves at fights and trying to come out ahead.
Yeah. Hopefully not at the meat grinder, because that's how it looks like right now.
Feels like that silence through on Kaka. They look for the Chaos Bolt. They go to the Unleash. They're trying to get the damage out onto the Nyx Assassin. Taiga gets credit for it. It's only 1 for this 5-man smoke. Is that really everything you wanted?
You might catch the Ogre. Even then, it wouldn't really amount to a whole lot. Meta was committed for this as well, so they need to at least get the mid tower.
There's the glyph. Now Somnus is in. Kaka's got buyback if necessary. They've kept BZM over on the cliff to try and maybe find an illusory orb in, as well as the Dream Coil. They're going to jump in with the BKBB Popeye Ghost, so getting the kill on Amisha very quickly with the BKBB Popeye Chalice as well as Yuragi. They're going to fight and try to man up on each other with the TP out for the Terrorblade. Now their eyes are focused on Taiga again. The Enchantress on the run, the damage is out. Ghost with another, he's unstoppable. And everything OG's thrown at RNG has just been deflecting, palmed away, and they just can't break through to the other side.
That is kind of starting to look like the beginning of the end. Like, the damage output is just not there, and Terrorblade needs like at least 2 more items to have the damage. I love that itemization decision also from Yuragi. He had the Skadi queued up, saw the last team fight, he's like, no way we can win any team fight like that. Queues up the Daedalus.
A lot of damage being dealt by Chalice this game, and he's going into the Refresher. He did commit to the Shivas and didn't just go to the plate mail.
Yeah.
Somnus also looking for the MKB. He's in that Silver Edge. The items are coming out still for RNG, and their timings are extending.
Yeah. Razor is a very dirty hero in a sense where you just walk into a fight, you deal so much damage passively. And I think RNG is one of the only teams that actually favors it to this degree. Like, they first phase it whenever they can.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward, honestly. Like, as this tournament goes longer, like, what kind of meta is going to evolve? Like, who's going to take what from who, you know?
Well, China's finally in the mix, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They're bringing something a little bit different. When we interviewed these guys in the China DPC, they have constantly talked about how they try to replicate LGD's play. But that's because they've been regional this entire time, and now you're getting more influence, as well as the fact that every other team here that didn't play China is getting influence from them.
Yeah.
Like, this could evolve not only this meta, but what's coming to follow. And what's following at the moment is another Misha death and a wicked 6 streak for Somnus.
Yeah, the space is running very thin. The map is getting taken over rapidly. I mean, just look at Ghost. Like, he's so strong now as well. Yeah, 18k Nepo from the lead. 19k. The damage output of the Radiant team is actually just ridiculous. Like, all 3 of their cores can easily kill any of the cores of OG.
Right. Enchanted Quiver for the side of RNG. I would assume Lina wants that, maybe?
Potentially, yeah. But right now he's sticking to the Paladin Sword.
He's near the tier 2. I don't know if that is the safest spot, but now the tower doesn't exist and RNG will fall on back. They're waiting for Roche, but it is a long one. 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
Yeah. Here's the problem for OG, right? They can never burst the hero 100 to 0. The only stun they have is Dispose, which you can easily react with BKB2, or a mini stun of the coil. So no matter how out of position you are, you cannot get bursted. The BKB will come, you'll turn around, and then you can still take the fight on your terms. Are they trying to itemize in a way to sort of alleviate that problem? How do you even itemize? Like, you need like a basher or something. Like, not like any of the heroes can get a basher.
I mean, Marcy technically could, but Misha's not surviving in these fights.
Yeah, he has his Ether Lens at least, so the range is going to be a little bit better. But still, it's like so telegraphed, right? It's not a Nyx stun out of Invis. It's not a Lina stun out of Invis or an Ogre instant stun. You're looking at like maybe half a second travel time.
Huh. They'll go for Ghost. Trying to find out his big secret, and well, he's very survivable. Goes to the Phantasm, turns it around on Amisha, and here comes Kaka. He's got the blink, but the impale off the mark. Taiga thinks about turning around for a second, but the rest of the side of OG will leave. And RNG are going to smoke up and go.
Yeah, yeah. They don't have to be scared at all. Taiga is going to be in the meat grinder.
Blinks forward and trying to look. They've got the silence out of BZM. He's on the cliff. Pin him out on Kaka. They go to the Metamorphosis. BZM with the damage coming through. They get the Kona Kaka, but the Static Quake is there with Chalice popping the Refresher.
So
the freshly built Refresher, the TP out from Yuragi. They're going to leave the fight, but there's the Feeds Gate. Amar, you left him a gate to go right outside your fountain. I want to see them go for it. But again, they probably won't. Taiga on the run, the Plasma Field hits him, but now they're going to try and turn. Yuragi still has a little bit of the duration left on the Metamorphosis, as well as BZM behind him. The silence is there from the Waning Rift, but he's got the help of the Bloodlust coming in from X-Nova. They still look to chase a little bit. They don't have the Rod of Atos. They don't exactly have the Rebound and Dispose to make up the gap between them and these heroes. So OG don't find anything when they chase RNG away.
Yeah. The good news is that they won't have the Refresher, and Roshan is about to respawn. Bad news is you also don't have Metamorphosis.
Yeah.
So you actually can't go for that Roshan even if you wanted to. And Lina is still... He has a double damage bottled on Lina. So that next team fight, he is going to destroy.
And he's level 25.
Oh yeah,
he's
has
got
the attack
the
range
extra
down.
attack range.
Yeah. 125 attack range for a hero like Lina is kind of absurd. He also went back into the Dragonlance as like 5th item. Because he knows, he just needs to stand behind his Razor, stand behind your CK. It's all you gotta do. Right click the Terrorblade.
RNG up 11,000, but OG, you never count him out. Ever. This is a team that is quite resilient.
Yeah. And this is the power of Ogre now, right? You have 3 cores that absolutely thrive with Bloodlust. They love this spell. And it's all coming together very, very nicely.
Roche is just so quick. They're going in with a Dispose, but look at that. Misha just bursted down again. They're going to kill next over, but it's only the Ogre. The right clicks are through on Lamar, and he's gone. Way squishy, and they want more. Yuragi's invis thanks to the Silver Edge, but Taiga doesn't have that benefit, so now he's invis because he's been buried. Dead again.
I'm just looking for timings. I'm looking for like openings for OG, but RNG's not giving them any. Like every time they get a kill, it's either on the Nyx or the Ogre. I don't know when the last time a core has died on the RNG side. It must have been like good like 15 minutes ago.
Somnus hasn't died all game. You've got 8, 2, and 7 for Ghost. He had those 2 deaths bottom. And then Chalice, he's 10, 3, and 8. Like these cores are showing off.
Yeah, it's somewhat ridiculous. That's what we expect from Somnus though, right? Like masterclass performance after masterclass performance.
Look at where he's hitting these racks from. It's just like,
yeah. Dragonlance plus attack range challenge will do that for you. You're basically a sniper. We got quite a lot of snipers in Dota nowadays. He's going into the Satanic. Razor finished his Blink Dagger. It's just items over items over items. On OG, you're not really getting any more items on the Underlord. He kind of stagnated. Puck went into the E-Blade, so there's some damage potential there, but it's more to save rather than to kill, really. And I'm still just questioning the damage output.
Look at where Kaka is stationed at the moment. He might just try to go Blink Impale. Yeah, that's exactly what he wants, and he's gone. Wow. Yuragi is dead so fast. They will get the kill on Amisha. They'll look over at Amar. They're going to blink right on top of him. They don't even want to let him leave. Amar on the run. He'll get taken out by Chalice. Chalice with a double kill. I mean, it has been a show-off for him. This team is really working well and meshing as a unit, and they are in the OG base. They don't have buyback on Amar or Yuragi, and they're in trouble. They call GG. That is it. They'll tap out. RNG will take game number 1 over OG. That was... I mean, some of the best we've seen RNG play.
Yeah.
You know, they had that series against OGD in the DPC. They got 2-0'd by LGD. I started to worry about RNG again, especially coming into an event like this, international LAN. And I mean, that is a jumping off point to really look forward to.
Yeah, definitely well played, but even more so, I would say well drafted. Like this draft, OG, I'm not saying they had no chance to win, but it's so much more difficult for them, right? They don't have any stuns. Even though they won their lanes quite convincingly, they just couldn't really get anything done. The only thing they had was Coil, but then Kaka outplayed him like twice, then Puck died twice, suddenly his momentum is gone, and then the game becomes really easy, right? You have Blink Daggers to initiate, you have Razor to frontline for you, you have CK to frontline for you.
Yeah. It was really pretty perfect from RNG, and we're going to take a look at the highlights, but not with us, but with your analysts. We'll send it over to KP and the 2 analysts that look great. Guys, take it away.
Yo.
Okay, well, what a way to start for RNG. OG not quite able to fully turn up or turn on. I am back on the desk, joined by both Lacoste
And of course, you know, I'm going to start with you before we get to the crybabying from the OG fanboy. Talk to me about RNG. Why did this look so good?
I feel like they took one from OG's book and taking the Razor, having 3 cores, and they synced up the timings real nice with like 2 BKBs. CK's was a bit later, but it feels like they had their number. Like it looked pretty even game until that one point where RNG just went in, and like a lot of these stats did add up. I feel like. Amar didn't get to shine in this game. Like he was playing Underlord, one of his better heroes, but kind of became difficult in the mid game because the overwhelming damage. It was also like who's getting the jump if they're getting the static link and Somnus. I was a bit skeptical looking at the item build that he was going for. Like you need some mana regen item, Falcon Blade, Boots of Travel. I'd say that's super greedy, but seems like they wanted to play for a little later timing, and it worked out for them. Like Somnus had an extreme, like he didn't die that game.
Yeah, he had a great game, honestly, and it felt like we really, like OG side, like they never really like hit a timing that they could really use. Obviously, Marcy and Ench are probably not the best heroes at, you know, finding fights. Nyx probably much better at, you know, finding openings, you know, or like AoE controlling people. So you have supports that don't really kind of come into play in the mid game. So you kind of need your TB to bring that at some point, or the Puck. But the Puck was kind of a bit scared to open fights against the Nyx, against the Ogre, and all this stuns as we mentioned before the game. To me, the biggest problem was that the Razor's game versus the TV's game, right? Like it's like you see this Razor as a first pick, you have all the space to counter him. He has a really good lane. And then he just matches TB's timings and kind of prevents TB from really entering the game. It felt like TB really never entered the game.
I mean, we can kind of see that impact, right? You're talking about the fact that Puck was a little bit hesitant, maybe not that much participation there. Nyx, on the other hand, like, early on, Kaka wasn't really...
Like, I mean, Kaka has been known for a couple of his heroes. Anything with the Hex, anything that can build into Hex. We're talking about Shaman, Lion, and Nyx Assassin has been on the rise for him. Like, not many players play this hero, but he was very annoying for Puck. Like, BZM, you can see so many times that he's like, he does not want to show in fight when he doesn't see Nyx.
And I love the fact that like it didn't look like, if you're a casual viewer and you're just sitting there, it didn't necessarily look like Kaka was doing much, but it's the deceptive element of it, right? Like as you're mentioning, Puck just couldn't really play the game and was too hesitant about doing anything.
Yeah, and he never, like he always went for like conservative plays, right? He never went for these plays that you usually see on Puck, you know, crossing the river, getting info, starting with a coil, forcing enemies to throw spells and miss them. It really felt like this Puck was like kind of scared, and you know, he had good reasons to be. Yeah, and then you had this Underlord that at some point was ready to fight when he had Atos and BKB, but then, you know, the TV was too far behind, the Puck was like too shut down too. Yeah, and RNG, they played a very, very clean game, you know, they had like solid lanes, solid timings, they used their timings, they went really aggressive when they could. The Nyx was, you know, playing the silence pretty well, setting up some kills, slowing down the farm on OG, and yeah, then they just were able to close it pretty cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, we can go back to 2 supports. On side of OG, having Enchantress and Marcy. If these 2 heroes are not like... Because they were supposed to do well in the lanes, like Enchantress dominant the lane. She did secure the lane for Underlord, but you have Terrorblade. Like, you know that he's not going to be joining early on. Underlord also a little bit sluggish. He wants to go for that timing that you mentioned, BKB Atos. Other than that, he's going to be using, you know, it's also a Mars, so he wants to get some extra farm. And yeah, Puck was having a different time, a bit more difficult time, and all these things together kind of in the end ended up with RNG getting the W. With I mean, we talked about that. I'm also a believer in this Nyx, and you know, we might see more of Ogre as well.
It looked good. It looked really good, that game, and I mean, props to Somnus also for being, you know, such a dominant player. He was top 1 net worth, obviously, so, you know, he maximized his game, but he had some also key rotations. He enabled his Razor very much, you know, that I'm thinking about the rotation top where he rotates with Lina. You don't really see Lina as often without runes, rotating like that casually, just running to the lane, being there at the right time, right moment, getting a double kill, or, you know, killing 2 heroes there. So yeah, I think he had a really good game, honestly, like pretty much flawless.
That does feel like the kind of different dynamics, right? Like the ability to move out around the map, do things. Puck, you already highlighted, wasn't able to. I love the fact you were talking a little bit about OG's limitations and what their supports could do. The beautiful thing about RNGs is that they didn't really need farm or XP to do their function, right? You buff and you walk into an area as an ogre, or as the Nyx, you just prowl around threatening.
These are different type of heroes. Like you have ogre who can amplify the damage of both of your cores with the bloodlust, and then you have Nyx assassin being very annoying, buying time until you want to fight. Like you might just go in, potentially get a trade kill. If you get a kill on core, that's pretty big, and the timing that they were looking for is like those 2/3 BKBs on their side, and when they got it, they were fight ready.
And it happened many times where, like, you know, the Underlord was trying to hold the BKB, and then suddenly some random carapace, you know, on the Firestorm, and all of a sudden you're getting chain stunned by Lilina and the Chaos Bot from the CK, and now you just die without being able. And it just feels bad that you have to just randomly press BKB, you know, because then they're just gonna disengage. So a lot of impact from the Nyx, you know, from the early game, from securing the lane to the mid game, and yeah, very you know, convincing.
You think this hero might have to go?
Yeah, I don't know that it has to go.
Would you be that afraid?
I mean, if you want to start thinking about the next draft, now it's been many games in a row where, you know, the Timbers denied, the Vipers denied, Razor first pick, and it works. Because to me, the biggest theme of last game's draft is like, first pick Razor, we talked about how we knew that both teams, you know, got exactly what they wanted, so they had like time to prepare for that opener. And yet again, I saw a dominant Razor. I see this Razor kind of running in, linking the TB, nullifying his teamfight impact completely. And it is a problem. This Razor should be, you know, the weakest hero in the game theoretically from a draft perspective, and it definitely did not happen. Quite the opposite actually. So, do you come up with a better plan? Do you ban the Razor yourself and you admit you admit defeat?
Yeah.
You know, it feels bad. You know, having to ban the Razor when you're the Razor team. But at the end of the day, you got to do what you got to do. So I do not know how they're going to adapt, but they definitely need to come up with something better.
Yeah, I think it's a case of like the Nyx, as you were saying before, felt enabled by that Razor. Maybe if you just remove that Razor, you open up a lot more possibilities. Is there any other kind of details, like maybe Amar, did we feel like, you know, he got really good farm, but never really translated anything? Was that maybe something he could switch up, or was it simply that Lina and other elements of RNG were propelling too far forward of the OG lineup?
It was kind of difficult because he didn't have like a real setup as well. He was the setup for himself. He needs to be close to use Pit of Malice or Rod of Atos, and doesn't have a real backup. Like the only save that they have is like Marcy Dispose, which is kind of meh. And we already talked about Puck not having that great of a time, so that means, you know, either someone needs to be in the front line. It had to be him, but as Seb said, like if they get one stun, they're gonna get the chain stun, or you're gonna end up with using a BKB at half HP and running away, which is not what you want to do with the Underlord.
Well, speaking of stuns, if you want to see them in high definition, make sure you check out our sponsor LG and get some products from them. But you know what? You'll have time to go look at those products because we're here a short break, and when we return, we should be ready to get into the draft for game number 2. So stay tuned. You don't want to miss it. A point on the board for RNG, but the series isn't over yet. Oh no, it's almost time to have our final game of the evening. Game number 2 of this best of 2. Have to see if OG can turn it around. And Coach Seb, run me through it. Pep talk me up. Right now, I'm on your players. Tell me how I'm going to do this. That's not a good start.
He has to think, you know, it's not that easy.
There was like a true side where I think it was, I don't want to put him on the spot, but I think it was Mushi, and he said something like, I have a million things to say about this game, and it sounded so bad that like a million ways to flame you, you know, about what just happened. So that's what I would probably not say. No, but like on a serious note, I think you gotta not be too stubborn, right? Like you gotta look at the draft and you gotta tell yourself, well, it's been, you know, we've looked at it, like it's been what, 4 or 5 games now in a row, where like it's literally the same pattern. Like Viper, Timbersaw getting banned, you get first pick, like I mean they first pick Razor against you, and you come up with a plan that doesn't seem to be solid enough. You know, is it the plan? Is it execution? It doesn't matter. So I don't mind them going for it again if they really have like the confidence to do so, sure. But also just make sure that the door of, you know, not being stubborn and switching gears is also open, and then make your choice, right? But just don't
would it matter more if this was like best of 3? Would you have a different approach?
Probably, then you could, right? But I think now it's a best of 2, and it actually, every map matters so much, really so much in this group stage. So you really have to come up with something better. It feels bad having to ban Razor when you are the team that really introduced it in the meta and made everybody kind of have to look at it. But at the end of the day,
it took teams a lot of time to figure it out, because this seems to be like the working formula against OG. It feels like this is why Dota is such a beautiful game, because you can play it for so long and think like, oh, we have all these things figured out, like we know what the teams are gonna do, and sometimes like simple things like these can like turn this into big W for your own team.
Yeah, and it did right now, and I'd like to see, I think I'd like to see a change for game 2. But I mean, we talked about it, it's a first pick thing, right? Like this only works because RNG is first pick, and they're allowed to kind of deny these 3 heroes by banning 2 and picking 1. If OG is first pick next game, which probably will happen, I assume it's just gonna, you know, switch. Now it's different, because now RNG is gonna be put in the position that OG were in the last game. So the pick order is gonna have a big impact on what might happen.
You expecting a few more twists out of RNG that maybe will catch OG off guard, like we saw with the Knicks in the first game?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have like many cards up their sleeves, and they haven't shown anything special really, besides the fact that they're, you know, like they can take the Razor for themselves and execute it really well, and, you know, have the Knicks too introduce new heroes. But I feel like the Lina and the CK is not really a strategy, so I'm sure that they have like a lot that they can show. They literally haven't shown anything, which is scary to think about. They just picked, you know, solid heroes and executed really cleanly and stomped their way through the first game.
Absolutely. I'd say every single player on their team does have a wide hero pool. Maybe Kaka does have more repetitive heroes, because like, if you're not banning it out, we're gonna pick it, so there's nothing wrong with that. And if they keep winning, which they did in the DPC tour, you don't have to change it, but pretty sure they have like other stuff prepared for this.
I mean, Kaka, you know, he was really known for his Shadow Shaman. I think he was one of the players that really introduced this hero, and he's really good at it, really good, like, you know, at understanding the limits of the hero, you know, the Lions, the Shadow Shaman, but Rasta in particular, right? Like, it was a first pick in China for so long. You know, Rasta Centaur's opening, Rasta Dawnbreaker, now they're doing too, and I'm sure that he's seen Zayak and he was like, dude, like, if he gets the treat of doing that, like, my turn is coming. So I'm sure there's other heroes with which he's going to be as impactful, if not even more, that he's looking at. So
because when they play the qualifiers for this tournament, and I was casting it, like, it was Lion, Shaman. Most of the time it was Shaman.
It sounds
and
like Kaka.
One thing I liked about him, like his item build, is he's not gonna get like Shard Ether Lens. Like, he knows that if he gets a Blink Dagger, that key Blink Initiation is gonna be the main reason why they're gonna be like having a good fights, and also getting a BKB. So he, like, I love these players that like don't follow any trends. They just do what like is the best for this particular game. Like, he has such a great understanding of like what needs to be done in a certain situation.
It's that element of confidence we talked about, right? Someone we want to see out of OG, and maybe you'll be confident to see that Marcy did get banned in the opening phase. You were a little bit worried about this being maybe somewhat overrated.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes this hero is a bit overrated. Like, teams don't really, like, I mean, what I'm gonna say might sound very stupid, but truly it isn't, in the sense that
usually I'm that guy.
well, I'll join you then. And it's like when you pick a Marcy, you're not picking another hero. And I know that sentence sounds pretty stupid, but you gotta take that into account into what you're gonna follow up with, right?
Yeah.
Marcy is not an Nyx. Like, of course, they do the same things. Like, Marcy has a stun, it's a melee hero, but you know, Nyx has AoE control, it has teamfight presence, it can frontline. Marcy support, it only does very limited
it does
things, right?
two things, pretty much. This is why I'm not a big fan of Marcy support. I do lean towards your way. I think I said this multiple times during the DPC, where you have two abilities. Like you're not using attack, you're not using that sidekick for yourself, so another 50% taken out, and then your ulti. It's like a dispel mechanic. Like you're not the one dealing the damage. You're not getting the full usage of something that can be big. For example, let's compare that. I mean, it's pretty stupid, but let's compare that to Wyvern. Like ulti that Wyvern brings to as5 and the Marcy that brings as5. Like, you know, it's a different concept. Like you can't rotate easily as Wyvern, but when you think about it, like it is different.
Speaking of fives, I have seen RNG do this more recently. I don't know if they are still doing it. Xnova playing DP. Is that still a feasible thing here?
I mean, it is possible. It's a fine 5 against Timber in the sense that I think you're maybe allowed to stay a little bit in the lane after, but I don't think it's a... I would like for them to look at it as a core hero rather than a 5 against Timber Saw, for the reason that I don't see DP shutting down Timber or like, you know, kicking him away from the lane, so that's not gonna happen. And then DP core though can threaten Timber. You can man up to him, you know, the silence, you know, the ulti, it's overwhelming amount of damage. The Siphon obviously is really good too. So I can see how DP core with a good game, you know, matches well against Timber. DP support is a little bit more, you know, it's a little bit more meh. And also, if you look at it, you pick Tiny, most of the time you're looking at Tiny support against Timber rather than Tiny Core. Obviously, it's more the other way around. Tiny Core is really, you know, Timber is really good into Tiny Core. And it's usually not what teams like to do to kind of show two supports right away. So,
most likely going to be their like off lane, but also Somnus has been, you know, always known for playing the Dead Prophet, so it might just be it, like percentage-based damage, always going to be good, like that extra layer of control with the silence from the Dead Prophet. This is one of the abilities that I always tend to like overlook. It's like, oh, she has another silence, like you don't, I don't know why, it's just like I don't expect Dead Prophet. When we talk about the hero, it's like, oh, Exorcism, you know, you have Wave Clear and also Spirit Siphon. People don't mention the silence
and
enough,
it's such a big spell, right?
Yeah,
like there's so
AOE.
few heroes in the game. It's like a disruptor ulti, like in terms of like
it's
what
better
it does.
than global silence.
Yes,
almost.
I mean, it does so much.
Is not a hero.
Wow. Okay, Invoker right away. That no, that is really like a. Yeah, that is a bold pick. I feel like a lot of players consider Invoker being a little bit out of the meta right now, at least for the Quaswex Invoker. I mean, I've seen a clip of also Thompson, you know, which is probably considered like the best Quaswex Invoker out there, himself calling it like a
no bias,
like a S tier, you know, hero. So if he calls that out, but I mean, BZM is probably more known for the Exort kind of Invoker, which maybe is something he looks at. I know mid players kind of like the Invoker into DP matchup, the Exort Invoker, in case it's a DP mid. It's one of the few heroes that can man up to the DP and actually threaten the kill on the TP early on, because it's so much physical damage from the Force Spirit right clicks and the Sunstrike, of course, the pure damage. You can actually kill a DP.
So they have like things covered. If this is a DP on a mid lane, on the off lane, they still need to pick things. But yeah, I want to see how RNG is going to address this Timber Saw pick. Because when you think about it, it's like, oh, do we need to ban out? They banned out Bloodseeker, so that's pretty good. And respect ban for Nyx Assassin, because he does also very good against the Timber Saw. So there's going to be a couple of heroes left in the pool. I know that RNG is big on Ursa. I like that quite a lot. Or they can go for the Monkey King route. Like, you can still play the lane as Timber, right? But you in the mid game, late game, you're going to have a counter to Timber.
Actually, that's quite interesting that they did not Nyx, now that I think about it, second, right? Because when you see Timber first pick and you're such a big Nyx fan, you think right away of like picking the Nyx with alongside the DP. So this could make a case for the DP being open for the mid, and that they're looking more at DP mid or support than they're looking at DP3. Because then, you know, then they probably would have wanted the Nyx going with the DP3. But now the Invoker kind of changes that. Because I think when you see this Invoker and you know that most likely if they've done the research, it's most likely going to be Exort, or even if it's Quaswex, it's a hero that can get countered on the lane, you know, can get punished. you know, compared to other heroes. Why? Because he doesn't have the rune mechanism, just like a Puck or a Leshrac that can just throw their spells at every wave and get some runes anyway and kind of damage control the wave. Invoker, if he's really countered in the matchup, he doesn't really have a way to kind of get out of the lane. He will just suffer. And if DP is not the hero, then you could look at RNG trying to find that hero in the second phase and shoving the DP on the side lane, whether it is support or core.
Would you want to have something like a strong position forward that can potentially save Invoker in, in a bad situation, and something that can punish DP?
Especially if this is a tiny 4 with a counter pick, Invoker is going to be really threatened. It's going to be like a tiny playing behind him with, you know, like some mid hero that's already strong against Invoker. It's very scary. So you need to pick you can't pick an Enigma 4, for instance, or like, I mean, I say that, and if it comes, you know, I think...
It got banned.
It got banned,
okay.
luckily.
I think it's dangerous.
That kind of theme you were saying, the SD also got banned out, so they were worried about that save coming out.
You need to respect the vulnerability of your Invoker right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Grimstroke has not been popular. I mean, his nerfs, the Inkswell, has been pretty substantial, I would say, but still, against the Timbersaw, one of the better heroes. You have a leash mechanic, and also if he gets the Chakram out, you get the silence, like you're not going to be able to kill it. I want to see what the combo is going to be with the Grimstroke. I feel like if you don't get something like anything, because I've seen it happen so many times before, it feels like you're not getting the most out of the hero.
And that's a one bird, two stone pick, the Grimstroke. First of all, it's really good with Tiny, it's really good against Timber. And Omar buys Manta when he plays against Grimstroke, so that's like a second problem that we have to deal with now at OG. So it's a really good pick. You know, I can tell you from experience that this Grimstroke is a good pick. I mean, seriously though, it combos really well. You know, Grim Tiny is like one of the best combos. Yeah. Obviously, sometimes Tiny, he needs a little bit more damage, you know, to kind of pop off a hero. And now, you know, when he gets the Inkswell on him, and of course the follow-up damage from Grimstroke, it's really nice. Very low cooldown spells also, so they can keep running around and killing everybody around the map. So
you taught the boys really well. I see Wind Ranger. They were not a Wind Ranger team until you played with them. Talk to me about the Wind Ranger. Is it always a good Wind Ranger game?
What can I say? Love of my life, man. I mean, it's a really good hero. No, I mean, seriously though, I think the shard is busted. I was looking at the nerf, and when I saw the nerf, I'm like, all right, we're fine. You know, another round of Gale Force. It's a really high impact item. You know, for the gold that it costs, having this kind of AoE control and all the mechanics and all the ways that you can abuse it, it's very nice. So very good. It's also, I think, a quite solid laner if you pair it with certain heroes. You know, I look at it as being a little bit like a Zeus kind of thing, where it's like it's gonna help you get through the lane, probably not gonna help you stomp the lane, but yeah, it's a cool hero. Good at fighting the runes, running around, you know, kind of getting vision, which is what supports do nowadays. So yeah, I like it. I think it's a good pick. I wonder where the Alk is going to go, because we've also seen, at least in pubs, a lot of Alk position 5. I think Tundra has played it also in DPC, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, a lot of pub players are playing Alk 5 with a lot of success. You know, obviously, if this is a DP that could come position 3, then it's maybe not the best. But we'll see. It could be a +1 or +5.
Yeah, it could be a little bit greedy from OG's side, having like Wind Ranger, if she's not having a good time in the lane. Yeah. Timbersaw and like also Alchemist. We still don't know where Alk is going to go. But I'd say it could be punished, especially what RNG have. Because even though they have Exorcism, like other heroes don't rely on cooldown, so they can't play like very aggressive Dota. And these heroes can invade jungle if we're talking about this Alchemist being position 1.
I mean, talk to me a little bit about this Void Spirit. Like, what is this tick in the box for RNG? Is this just kind of a safe pick on the lane?
I mean, on many layers. Like, first of all, it's one of the best combos with Grimstroke. Like, one of the heroes that can close the gap super early, so you don't need to wait for a blink. That, you know, if you play with a Sanking or a Centaur, these kind of heroes, it's very slow. Right away, Grimstroke level 3, Void Spirit level 6, super scary. You know, they're gonna take down Invoker from full HP, so very scary. It's also a good matchup against Invoker. Just mid players kind of like it. I know that against Quaswax especially, they like it. You can dodge EMP, you have really good attack animation. Against Invoker, most of the time you get all the runes, so Void Spirit obviously enjoys that. He's a hero that really, you know, strives on rune control. Against Exort Invoker, I'm not as familiar with the matchup. I think it's maybe a little bit more even, maybe slightly Invoker favored if it's a pure one-on-one. But this is when you look at this Tiny that's going to be, you know, paired up with the Void Spirit, hitting level 6, big damage, a lot of lockdown for the Invoker. So you look at OG and you need to start thinking which support is going to help the Invoker get through the aggression that Tiny and Void Spirit are going to bring.
And I'm looking at the off lane for RNG, having this Dead Prophet that can be left alone, and she's not going to be dying if you're talking about, you know, Alchemist +1, and that means that Tiny is going to have all the time in the world to rotate the mid lane and just make Invoker's life miserable.
And that is scary. And on the opposite side now on RNG, you need to think of a hero, hopefully, that can be allowed to be left alone with the Timber to free up against the Timber to free up the Grimstroke, because if you do have the Void Spirit, Tiny, Grimstroke kind of meeting up around the mid lane, it is super scary. Okay, we go for Arc Warden. So it looks like an Alk 5. I mean, theoretically, Arc Warden is really nice against DP. You know, he doesn't let her close the gap. He kills her before she gets too close, but he's very vulnerable, the hero. And they end up with the anti-mage. Okay, very interesting. I think interesting hero, very interesting hero against Timber especially.
I don't know. I just seeing it right now. I like this anti-mage pick. RNG, they might have been thinking about anti-mage because they snap picked it. It didn't take them like more than 5 seconds. Good against the Timber in lane. I'd say it's pretty like similar to what was happening like 1 or 2 patches ago when Sanking was a top tier hero, and anti-mage did become popular because you burn his mana, you're not threatened in the lane, you know that he's not gonna die. So pretty similar to Timbersaw, and he's also playing into like Invoker and what's the other here? Arc Warden. So yeah, he's not. I don't think he's too afraid of fighting into Arc Warden.
Well, I think Arc Warden is like free pick since May in all competitive games. So yeah, we talked about playing your style with OG. Does this seem a bit too experimental to you, Seb?
No, I think the hero, like Arc as a hero, deserves more respect. I'm not a daughter. I think it's a good hero, but I'm just really worried about the pace of the game, like early game especially. Rune control, mid, like Timber doesn't want to rotate, Arc doesn't want to rotate. You're stuck with Alk and Wind Ranger that are kind of greedy supports, and on the other side you have like Tiny, Grim, like, it's very scary. It could go too fast.
Okay, quick. Who are you going for?
I'm going for OG, but it might be scary.
I'm going for RNG. I think they went for like super greedy draft, and they're going to get punished.
Okay, well, let's see how the day is going to finish. Final game of the first day of the Riyadh Masters. Let's kick it off. Beacop, Black, hit up the mic.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2. OG, it looked like RNG really had their number, and we'll see if they have it again. They go back to Ghost's Anti-Mage, which has been one of his staples in the DPC, but you see a lot of staple picks here for OG. What are you thinking?
Honestly, the OG draft is, once again, they don't seem to like stunts a lot. Pretty much like in game 1, they didn't really draft many. But I'm a little bit worried for them. Like, I'm with the cost on this one. This anti-mage looks really free. Like, you can't shackle him. You can't really Alk stun him ever. Like, you will have to itemize, or Invoker will have to like outplay him somehow in order to ever be able to kill him.
Right.
You know, so this is a very, very strong anti-mage pick. And it's not like the other heroes are weak, right? As Seb already said, Tiny plus Grimstroke, they can run you over. This support duo alone can kill heroes.
Right,
You have DP on top of that. You have Void Spirit on top of that. Like, this RNG draft once more looks really, really good. Very solid.
So coming from the anti-mage veteran like yourself, what do you give it 1 to 10, how this anti-mage game feels?
An 8.
An 8.
An 8.
Okay. I thought I might go 9.
It's not like super, super free, you know, but it is a very strong anti-mage game.
They end up trading 3 for 1 of the bounties. So that works out in RNG's favor just a little bit.
Is not going to be in the lane just yet. They might even just cut in front, you know, like AM and Grimsword, they could just stand in front of the wave and not let Timber ever enter the lane if they choose to do so. Maybe they'll go for like a more defensive approach. But yeah, mid lane is pretty free, I'd say, for the Void Spirit. But Invoker, Quasarwex especially, can't really pressure him ever. So it should just be a farm, a trade. In top lane, I actually like to support Alchemist against Tiny because Tiny has 0 armor, so the stun does a lot of damage, and the acid spray also.
Charging it up. Who's he looking for? The answer is Chalice. And Kaka go into this tree grab early on. Not Avalanche.
Misha, hey.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage. The tree thrown over, and they need one more right click, but you can't really dive it. They'll still get the kill. Just in range is Chalice. I thought Kaka, he might go into the tower and die himself. But he doesn't, and they get the first kill on Misha, who is struggled this series, at least up to this point.
Yeah, game 1 was a pretty rough one for him. See how he recovers here. But the lane is not easy. Like DP is a very strong hero, I've said it many times. But Arkwon also one of the best laners in Dota, I'd say, against a hero like DP. So should be very strong.
Feels like you might need a bit of regen here if you are the Death Prophet for Chalice. And for right now, he's got that wand, he's got a Fairy Fire, he devours another salve. I guess you drink a salve, although salve is usually like an ointment.
They kind of like rub on you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't quite know how it goes.
But it looks like it's got a cap that you pop off and drink, I don't know.
Oh, you would have to pop off a cap to apply it, like the solution on yourself, right?
It also looks like it could be a green apple.
I love green apples. The sour ones, so good.
They are pretty good. This mid lane, for Sonus, you know, this isn't the big damage dealer that we saw him play in the Lina with the right clicks and the damage that he built in that game. This is, though, still a hero that could be pretty mobile for him and be the playmaker, get the lockdown that they need for the rest of their team, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is your cookie-cutter anti-mage draft, right? You have 4 heroes that can fight by themselves, while anti-mage just split pushes or joins the fight, depending on what he chooses to do. And, I mean, we have seen Somnus' Void Spirit many, many times, though.
Misha again
yeah.
Might be in trouble, might just die. And it's not a might anymore. It's a definite. I just try not to deal with absolutes. I am not a Sith. Yet. Although, you might turn me.
Me? I think I am one. Alright.
Maybe.
Alright. We'll talk about that later at the hotel.
Top lane, just Misha coming back. Well, this Alchemist isn't exactly supplying what it needs to at the moment. Running up, throwing a stun. Kaka, sure, he'll be happy to eat that because he's tossing Misha under the tower. Now they've got the body block, Spirit Siphons, Crypt Swarm all the way of this Alk. And eventually, well, it puts Chalice on a 3-0 killing spree.
Yeah, that was not really supposed to happen. Like, that lane isn't really that hard. They have to be careful they don't bleed away any more kills. Because DP, we've seen many, many times, you snowball a little bit too hard in the early game, suddenly get a fast BKB, you're unstoppable. They have 0 answers to a BKB DP this game. And he is sitting at the top of the net worth very handily.
This is a hero that is beloved in China, too.
Yeah, it is. For good reason, too. It does so much damage, clears objectives. The only good news is, Ghost is getting pressured a lot.
And he is getting pressured. He is behind in the CS just a bit. Taiga walks over, gets X-Nova's Courier. Another stun thrown over at Kaka.
A bubble from the boys, anti-mage.
Nothing really doing anywhere just at the moment. But I say that, top lane once again trying to throw the sun onto Kaka with an avalanche as well as a toss. They've got Chalice doing a lot of damage here to both these heroes. Kaka standing his ground, holding out on the damage. Chalice, he gets one. He just gets Yuragi, and now, can he get anything more? Taiga comes over, Spirit Siphon again. They land the shackle. He's within all these creeps, but Chalice surviving the power shot, misses. He's into the trees, he's trying to hide. There's not another power shot. Taiga doesn't have the mana for it. He doesn't have any charges left on that stick, so Chalice will hide in the trees. Oh, TP!
Now he's TPing.
Oh, he is gone.
He didn't expect to live there. He would have TP'd straight away if he did.
I think he thought he was dead. He wanted to hold onto the TP to get back to lane.
Yeah, well, now he doesn't lose a streak.
4-0 now.
4-0 now.
They're onto this Grimstroke, but Inkswell and Amar's out of mana. Though, not taking much damage, more so just looking to give a high five.
Yeah, level 3 into the reactive armor. Like, Anti-Mage is a counter to Timber in a sense where he just can't kill you because he's always out of mana. But the lane is actually not super easy for Anti-Mage. But like mid-late game, you're this massive mana pool guy that if you're not too careful, you're gonna blow your team up.
And at some point, can you send Ghost top? Like, Death Prophet's going to be in such a peak position. Do you move Chalice off the lane, or do you just keep him here as long as possible?
I think you want AM there for as long as possible, just to make sure that DP gets to the BKB timing. Because once, again, like, DP with BKB, they have no answers. Like DP runs in with BKB, you have Somnus backing her up, maybe the Grimstroke even, the Inkswell. There's a lot of problems, and Ghost is not going to be one of them for quite a while. They're going to shut down this DP somehow. Invoker rotations, something needs to happen.
We haven't really seen BZM or Somnus move off the mid just yet, but they both hit level 6, and now BZM goes for the TP. They've got the Shackle up in the top lane, the stun followed up on a Kaka. Chalice is here, but there's the EMP. It doesn't land on a Chalice. He's got the Spirit Siphon. X-Nova's in. They go for the Inkswell up into the air thanks to the Tornado. Inkswell pops now, charging up the stun to go after Chalice. He's in too far, and he's in too deep. He'll try to keep his life, but, well, that's the end of his life. And this time he's gone just too far.
He ran in 1v4.
That is confidence at a whole nother
He felt
level.
a little strong there, perhaps. And this kill is massive. It went to Yuragi. He's halfway to his Midas now.
Invisibility.
Which also is considered a very greedy item build nowadays on Arc
Alright, denies himself. There's the Aether Remnant, Avalanche Toss with the damage. Quick kill there on a Taiga. They'll ping out the vision that they assume RNG has, and, well, they're right. What's Ghost going for? I assume just Boots Battle Fury. He's got Treads Battle Fury, so going greedy. We've seen Brown Boots Battle Fury before. We've seen the Treads Battle Fury before. We've even seen, what, Treads Vanguard Battle Fury from Ghost?
Yeah. My personal favorite is building into a Vanguard, just because you pretty much can't die at all. No, you see like a casual mana void, not to really threaten a Timber or whatever, just to kill the creep wave.
Entire creep wave. That works out. Sure.
Exactly. Which is a play you can also, utilize when you like clear ancient stacks and whatnot. Learn from the best, boys.
Is he? I'll hold that question for a second. Exorcism, Aether Remnant looking over BZM. He's in some trouble. They've got the Dissimulate. The body blocks from Kaka. The Tornado comes out, but it only hits on a 1. Somnus with the Astral Step, and Chalice with the kill. You said this earlier, these 4 heroes can get kills, whether it's together or not, and leave Ghost free to farm what he wants, and killing BZM's a big marker.
Yep. And Anti-Mage also got fortunate enough to find the Possessed Mask, so his jungling is really, really simple. We're going to be seeing the bot tower should be falling in about a minute or 2, and there's not a whole lot you can do about Timbersaw at this point. Is anyone building onto a vessel? Not
Charging
just
up
yet.
the stun, looking for Chalice, but finds himself X-Nova. Spirit Siphon, Crypt Swarm, Taiga comes over,
Nice
great Shackle, Tornado to follow it up, EMP is there. X-Nova's in some trouble, but he's got the Inksoul on a Chalice to help him try and run. Cold Snap's on him, Kaka without mana, he's slowed up thanks to Yuragi, but not looking like he'll live.
Oh, the Ghost.
Yep. And there it is. Spark Wraith says clear and shocks him to death.
I love the sound it makes.
The wailing of a Wraith.
Yeah, it just keeps going the entire time.
So yeah, I was gonna say, is Ghost's timings right now at an okay spot?
Yeah, he's pretty farmed. Usually, like if you're having like a super good game, you have like a Battlefield by minute 12, but of course he was contested, he didn't get a whole lot of kills.
Can't hold Somnus, but Somnus can hold you. He wants to hold your hand, Taiga, and he'll get the kill onto the Windrunner.
Yeah. Somnus is on top of his game.
Yeah, he has had quite the series, and he's going into that Witchblade, pretty standard for this Void Spirit. Meanwhile, stun, Chalice maybe caught again after this good start. Dying back-to-back like this is not going to feel great. He'll go for the TP with the Spirit Siphon, but Yuragi's just got too much damage.
Yeah. Also finishes Midas. This Arc Warden is very, very rich. 5k net worth already. Now the matchup into the Anti-Mage isn't too great, but if you get too rich on this Arc Warden, I don't know if people remember what he did to teams, but having double the DPS at all times is kind of ridiculous. Like if you blink in as an Anti-Mage onto the Arc Warden and you're not too careful, he can just burst you 100-0.
They've got BCM behind these two heroes. They're in a little bit of a choke point. They've got 3, they'll blink away, they've got the EMP. BCM was ready for this one, the Timber Chain forward, they get the kill on a Ghost. They'll slow down his farm, another star now onto X-Nova. And he'll drop down from the Tornado and fall.
Radiant's courier
He actually
has
blinked
been killed.
into the Invoker rather than away from him. Very brave move.
I'm pretty sure BZM was invis there, as now Misha dies again. He was waiting for him to blink back. They choked him forward into the Timber and the Windrunner, and then he went right back,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
8-8. This is similar to last game. We were pretty close in the early goings, and then RNG started to find their way out, but is that the same case for RNG? That's really the question, if they could pull it off again. Ghost having a much better game than that first one, for sure. Shackle connects, Somnus in trouble, and, well, he was in trouble for a second. It's Taiga who gets the tides turned on him, and there's not even a Ravage to be thrown, so Ghost gets credit for the kill.
Gets a freebie on aim, always nice. It's like a whole creep wave in your bank. Now his battlefield timing is going to be maybe 15 minutes. Like, not the greatest, not the worst. Pretty average.
If he can get another kill.
If he gets many more kills.
Yeah, it might pump him up, right?
Yeah. We'll see what happens. It will still be, like, the vocal point of this game will be the other 4 heroes, though. Like, AM doesn't really want to join the fights.
They're going. Somnus, he's invis, but they've got themselves the Sentry. And he kind of catches a glimpse of the fact that they did see him because of the movements from Misha. Misha dies so quick again. Somnus gets credit for that kill. They've got the Exorcism going, and they're trying to chase Amar. Timber Chain across that little river part as it goes under the terrain.
Chalice has to be careful he doesn't get burst here.
He's been a little bit too confident at times.
Yeah, and there's going to be a clone TPing in. Yeah, defend the tower.
BZM over from the side, EMP, great shackle for Taiga, and they'll clean up X-Nova. I mean, that is the OG you're really expecting when they put the skills together in a symphony like that.
Looking for another shackle.
The question is who's first chair, and right now it's looking like BZM. Somnus on the run, goes to the Dissimulate as, well, he avoids the shackle, but doesn't avoid the stun from Misha. Still with the Astral Step, he gets the kill on a Taiga. Somnus, he's gonna fall, but he gets something for his troubles. They've got the Avalanche out. It's on to Yuragi, but the follow-up's just not there.
Or to catch a tiny out, but he's
EMP,
tanky, but the vessel
not. Vessel, yeah, he just picked that up. They'll get the kill. Misha hit with the Ink Swell, and there's the ulti, but now they've got the disarm, forced to blink back. This is the help that, well, they really needed to keep Misha alive. BZM was in on that one, making sure that this
power shot clips him, he's dead.
Comfortable, yeah. The Spark Wraith and the power shot, so much damage coming in.
His timing is getting delayed more and more and more.
Aether Remnant, Shackle, and the power shot. X-Nova, he's cleaned up. Taiga having a game here on this Windrunner.
But Chalice is not moving back. Okay, they didn't expect that at all. Like, if they all run up to the hill together, they Chalice is greedily farming the camp.
OG's hitting a stride.
Yeah, Yuragi's also super rich. Maelstrom, Midas threats, super greedy, but got away with it. And yeah, this is the anti-match problem that we often speak about, right? Like, you can't really participate too well into these fights early on.
This Alchemist,
Burden Mage. Oh, that's what everybody calls anti-mage.
Okay.
Early on, at least.
I trust you. Jumping back. Tornado landing on a Kaka.
Red Vessel again.
Yeah, Kaka just doesn't feel like a hero at the moment, and you can see OG, they've grouped up. They're the ones who are playing the aggression on the map. They look over at Ghost. He's trying to take the tower. Amar is here.
Whoa.
Oh, God, Ghost. Ooh, the Glyph trying to catch him, being greedy on that last hit.
Ooh. No. Not strong enough his arms. Yeah, more pressure onto the anti-mage. Battlefield minute 16-ish.
Yeah.
Pretty slow, not what we were looking at initially. But yeah, they've been putting on the pressure.
They've slowed down what RNG succeeded in the last game, where they caught their groove and never got knocked off the tracks, right? But here RNG felt a groove. OG was there to rebuttal. They did a good job, but now, well, there's a little bit of vision there in mid.
The Arc Warden, he's running right into them.
Looking together, they go after the Arc Warden. Ooh, high ground. This might be the right spot for them. They've
Wait,
got
they're walking
the
away from
vision.
him. He's not in this or anything, right? They see.
Now they see him. They go the other way. They've got the Inkswell. They look over at Misha. They're going to bring it over towards me. They'll get the kill, taking out the Alchemist again. 0-8-9 already. He has 8 of the 12 kills that RNG have. And he's minute 16.
He could solo kill Yuragi here. Which best off cooldown?
Kaka.
It's the second time they didn't go for him.
They're a little nervous.
They're very nervous about him.
And Aether Remnant, well, what's happening over here? Top is Chalice is getting spotted. They got the Tempest down with the Sunstrike, slamming it down. They say this time of year, sometimes the solar flares are active, and they just mean when BZM's playing the Invoker.
That didn't stop the DP from finishing the BKB though, so he's still going to be very strong in the next team fight. X-Nova, gone.
Vessel again. There's just no way for X-Nova to survive.
Yeah, there's just so much damage potential coming out right now. DP is really the only one that can fight, and Somnus. Tiny finished his Blink, so that's nice. They can still set up a fight on their terms. It's just the problem is right now the game is basically 45.
Astral Step.
Bye-bye.
And a kill on a Taiga.
That's a lot of bass damage.
By the way, Amar cleaning up the stack that was in the Radiant jungle. So, it was only a 1 stack, but that would have helped Ghost.
Yeah.
Who has certainly been slowed down a bit. And I mean, we say he's been slowed down a bit. You thought he was going to have a 16-minute Battle Fury. It ends up being 17-ish, 17, 15. And he's top of the net worth for RNG after the start they had with Somnus and Chalice. It's a little bit surprising.
Yeah, usually when AIM is in the top net worth that early, they're looking at BZM.
If they get BZM, that would be nice. They've got the Aether Remnant to land. They toss him up into the air. There's the Soul Bind with the Phantom's Embrace and the Mana Boy coming out. They get the kill on a BZM and look over at Misha. Misha is going to hit 9 deaths. Very close to double digits, and that's a kill for Ghost, getting the big one on BZM.
Yeah, that's something we haven't mentioned, right? The double mana word potential in this game is massive.
Yeah.
Like, if you get caught that at all, you're done. Like half mana pool Invoker, half mana pool Timber get bound together, they're both dead.
Oh boy.
And everyone around them too. Now the big elephant in the room is still gonna be Yuragi though.
Right, team doesn't exist anymore.
He just finished his Gleipnir, I believe. Yeah.
Yep.
And now you have double Gleipnir. In those team fights, it's going to be a massacre. If they can't play around him, they're in trouble.
Whew. Just thinking about double Gleipnir is shocking, that's for sure.
Quite literally. Haha.
2K lead for OG. But we'll see what happens, because now you've got the farming item for Anti-Mage, right? Like, if he's given the space, if Ghost can open up the space, we've seen how well he's efficiently farmed. But OG feel really strong. Like, this is a moment for them as well. Toss Amar, he's tanky, but how tanky? He doesn't look tanky here.
He looked tanky for a second.
Yeah.
And straight into Roche with that. Now, if OG give us this Roche and they have no Timber, I don't know if they can fight this Roche. Ooh, that's not good.
This Aegis definitely gives them timing to hold for Ghost again. The Exorcism, though, they go out of the pit. They leave Roche at about 70% health. Toss up into the air. Taiga on the run. The Phantom's Embrace. They've got the silence. The Inkswell lands. Chalice, though, hit with the Gleipnir. So is Somnus. Misha, one right click, and he regrets it. He runs back as, well, Anti-Mage will go and farm the lane. They'll charge up the stun, but Misha can't really find his way in. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet. He just skilled into Greevil's Greed.
He's going straight into an Octarine Core in the Arc Warden. It has been the flavor of the month sort of build, and then into the Aghanims after, which like makes the Rave split again after it hits the target. But with this lineup, it's very curious because they're all in magic damage. I thought he was going to go right click because they already have the Timber, they already have the Invoker for the magic department. But, you know, sometimes the secret is just go all in.
Yeah, they are going the way of the Gorillas hit Magic City as they'll find themselves. Kaka, can they get this kill? Spirit Vessel's there. Of course they can. Misha gets credit for that one.
They're going to the pit now.
And now into the pit. Yeah, OG, they're like, all right, cool. If you guys don't want this, we'll take it. But they're coming over on the side of RNG. Astral Step, Aether Remnant. This Roche is not too low just yet. They get control of Taiga. Now they'll look over at Chalice. They've got the Spirit Vessel on him and Inkswell running away. Meteor's down. And Chalice in trouble. Chalice still surviving, but the tornado off the mark. Spirit Vessel on him again. Sun striking him down. No, it's Amar. Doesn't want to let BZM do his job.
Yeah, whether he gets cut down or
slammed down by the sun.
Slammed down by the sun, yeah.
Burnt away, eviscerated.
Dead either way. Anti-Mage is into his Manta style already, so he's ready to fight. And this is a very tense moment now in this Roshan. Like, if you commit for it, and RNG steals it somehow, you're in big trouble. But there's no DP for 20.
But they're not committing.
Yeah, they're very, very indecisive right now. They're just kind of walking around the pit. I mean, Amar says let's go, but the rest of the team is kind of like, do we really want to go? And now they commit.
And the scan's there, so RNG knows this is happening, but I mean, they are just a touch too late.
Yeah. And BZM.
Do they go still? Astral Step, Dissimulate, they're looking, they find themselves BZM, and the Aegis is gone just like that. Gale Force pushing them away, trying to help BZM get away from this one, and they'll go, throw the tornado out, it lands on a Ghost, but they've got themselves a Soul Bind. Can they take the mana away from this Timber to make themselves available for a big mana void? No, not just yet. Misha over to the side trying to help out BZM, but he ends up stunning himself. And the right clicks are in from Ghost. They've got Misha without mana with the BKB being popped by Chalice. They've got Kaka moving in, but the Ice Wall is down. They still didn't get the kill on Misha just yet. They've got the mana void hitting on to BZM. The Spirit Siphon's on him, as well as the Silence and the Exorcism. Crypt Swarm for the kill. They'll take out Kaka. It ends up being a trade. But Chalice, you're all by yourself. Where is your team?
How did it end up there?
You are all alone, but not anymore. Here comes Somnus with the Astral Step, as well as the Inkswell. They've got the Tempest Double that runs out of time, and Chalice still surviving.
Wow. I thought for sure it was going to be dead there.
Like, it was all alone.
They played into OG, basically, and OG still lost that fight. Like, that was the Arc Warden Paradise. Raves everywhere. Flux is coming out. And I am not entirely sure how RNG managed to win this fight. How did DP live? Like, he had 100 health, 1v4. Like, Chalice really loves to go in this game. And
such an opposite of what we used to see from him.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to him. He used to be such a, cute, innocent little teddy bear. Now he's more like the kind of like evil anime version. Just runs in
you're
and kills
taking
you.
my farm. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, bro. Wait, what Ghost?
Oh, Ghost. I have farm too, dude. I'm here with you.
Yeah, let's go in together. I have to admit though, I'm gonna be very. Yeah, the DP running in. DP, BKB still no answer.
Yeah.
There's nothing they can do.
But it runs down in just a second or two. They've got the Ice Wall down, and he chases BZM here.
Yeah. Gets to kill the Crypt Swarm.
And then this is where it looks like he's just all by himself. But while that's happening, well, there's a fight going on. They get the kill on X, no, but they're going to look over at Ghost. Ghost blinks away, yules up into the air on a Kaka. And he's hit with a Whirling Death and hit with a Quick Death as well. Two heroes gone on the side of RNG as OG, despite the fact that they were pushed away in that fight before. This one's not the same. History does not repeat itself.
Now, this is good, but I'm really worried that
Somnus?
What a burst damage!
Woo. But he's stunned. Somnus, he's in trouble. Is it worth it? Can you work it? Can he flip it down and reverse it? No. Amar taking out Somnus.
Now Somnus is aware of his interaction. If you kill Alchemist as Void Spirit with your Dissimulate, you're always going to get stunned.
Yeah.
He probably wasn't aware of that because who plays Alchemist a whole lot, Not many people, especially not as a 5. But the big problem is still anti-mage, right? All of your heroes are building into massive mana pools. This Arc Warden is going to sit at 2,000 mana. Mana Void, this game is such a juice box. Like,
What's your favorite juice box?
Like,
you a high C kind of person?
I don't know what I am. I'm just a dude.
What? Who doesn't know their favorite juice box? I mean, mine's Yoo-hoo, so it's not even juice. It's a chocolate drink.
Right. You know we don't have juice boxes in Germany?
Do you have them in, like, bags? What's going on over there?
I mean, we have like these little packets thing.
That sounds like a bag. That sounds like your juice is in a bag.
No, it's not a bag. It's like in a...
You're like Canada with their milk.
It's like a milk thing.
Yeah, exactly. You're just proving my point.
We do not have milk in a bag like Canada, okay? I thought it was ridiculous when I was in Canada, by the way. I drank out of a bag.
Kaka on the run. Using that pig pull, charging up the stun. Gale Force. Oh, okay. I'm just here now. I live in this.
Hello, Kaka. Missed the Shackle, though.
And now he gets to survive.
No, he does not.
Well, for a little bit longer. Come on.
Yeah. Don't want to torture him too much. Chalice is running away because he sees the clone. And Arc Warden clones are very scary.
Ghost almost has the Scotty. He is very close.
Yeah. Now, I want Urag to tell me what he's going to build next. He doesn't have anything queued up yet. Normally, you would go for Axe Scepter at this point.
Oh, and on the Tempest double. That's
a lot of gold. AM into the Scotty soon. And AM is getting scaredy big.
He's 300 gold away. His farm has ramped.
Yep. Oh, this game is so scary. Like, literally, any of your heroes, or like 4 of them, 1 mana void can win you the entire game.
And you look at the stat on the gold that they just gave away on the Tempest double.
Which is not that much, actually.
No, he's only giving away 2.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see it be a lot. Some people, they let like the familiars go too long.
With it.
Yeah. Their treants go out too far. Their Tempest doubles get out too far.
Yeah, he's been very careful with that.
Which is good, because we've seen at times, like, this can really bite you when you're giving up that much gold so often.
Yeah, for free also.
Yeah.
But yeah, Anti-Mage is looking very scary.
Gleipnir.
And Somnus is looking mighty fine. They also have the shard now on X-Nova, so that Inkswell the spell is absolutely massive for anyone that goes in, right?
Yeah,
especially
that was the
Spirit.
first thing he got was that shard. So he's had it for a little while. It's helped him in a couple of those earlier fights.
Yeah, Grimstroke shard is one of the strongest shards in the entire game.
And Chalice wants his shard too. Like, we've seen how strong that fear can be. We talked about it. We had a long chat today. We keep saying we talked about it.
Lots of chats every day.
Yeah.
Kaka again.
Yeah, caught out. You're getting the kill on a Kaka, and now you end up trading Ghost. Well, he'll get Taiga. He'll blink the other way, avoids EMP. The Ice Wall doesn't land on him either. And can you really kill Ghost here?
Now, I don't want to say it's like a foreshadowing of what's happening, but if an Anti-Mage can just blink in your backline and kill a guy and get over full health, there's a problem. And Amar's like, I want to deal with that problem. I want to build a Hex. But yeah. Very, very far away from it. 5k gold.
Could be tough, especially Chalice. At least from the few times we've seen it so far, he's been pretty on with the Lotus Orb. You don't want to Hex yourself.
You do not.
Obvious statements brought to you by me. Don't want to Hex yourself.
That would be silly. We want to do that.
Ghost has this Scotty now, and he's going into the Abyssal with 2,200 gold already. He is a farmin'. Some might call him Pepperidge.
Might have to go into the BKB later on against that Hex.
Yeah.
But right now, he doesn't really feel any danger whatsoever. If Amar's not to give...
What?
I mean, all of their stuns are really slow. Like, if Ghost is on top of his game, Shackle can be reflected easily. Like this Alex stun, there's no way. There's no way he gets stunned by this.
Blink?
Oh, he stunned himself.
He doesn't
that's
throw
smart.
it. Yeah, all right. Smart
Let's
enough
go.
to make sure that maybe they can get this kill onto Ghost, but still, he's surviving. Taiga dies again. He's trying to do something with his Gale Force. It's just not enough. Charging up another stun. I mean, that is really smart from Misha to stun himself. Because then you don't throw it.
Arteezy would have mental dodged it anyway, though.
Yeah. Ame would have managed to dodge. Chalice.
And there's another clone gone.
And who's it going to? I didn't see.
Went to Chalice.
300 gold.
Yeah, and BZM gets tossed back. Does he have any defensive tool? No BKB, nothing.
Silence, and he's going to try and run, but it's not likely. Chalice gets credit for that kill and goes in the Exorcism BKB. He wants blood, or maybe he wants titanium because he's going for the timber. Can he cut him down? Can he take him away? Will he clear the forest of Amar? They get the kill on Misha. They'll look for more with the BKB pop by Amar. They'll buy back on Misha. They found the shackle. The shackle lands. Goes too far. 90 seconds. They'll buy back Amar. Change the direction. Went for this anti-mage. Oh, all the magic has beat the anti-mage. As much as you don't like it, it's here.
Now, I am going to admit, it's really hard to counterspell a shackle point blank. Which he literally blinked right next to the window and he was like, oh, hi, how are you doing? And gets shackled. And sorry for that
He's not gonna
cry
be up
of
in time for
agony,
Roche.
but I felt that death.
You felt it in your anti-mage heart.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I really did feel that. And now suddenly, like every AM death like that, Kaka, can you TP out?
No.
There's no Gleipnir. Nope, not gonna try.
He's taking up maybe some time, keep him down here bottom, away from the Roche pit.
Yeah.
Knowing that Roche is up soon and
Now this is the scary part though, right? This was AM's timing. Now he died, so this Hex is gonna come in that much closer.
Tornado. Cold snap, and the Gleipnir,
He's
I can
outstepped,
repeat myself. There's the deafening blast, and Yuragi with the kill on Asanas. That is massive. These heroes do not have buyback, and Roche, if I have to guess, might be pretty free here for OG.
Oh my god. This game is getting real scary real soon. Look at what
7K.
Arc Warden has
It was
queued up.
3K a second ago.
A Hex on Arc Warden as well. It's going to be 3 Hexes available suddenly. Anti-Mage needs a BKB. He needs to identify this, and he did. Good job.
Yeah.
Very close to his own BKB already. But if you get instant Hex and chain Hex afterwards, it's going to be nasty. Who gets a shot? Yuragi gets a shot.
To build another Lotus Orb. I guess not.
You know,
Only Death Prophet.
The Arc Warden shot is criminally underrated. It gives you 40% magic resistance, and it slows enemies in the bubble as well, and pushes them away too. Like a
Scan lands, and Misha looking for a target. Oh, I don't think he was expecting Ghost. Well, the scan was on X-Nova. Soulbond comes out. Are they going to chase this? EMP is down. Kaka goes in. He's got the toss up into the air. They get the kill on Misha. They look over now. Amar, he's actually trying to play aggressively. Gale Force keeping these heroes close. They go to the Gleipnir, lands on a 2, and they'll put down these Spark Rays. They've landed the Shackle out on an X-Nova. The Whirling Death. Yuragi's got the kill. Mana Void. Yuragi, who loses the Aegis, and now Ghost is going to go for the Tempest double. But the Shackle Taiga. He's taking a lot of damage, though. Can he just stand his ground? Chalice, with the help of Kaka, trying to get the kill on Yuragi as well as BZM, but they take out Yuragi. They lose Kaka, down goes Chalice, and BZM trying to run, but Somnus gets the kill. BKB from Amar, he'll TP out, and OG trade, but it's not that great of a trade at the end of the day.
Yeah, the Chalice is running in with DP, doing so much damage with the Fear as well. Yuragi just slightly out of position, but you can see how well Anti-Mage deals with Arc Warden if it ever gets on top of him. Oh, this game is getting, yeah, it's getting real tense. I like it. I like it.
7K, 8K, still neck and neck.
Yeah.
The net worth doesn't tell the story.
It really doesn't. But Amar is getting so strong. You just see the pure damage coming out in all of these fights from him. Like, he is dealing an absurd amount of damage. And he has now his BKB, so he doesn't get mana burned. But still, they're all on an anti-mage timer every time, right? Like, you use all your spells. Once all your spells are used, you're like half mana maybe, 1 mana, where you can literally just change the game every time. And they all have to keep that in mind all the time. There's so much mental pressure just by AM existing.
It can be very dangerous. You thought you had the upper hand, you use all your mana, and then here comes Ghost.
And then we go, boom, triple kill.
Goes in slow motion. Mana Void blows him up.
And you're gone. Now BZM also finishes BKB now. Yeah, I believe he had the last fight already. Now he used 1 charge. Now who's that axe gonna go to? That's the real question. Do you just give it to Yuragi? Or do you give it to Amar?
Amar's already got
He
his.
built his own.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. So the Hex was just a bait. Of course he doesn't play utility. He's the carry.
I mean, you said it was good on the Arc Warden.
It is. And he has it completed now. So that Hex is going to make a big difference. Like, if Chalice is not too careful at all, he gets Hexed first, chain Hex, suddenly that whole DP is out of the fight.
Pressuring top, TPs are in, they're looking for the stun. Misha in, stun, thrown over, onto Ghost. There's the Gleipnir, and blink away, they get the kill on Misha, they'll take out 1. Gale Force once again trying to pull him back, but Kaka, he's kind of in an odd spot here. Gale Force just on the edge, putting him close to the trees. He's trying to save the forest, but, well, Amar took that offensively and killed him.
Yeah, we have seen it in the action, right? The Inkswell, the spell, and the Hex of the Anti-Mage. X-Nova will have to be on top of his game. If anyone gets chain hexed, they're in a lot of trouble.
Chain Hex.
Chain Hex is very dirty.
Could be. RNG looking composed. I don't know how you sit with your knee up like that. I get uncomfortable so quickly.
A lot of Chinese players do that.
Style of sitting.
Do you think he's just gonna give the axe to the Timber Saw so he can like get his own money back? Because I think if you have an axe and you get the alchemist axe, you get all your money refunded.
Huh.
And then it just goes hex.
He has it queued up again with the blink.
We'll see. Big plans potentially. What's Tiger got so far? He's going for a BKB himself.
He's got that blink. He's got the gem.
Only reason why I'm thinking that he's gonna go and give the axe to the Timber is because BZM has his own queued up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's not getting to this axe that quickly, though.
Yeah, not quickly at all. It's also not the best axe game. Like, there's no real great like Cataclysm setup.
Gleipnir's.
Yeah, but
double Gleipnir.
It could be also just a bait. You use Cataclysm, suddenly everyone's out. Oh, Kaka is also in trouble.
Yeah, he's in trouble back in the base from the Tempest double that's chasing. Meanwhile, the side of RNG, well, they're trying to make something happen.
He just got slowly killed by a clone.
Okay.
No problem.
In his own base.
Very balanced hero. And the clone is just pushing out all the lanes. This is when Arc Warden really just becomes super annoying to deal with. Like, you need a dedicated hero to kill his clones all the time.
I'm scared. Last time we saw an Arc Warden game together, it was that 23 Savage game. That went 110 minutes. Or longer, I forget. But now, looking for the Shackle. That's going to get reflected. Gives them a second to jump out of Taiga. They've got the Silence. That was beneath the Remnant. There it is. They don't latch. They've got the gem on the deck now. BKB's been picked up by this Windrunner, but well, he's dead, so it doesn't matter at the moment. But they do pick up the gem on Amar. Yeah, what was it? It was 23 Savage. He wasn't even controlling the Tempest double at that point.
Yeah, it was like 120 minutes or something.
It was
like 90.
A bunch of Divine Rapiers.
Yeah, and there was a terrible on the other side.
Oh, God.
It was great.
It was a fun game. Refresher. Who is that for? Oh, looking over. And well,
just one clone, and you need 5 heroes there to save your boy.
Seriously.
But it's like permanently up, pretty much.
Kaka falling into a trap. Stun reflected. Chalice was there.
Oh, Ghost's burning down.
Yeah, Ghost, he's in some trouble.
You're gonna
he's
have
up, and they've got themselves the Gleipnir. He's got themselves the Inkswell, and he'll use that Manta, so he's able to blink away. They look over at the rest. They've got the leech from the Soulbind, but that's only deterring them from coming back in. Kaka now needing to run away.
Chain. Timber Saw with the chain talent looks so goofy. Changed over the entire map.
Ooh, Spell Prism for OG.
Oh, that's a good one.
Gosh.
Who's it go to? BZM? Might even think about giving it to Amar. Like, he's doing so much in these fights.
He really is.
Tempest double, 50% cooldown reduction. Now that sounds like OS Rock as well.
Both teams got Spell Prism.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is 30 seconds. Okay.
Tower is under attack.
Minus 50 seconds on the Mana Void, though.
Yeah.
Especially, like you said, with all the mana in the tanks of OG, if he can survive long enough in these fights, Mana Void, blow him up.
There seems to be a big issue, though, right? Like, Ghost has been having a lot of trouble actually getting into a fight. Like, he always gets spammed down half health before it even starts. And then even with BKB, you don't really feel comfortable getting into that fight.
He's been the target of initiation at least the last few fights, and I wonder if RNG can take fights on their terms, if he'll feel more confident going in. Roche is potentially up. It'll be a quick one.
Very quick one.
And they've got the Spark Wraith sitting there.
This is when it becomes very difficult to play against Arc Warden. He just pushes in all the lanes all the time. If they're not too careful, they can just sneak a Roche while they have to defend bot lane.
Tempest double dies bot. Roche is up. It's going to be an Ag's Blessing on this Roshan.
Ooh, does Kaka scout it?
He will step in. He will see it.
This fight is going to be very deciding.
Ooh, they're coming around the back. They've got themselves Chalice. BKB's forced out. Now going the other way. Looking to find anybody, but they've got themselves something. It's all the Shackle on the back line!
Oh
they call themselves Summonus as well as Ghost. They're going to get the kill here out of the Void Spirit, but Void Spirit gets away for the moment. Summonus ends up dead, so does Chalice. They don't have the heroes to fight anymore. Gleipnir's on to Kaka. Double Chakram. ripping him down. It carves him like a quarry, and they will get this kill onto Kaka, taking out 3. They want more. X-Nova on the run, but here comes Ghost. BZM blown up. He's got buyback. Now Amar hit with the ink swell, right clicks in. He's losing his mana, but Ghost is losing his nerve. He's blinking back and going away. They've got the Hex. They get the kill. They'll take it X-Nova. It's the Tempest Double doing the damage and getting the kill. Gale Force almost pushing Ghost back into the hands of OG. But yet, well, they're right here by the tier 2 tower. At least for now, they'll go for that. But the back door finally whittling away.
It's absolutely silly. He has like a 7-second Hex cooldown on the Tempest Double, thanks to the talent. And but that Shackle, absolutely, potentially even game-winning. But without that Shackle, they don't crush this fight nearly as hard. Like, Somers did nothing in that
now
fight.
They get free.
Chalice.
They get a free Axe Blessing.
Yeah, who's it gonna go to? That's a big question.
Jiragi? Maybe?
But who got the free Axe from...
Immortality.
So the free Axe of Alchemist went to Arc Warden, right?
Wait, what?
Yeah, so Alchemist bought an Axe. I think he gave it to Arc Warden. And the Blessing is gonna go to...
Oh, it went to the Windrunner.
Yeah, Invoker's gonna take it.
Okay, so I saw that really quickly on my own screen. I saw him get the Blessing as...
Oh, it's a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah, it is. That is tough to deal with.
Super nasty.
High fives the tower, and then he just disappears into the night. But yeah, I saw Arc Warden get the Blessing from the Alchemist, and then he picked up the Blessing from Roche. I thought he used it in successation because he gave it over to the Windrunner at the same time. I'm like, oh my god, can you even do that?
Nah, you can't. You can't.
Like, because it seems so split second. I just was so confused.
Oh, the Windranger actually took the Axe, didn't give it to Invoker.
Yeah.
It's like, screw you, bro.
That's what I said. Give him the Axe. Blind? Enemy slow? Are you gonna run? No.
Oh, that was a close Shackle. That hits Chalice.
Does it even need to hit
Double's
Chalice?
done.
They've got the Tempest Double just going in, and they're gonna run into these heroes. They get the kill on X-Nova, now with the BKB, but you're fighting a Tempest Double. This isn't what you need. Somnus trying to go into the backlines potentially with his own BKB, but again, BKBs for Tempest Double. This feels pretty free for OG. This is not looking good for RNG. As the Tempest Double finally falls, but the rest of the team is still here to play.
They're just getting spammed away from range.
They really are. It feels like recess for OG, and more of like an after-school suspension here for the side of RNG. They'll move forward. They've got Amar going away with Timber Chain. Again, it's just the Tempest Double that's constantly in. Ghost right-clicking it down. They'll charge up the stun onto Misha. Misha's going to go after Kaka. They get the kill onto the Tiny. He was looking to blink in and maybe get a toss back. He doesn't have buyback available to him, and the right-click's coming through now. Taiga in. Shackle doesn't connect, but maybe they find themselves Jiragi. He's in a little bit too far with the BKB pop by Ghost. They go and get the kill onto Misha. He's going to buy back the Mana Void. Hits on both the Tempest Double as well as Jiragi. They look, but they've got the disarm on a Ghost. Now without the BKB, he's trying to run. They've got the Gale Force pushing him back to the hands of OG. Somnus, Hex, he's got the Lotus Orb. He'll go to the Dissimulate. He'll get back out of the high ground. Somnus, no, wait, goes after Taiga instead, but the Timber Chain as well as the Chakram. They'll take out this Void Spirit. Gleipnir down. It's on a Ghost. They've got him rooted. Ghost hit with the Sunstrike, but still alive. They'll buy back on Somnus. Somnus going in once again. Aether running lands on Jiragi. He goes back thanks to the Dissimulate and makes his way out. Ghost in for more. He's got the Abyssal. If he can stop any of these heroes from retreating, especially Misha, who just bought back, lays down a ward, looking for the blink as well as the stun.
Trying to go in.
He'll hold this, but can he find anybody? No, he'll find himself, which is good for him. That's a good mental boost.
Yeah, but they still have the Aegis for over 2 minutes, so that siege is going to continue. And the menace of an Arc Warden clone is just like unstoppable. At 4,000 health as well. It's there every 30 seconds.
Oh,
so
Misha, he's in. Starting Kaka as he blinked in. He wanted the toss. They're going to go in with Somnus. They'll get the kill to Kaka. He's going to be dead for a minute. They put him up into the air. Misha in trouble. Misha gone. 90 seconds. He bought back while they were trying to fight over bottom. They reflect the Shackle that stops Tiger for a second. They've got the Exorcism going. But Amar, BZM over to the side, making sure that they can keep Tiger safe. Well, Taiga, he'll be safe, just
clone.
like Summer. Yuragi, they'll take the Tempest Double, they'll look over at BZM, they've got themselves the E-Blade's gonna be thrown over to BZM, popping out the BKB. Taiga back into this, blinking forward, looking for the Shackle. Ghost now right-clicking away, he's got the Soulbind, but it's not gonna connect to anybody on the backline, so is Yuragi looking after X-Nova. They've got themselves a Stroke of Fate, they get the kill on Taiga, they take out X-Nova, they've got themselves a Tempest Double with the right-clicks coming in. Ghost, he's got the Mana Void, but he's hit with the Cold Snap, and now he's gonna get Hex again. On him. He's trying to get away, but he'll fall to BZM. He's got buyback. Amar as well as Yuragi are going to try and take the bottom tier 3 as well as the Life of Challenge. They get the kill to the Death Prophet. He's got buyback. Now will OG go? No, they'll get hit by the Abyssal Blade that comes out of Amar, and they'll use the Avalanche coming in from Kaka. He's alive again. Amar with not a lot of health. Pops to BKB. They've got the Hex on the Ghost once again. They'll eat the cheese and he'll be safe. They have 2 heroes still in the grave for the side of OG. They fall back on Chalice. They'll look over at Kaka. The Sunstrike's going to be avoided, but he was hexed up. Yuragi with a Tempest Double, still doing so much damage here. Chalice on the run, hit with the Gleipnir once again for the Tempest Double. Ghost goes back in, uses that Mana Void to make sure that he'll keep alive his Death Prophet. BZM in the middle of it all, Yule's up into the air, they've got the Aether Remnant onto Amar. They'll use the Astral Step, Timber Chain away, BZM left, he's dead for 100 seconds. He doesn't have buyback, they still have the Aegis here in the hands of Yuragi. Amar on the run, but Ghost, he's got the Abyssal Blade in just a second. Yuragi gets the kill on Akaka while it's all happening, though.
That clone, man, is doing everything.
Double is just too strong.
Overwhelming Blink, 5 seconds cooldown, Hex, 7 seconds cooldown, Gleipnir 7 seconds cooldown.
It's really nuts.
He just jumps in and out like he wants to.
Overwhelming
damage output.
It's just so disgusting what this Arc Warden's been able to accomplish going after Chalice now with just the Tempest Double. He goes in with the Lotus Orb, and well,
no
Tempest
gold.
Double, no gold. You
Let
want
me just
the
do
300
everything
bounty too
and you
bad.
get nothing for it.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
2,500 gold, that's more than the 400 we saw before.
Yeah, but how much damage did he do with that? That's the real question. Probably like 50k.
Yeah, if not more.
Like I feel like in every team fight, he's just dealing like what 80% damage of his entire team.
And
like
fast.
Yeah, and it's just like every Spark Wave. Also, you gotta remember he got that Axe Scepter, becomes another Spark Wave, and it just like snowballs so hard that if you get hexed and out of position, you just die instantly. Overwhelming Blink every time, it's like 500 damage AoE.
Yeah, it really is disgusting. What do you what can you accomplish here for RNG?
And look how tanky it is too. 4.4k health.
He's just surviving every single time. Ooh, Tempest Double. It's Invis here with the Silver Edge. They've got the Hex. They're going to try and get the kill. They'll throw down the dome, but now Ghost moving forward, trying to find it. Hex again. These cooldowns are ridiculous. He's got the Silver Edge up once more.
Overwhelming by a clone.
Ghost, you're fighting a clone. It's not even the real one.
Man, Silver Edge is also 7 seconds cooldown.
Yeah.
Well, what is this talent?
I mean, when you pull the slot machine enough, you come up 777, and it is the jackpot for Yuragi on this one. Man, this is just so intimidating if you're RNG.
The Tempest cooldown talent is ridiculous.
Yeah, and the thing that I've seen, though, from RNG, they have found Yuragi out a couple times, but they just can't finish him off.
They don't have the damage.
And they lack it a little bit. They're going with the Hex once again. They've got the Gale Force. That's going to be on a Somnus Inkswell, so he'll be fine for the moment. They will go over Taiga. They've got the BKB. Kaka, as well as X-Nova, are in some trouble to get the kill there out onto this Grimstroke. He doesn't have buyback. They're not fortunate enough to have the buybacks this time, but they get the kill on Taiga. They'll take him out with a Mana Void. That's that short cooldown Mana Void. Thanks to the talent, it's only on cooldown for another 15 seconds.
Chalice got
the
Hex.
Double. They've got the Hex. They'll look over at Chalice. Chalice surviving. He's level 26. Hex again, and down he goes. 2 minutes on the sidelines here for this Death Prophet as Ghost is trying to hold his own with the help of the Void Spirit, who now has that Axe. So maybe the silences will help out. Astral Step takes out Misha, standing still AFK, and he is dead for the 16th time. But I say that, he's also got 28 assists. He has been involved a lot. He's made sure he's got the control that his team needs.
Yeah, more clones knocking on the front door. How do you deal with it? You can't jump in and clear it. It's just going to take out your Rex if you do nothing.
Yeah. Gleipnir Hex trying to go for Ghost. The Meteors are down. He's in between his tier 4s. But he'll be fine for the moment.
But guess what? He does this again now.
Somnus jumping in once again, looking for the Aether Remnant to lock up this Tempest Double, but it's not going to work. And Amar doesn't feel the necessary moment to go in.
Clone expired. Next clone right there.
Yeah, next clone. Overwhelming Blink. Here we go again.
He's about to hit level 30. Then he gets an additional 12 seconds on a clone as well. Like, it's going to be there permanently.
Forever. This is the
It already is.
that never ends.
Blinks in again on the Tiny.
Aether Remnant, Kaka in trouble. And it's such a struggle for them to hold this. Kaka might even just die to the Tempest double, but Amar comes in with a Chakram. He's trying to finish off Kaka, but now they've got the Abyssal Blade. Do they have the damage to get the kill here onto Amar? He's
nice
so
tornado.
low with the Timber Chain. The Tornado saves him. Ghost is in, first hit bash, but there's the Wind Waker. Taking him away from the fight and into the trees and saving him once again.
Somnus
They look
call.
over at Somnus. They've got themselves the Hex. They're trying to take out the Void Spirit. They'll get him for 2 minutes once again. They're now, well, RNG, Sans Death Prophet, Sans Void Spirit, and Sans Hope, because here comes OG. They want to get the kill on a Ghost, but they're going to force staff him back. He's got the Blink. Amar's still in here with not a lot of health, but they don't really care. They look over at Xnova. They got the Ice Wall down. Bring him back into the Ice Wall with the Gale Force. They'll make sure he never leaves. Hex is picked up by BZM, so the Hexes, and the Hexes are all coming through on the side of RNG. Bottom set of racks, those are getting low. Those will, of course, fall, because, I mean, how do you stop this at this point? Yuragi with the overwhelming blink. Kaka gets caught, Kaka gets killed, and now you're down another hero. You finally have Chalice back, but can Ghost do it all by himself?
This is like, okay, I've never seen Arc One like this. It looks so broken.
Refresher.
Just from
With
Misha.
the BKBs going after Misha.
He's real angry.
He's really trying to go for this Chalice. He had a good start to this game. They get the kill on Misha. They look over at Tiger. They're looking for the Mana Void, but he doesn't get it off. They've got the Hex coming out from BZM as well as the Deafening Blast.
Another Hex on
Sunstrike
AM.
is down. They'll slam down the hopes of RNG, and they'll call GG. OG split the Series 1 apiece. It is the overwhelming power of Arc Warden that showcases itself in this second game.
But where did it even start here? Like, first of all, this is the reason why you banned Timbersaw against the OG. You never give it to them.
Yeah.
He was countered. Like, they had 5 picks to counter him and didn't care. Like, he still played out of his mind, dealt all the damage in every team fight. Like, he made sure Yuragi actually got to the point where he became ridiculous. Like,
yeah.
Whatever Yuragi did this game, it's absolutely unfair. It's filthy. And I hope we don't see it again, because that was... He just brutalized them. They had no chance. 7 seconds on all of his cooldowns? Like, what is that? I've actually never seen that before. Like, I did not know it was this broken.
7 seconds, 7 seconds. Everything's up. I mean, he was playing with his food against Ghost in that top lane. Oh, Silver Edge. Okay, well, now invisible. So I'll just overwhelming blink back, and then I'll hit you again. I'll hex you again. I'll throw the Gleipnir over once more. Oh, you think you see me? That's right. My Silver Edge is off cooldown again, and I'm going to go invis once more. It was disgusting, and just have the wherewithal to do it all, right? I mean, that is a lot to make happen. A lot of activatable items, a lot of things to keep your eye on. And he shines so bright, you almost forget to talk about the great game that someone like Amar had, where, you know, he's surviving with these Wind Wakers, and he's just always alive. It felt like, oh, the health bar, it's so close. Wind Waker, goodbye, I'm out, I'm fine, I'm just gonna survive here and
Random
make sure
cheese
that
out of nowhere.
even more terrible.
Oh, he lived. Oh, Arc One back in again with double bling. Ooh.
Tempest double. Oh,
so
he's just gonna
on.
time out. You're not gonna get that extra gold. Oh, feels bad. Like it felt like we're gonna throw everything at a Tempest double or Amar, and then it becomes a big issue because, well, they've used everything and they don't even get the kill. So it ends up being OG getting the game, 1-1 split. They beat RNG. I mean, that game was exciting. I can't take the smile off my face. I'd love to see the smile on Killer Pigeon and the 2 analysts there with him. So we'll throw it back to you guys. Take it away.
Well, I'm sure there is one specific analyst I've got here who's got a big smile on his face. We lost faith at moments in that game, but what an amazing turnaround. OG able to even up the series 1-1 apiece. I'm, of course, joined again by Lacoste and Seb. We've got to start with Seb. I mean, this game must have felt like a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, it was a crazy game. I think it was super entertaining. It was kind of up in the air for the longest time. I feel like both teams really hit like really, you know, interesting like sequences and timings where you couldn't really tell where the game was gonna go. But I mean, I got super surprised also by the Arc Warden. I'll be honest, like at first when I saw the Octarine second item, I wasn't sure where this was heading, especially against an anti-mage that is kind of known, you know, to kind of deal kind of well with magic damage. But then, you know, I mean, this build, when it started coming together, it was crazy. I mean, I don't even know how you play against that.
It's so difficult to deal with that once you get to like a 5th item, 6th item on the Arc Warden. It's just permanent uptime on it. But I also want to point out some of the like small things that did happen in the game. Like Fairy's Trinket was kept by Amar throughout the whole game. And That's pretty nuts, because he had Aghanim Scepter and he wanted to dish out as much damage as possible. And to talk about the Timbers, like, this is the reason why this hero is not banned out. Is banned out 99% of the time when you play against OG. They first phase it and won that on Amar. Like, I don't know how this just keeps on happening. I think you need to have something different. But speaking of something different, we also wanted to see OG shake things up a little bit, and they completely shook us up with a draft like this.
No, definitely, and I mean, it really paid off. I also want to mention Taiga. I felt like he had these really incredible shackles in the mid game where the game was really like very close and it could have went both ways.
Papa would be proud.
Yeah, I mean, I am proud. I'm very proud because he did hit. I think there were like 2 or 3 fights in the mid game where honestly it looked kind of dire. And I think had he not hit these incredible shackles, the game could have went the other way. And he really stabilized the game and, you know, gave the team like really crucial fights and objectives so that, you know, then Amar got his BKB timing, you know, BZM got online too, and then obviously the Yuragi Arc Warden, you know, it started to shine. But, you know, props to RNG also for playing a pretty solid game. I feel like, you know, they had really strong sequences in this game, and, you know, the AM pick was very good. It kind of showed at some point, and especially DP had a great game too. Kaka, big impact until, I mean, obviously, you know, his score doesn't probably reflect that, but once you play against this Arcward and Illusion and you get solo killed by it, I mean, how do you even deal with it? It's too much map pressure.
Kaka had 20 deaths on... I don't remember seeing Kaka had such a bad game. Every single... Like, even though he had the 2 defensive items, like Force Staff and Dual Scepter, every single time he jumps in, he dies. It doesn't matter. If you Force Staff yourself out, the clone's gonna dish out too much damage. And also one little thing to point out about Misha's Alchemist, he jumps in onto Anti-Mage, and Anti-Mage uses his shield to be able to protect himself, and Misha self-stuns him multiple times and gets a stun. Yeah, there were so many cool plays in this game.
That was very, very cool. Very cool way. I mean, generally, like, that's also the way to play against these kind of in-and-out heroes, like Tiny, you know, Blink Force Staff. Like, they want to get several rounds of, like, getting back in the fight and getting the clutch stuns. So you really want to make sure that they die and they get punished as soon as they enter the fight, which I felt like, yeah, OG was good at doing that, at instantly hexing him, you know, Timber, switching his attention to the Tiny, making sure that he dies. Because, you know, later in the fight, these, like, avalanches and stuff, they can come in really clutch and they can kind of, yeah, turn it completely.
Yeah, you know what? It's appropriate that MVP is shaken because I'm pretty sure RNG was shaken after that one. It had to be the one only Yuragi we gave it to, right?
Absolutely. I think this is the game that we haven't seen too much of lately. I was hoping it was going to be with the off-screen, but they were playing for a bit of a late game. They understood that they could hold the game long enough for them to come online and just whatever.
And I mean, for anyone that has played Arc, you know, like the amount of micro this requires when you have, like, you know, 4 items, 5 items that you have to click constantly, shoving the waves, getting the hexes, getting the overwhelming blink, you know, the clutch. I mean, it's a very intense game. It's like kind of like a Tinker game, you know, when you have to click these many items. It must have been, how long was the game? Like, it was almost like 50-minute long, right? And so much micro, so much APM. So yeah, probably it deserves the rest now because, yeah, what an incredible performance.
And just what an incredible combo to always enable it. Like, we were talking a little bit about Gale Force and how insane that spell could still be, but the Ice Wall, the Chakram, all these slows that enabled it further and just meant that you were never running away from that Arc Warden. You were always unwillingly embracing him.
Yeah. No, it was quite a game, I really like how the draft came together. I also like what RNG proposed, and, you know, I mean, these 2 teams are looking good so far.
Yeah. You think you want the boys to pick out more Arc Warden, or is this a very situational pick for you?
It's definitely situational. I just like the hero in general, so I'm really happy they're looking at it, and I just think it's an underrated hero, and for sure after seeing these games, probably a lot more people would agree with that. Because, yeah, I mean, the impact is insane, and I mean, when you watch it, it is something, and when you play against it, it's something else, right? Then you feel the pressure coming.
And check these scores. We have, of course, had them updated for the end of the day. Looking at these, any big surprises? Someone maybe struggling a little bit too much in your eyes?
I'd say Tundra is the big one. Yeah. You know, there was a talk, I think Skitter interview during the DPC. He said, I'm going to quote him, Tundra on LAN. Bunch of heralds, and yeah, they so far as kind of expected, at least from their side. I think it's good that they get some more more exposure on LAN before the TI, because that's a big event. I mean, they are missing out the player. I'd say 33 is probably their best player, at least from the way I see things. And yeah, other surprises. TSM FTX, they're the complete opposite of Tundra. Like, they showed that the Stockholm Major, that they can play some really good Dota, no nerves on LAN, and one more time, they're showing it.
I guess you could also highlight Secret for, you know, showing probably the most dominant performance of the whole day, almost. I mean, I didn't catch as much as Team Spirit versus D-Boosters, but I heard that game 1 was dominant for Team Spirit and the game 2 a little bit closer. So overall, Secret was the team that really completely destroyed their opponent today. And I don't think people really expected that, right? Even though they have big names on their side, but they must be happy with day 1.
And there's been plenty of action on day 1. So why don't we check in on our recap presented by VOV. Oh, it's not video. We just get to talk about it. All right, there we go.
I mean, honestly, like the way I feel is that you have these teams that are kind of starting to show some playstyle and starting to establish themselves. Obviously, going into day 2, I'm gonna be really, you know, hyped about seeing one of the bigger names here, which is PSG LGD. Everybody's looking at them. Obviously, you know, they came second at TI, and we haven't seen them again in international competition so much. And they've been sitting all day, watching, analyzing, kind of picking what they like, what they don't like. It's going to be quite interesting to see them kind of enter the stage tomorrow.
People wanted to see them on LAN for a very long time, especially after what happened at TI. And we're going to get that TI rematch.
That's hype.
It's going to be Team Spirit against the PSG LGD.
Oh, I'm hyped for it, boys. I mean, just it's only day 1. We've got 4 more days of intense Dota action. But you know what? Before we round this out, got to give a special shout out to our sponsors, of course, LG, which, you know, if you are watching on kind of a low-res monitor or TV, maybe you should upgrade to one of them now. Maybe you should actually contact our other sponsor, MasterCard, to make sure you can afford that. And of course, shout out to Luna. They clearly wanted to sponsor this event simply because we have an amazing hero in Dota called that as well. So big shout out to all the sponsors that made this possible. But let's have a look at tomorrow's schedule, because of course we need to know what Dota we're watching tomorrow. Okay, so there we go. Opening up, we mentioned PSG LGD versus Team Spirit, really hype one. Anything else there kind of teasing you, looking to please you?
A lot of good names here. I mean, considering that Team Secret opened up today with 2 wins, I want to see them how they match up against the PSG LGD, and I'll leave you the OG series for you, Seb.
I mean, quite hype series. I feel like, you know, the OG Liquid, that's a big one. Liquid, obviously, you know, kind of getting the better end of OG at the last of the DPC, as I think they went 4-0 regular season plus tiebreakers. So I'm sure that the OG boys are gonna want to kind of get back at them. Liquid maybe not in full force yet. They had a rocky day 1. They ended up, you know, tying up their series with Nigma, so they're 1-3. So it doesn't look too bad, but they're really close to going 1-0-4 today. So that's a big game that I'm looking forward to. And obviously, OG Nigma, that's like a classic. It's usually only Bloodbath Dota, which is my favorite kind of Dota. You know, you're gonna probably see some 30-30 kill score, minute 20. It's not gonna make any sense. It's gonna be chaos all over the place, but that's what we're here for. So that series always like has a special place in my heart.
And of course, there is a second stream. There are plenty of other games going. We're just spoiling you here, folks. You know, one stream is just not enough. As you can see, second stream. I'm sure some people are kind of curious to see if D-Boosters can take a few games. Have they got a chance against Team Secret or Tundra?
I mean, I didn't see it, but you said that there was a bit of a closer game against Team Spirit, so that gives me hope that they could potentially, you know, make an upset, maybe get a W here or there. It's tough because these are one of the best teams in the world, so it's going to be very difficult. On the other side, I think I want to see TSM FTX, how they're going to be matched up against the Chinese teams, because they didn't get to play against them, and RNG, today they looked pretty solid, I would say. You know, this one a bit shaky the last game, but other than that, they look pretty good.
Yeah, they did. I mean, for D-Boosters also, like, I feel like, you know, first day you come on like such a big stage against, you know, big names, big teams. It's probably hard to, you know, feel comfortable and get the flow going. So hopefully day 2, they started getting more comfortable and they're gonna feel like, you know, playing their Dota a little bit more. So I'm looking forward to seeing them pick up a little bit of steam so that they can put up a challenge, kind of start taking a map. You know, who knows? I'm sure we all like upsets, right? Like, you know, I'm not like counting them out yet.
I'm down for some underdog wins.
Hell yeah, let's see if they can make it happen. Well, if you want to catch up the action, remember it does kick off at 11:30. That's +3 GMT, so adjust your clocks accordingly. But we're going to round out the show, and I think the way to round out the show is to leave you with the highlights courtesy of Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib.
For battle.